After losing the duel to Mikhail, Siegfried reluctantly handed over the reward, the sacred necklace, as per the pre-established agreement. Siegfried presented the necklace to Mikhail with a begrudging expression on his face. Mikhail joyfully admired the necklace in his hand and remarked, "I will make good use of it." Set, curious, also gazed at the necklace and marveled, "Oh, it seems like it will be quite useful." He immersed himself in contemplation, acknowledging that the sacred necklace was an exquisite creation that amplified the user's divine power and enhanced recovery abilities. Mikhail eagerly adorned the spoils of war around his neck. In addition, it possessed another hidden function that most people were unaware of, but now was not the time to explore it. Mikhail reassured himself, "Currently, using it to amplify my divine power is more than sufficient." Siegfried slumped, dejected, bowing his head before Mikhail. It was indeed a fair battle, but he couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy. Mikhail, observing Siegfried's disheartened expression, felt more irritated than triumphant. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail unexpectedly spoke with a sarcastic tone, "A fair battle, isn't it?" He looked straight at the weakened Siegfried and asked, "May I inquire about something? If it weren't a fair hand-to-hand combat, would you resort to other tactics?" Siegfried, puzzled, asked for clarification on what kind of tactics Mikhail was referring to. Mikhail calmly responded, "For instance, attacking from behind, using stealth, or something similar that could secure victory even if it's not straightforward and honorable." Siegfried immediately reacted vehemently, declaring, "I would never resort to such methods." He snorted with disdain at Siegfried's declaration, stating that such an act was unjust, especially for someone claiming to be a hero. Mikhail pressed Siegfried with a determined tone, pointing out that pursuing such a path could lead to a tragic outcome, with hundreds or even thousands of innocent lives lost. When confronted with this question, Siegfried was visibly startled, his body tensing up. He found himself unable to justify his decision, relying solely on the notion of heroism that he held dear. Mikhail abruptly turned away, leaving Siegfried with a cutting remark, "What does it mean to be a hero if you can't protect the people?" In that moment, Siegfried's ideals shattered into pieces. He found himself questioning the lofty ideals he had always pursued. Attempting to salvage his beliefs, Siegfried struggled to find an answer within himself. However, all that escaped his lips were stammered repetitions of I, filled with a sense of helplessness. Mikhail departed calmly, though a hint of disappointment lingered within him. He reminded himself that there was no need to hear more. He had anticipated what Siegfried might say, and at least for now, Mikhail harbored no hope that Siegfried would change his mindset after a brief conversation. Seeing Mikhail leave, Leon quickly followed suit. Leon, with a touch of concern, hesitated before asking Mikhail, "Do you think we went too far?" Mikhail, speaking in a low tone, questioned, "What do you mean?" Leon quickly explained, "Well, the thing with that knight Siegfried, another aspiring hero." Leon chuckled, recalling Siegfried's somewhat foolish demeanor, and added, "He doesn't seem like a villain, even though he looks a bit simple-minded." Mikhail sighed softly and said, "If he were someone else, I might not have acted that way." He turned to look at Leon and elaborated with a hint of regret, "But becoming an aspiring hero bears a greater responsibility than you might think." Leon contemplated, absorbing the weight of responsibility, he mused. Mikhail was walking when suddenly he stopped, causing Leon to startle. "What's wrong? Why did you stop so abruptly?" Leon asked, puzzled. Mikhail furrowed his brow and pursed his lips, clearly uncomfortable with the scene before him. Mikhail squinted his eyes and looked towards the three men standing in front of the temple gate. He wondered aloud, why is he coming out of the first temple? The person causing discomfort to Mikhail with a red left eye and an itchy right eye was none other than Archbishop Kilian. Mikhail visibly expressed his unease upon seeing the Archbishop, surmising that his visit was likely related to Cassandra. Leon, lifting his head to get a clearer view, felt a sense of unease, furrowing his brows in suspicion. "Why is that old man coming here?" he muttered under his breath. Leon sighed as he watched Mikhail slowly advance. "Old man's not easy to deal with." "Mikhail, what are you planning to do?" he asked. Mikhail calmly responded, "What else? I'll confront him." As the confident footsteps approached the temple, Archbishop Kilian immediately cast a wary glance toward the source of the noise. Mikhail, maintaining a composed and confident demeanor, walked up to face Archbishop Kilian. When Mikhail's footsteps halted in front of Archbishop Kilian, the latter immediately furrowed his brows, silently contemplating how to deal with him. The two adversaries, facing each other in the shadows for the first time, created a tense moment, freezing time itself. Both Mikhail and Archbishop Kilian stared directly into each other's eyes, revealing no signs of hatred, fear, anxiety, or any inclination to yield. The air between them crackled with an unspoken intensity. After 3 seconds of intense staring that felt like 30 minutes, both of them suddenly broke into simultaneous amused smiles. Archbishop Kilian caught his jubilant expression, laughing heartily. So you're the aspiring hero, Mikhail, isn't it?" Mikhail responded with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, the pleasure is mine, Archbishop." Onlookers unfamiliar with the situation might have thought they were long-lost friends joyfully reuniting. Archbishop Killian, still smiling warmly, said to Mikhail, unexpectedly, I have the honor of meeting you here. It seems my old luck hasn't run out yet. Mikhail chuckled insincerely, replying, luck, you say, well, that's embarrassing. He smiled, concealing a hint of irony in his words, well, you're right, because we managed to safely bring the prophet back. She didn't fall into the hands of those demons. We're truly fortunate. Archbishop Killian's forced smile faded as he questioned, demons, you say? Mikhail maintained a friendly demeanor as he replied, I'm sure there's some kind of demons or the like. It's unthinkable for someone in the Holy Kingdom to engage in such deeds, isn't it? Each word from Mikhail felt like a stab to Archbishop Killian's heart. If they exist, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck down by divine lightning. A person of faith going against the prophet's words, can you believe that? Mikhail spoke while subtly observing Archbishop Killian's reactions. With individuals of high moral standing like him, Mikhail was confident that he would never become someone as foolish as those he described. In the outcome of their first confrontation, Mikhail emerged with a slight advantage. Archbishop Killian, though clearly irritated, forced a bitter smile, his veins pulsating on his forehead. He released his grip on Mikhail's hand and said, Mikhail, the aspiring hero, unfortunately, I must take my leave now. Looking hesitant, Archbishop Killian continued, before I go, there are a couple of things I must tell you. Forgive me, but I believe the best candidate for the hero's position is. Mikhail didn't hesitate to cut off Archbishop Killian, dismissing his words with a wave. I don't care about that, he stated, leaving the Archbishop stunned. Excuse me, what? Archbishop Killian asked in disbelief. Mikhail pointed to the sky and declared. The one who chooses the hero is not you but our Holy Spirit, the wise Lord Haikal. He grinned triumphantly, relishing the astonishment on Archbishop Killian's face. Upon hearing Mikhail's assertion, Archbishop Killian chose not to argue any further. He arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back and departed, sarcastically remarking, oh, the will of the gods, how amusing. As Archbishop Killian walked past Mikhail, he whispered, let's see what's going to happen next. In that moment, as he brushed past, Mikhail suddenly sensed an unfamiliar scent. Set, catching wind of the scent, hastily covered her nose, exclaiming, ugh, what a disgusting smell. Mikhail, deep in thought, remarked, a scent that makes others uncomfortable. He silently observed Archbishop Killian and his two close priests, pondering that even if the smell didn't originate directly from the Archbishop, it was likely associated with someone close to him. Set thought of something and expressed her concern to Mikhail, saying, hey, don't tell me that. Mikhail nodded, I know, no need to remind me. Deep down, Mikhail understood that the demon he had defeated earlier, Delos, was a notorious killer. Before his revival, Delos had gained infamy for his gruesome deeds. However, there was an interesting fact about him: he had a twin brother named Lutos. Mikhail affirmed within himself, acknowledging that indeed, the infamous reputation of the demon Delos was shared by both twins. After the less than pleasant encounter with Mikhail, Archbishop Killian returned to hear even more distressing news about the Holy Order of Knights. So, what happened to the Holy Order of Knights? He inquired. The young priest nervously reported to the Archbishop, they've announced a cessation of all activities. It seems there are some internal issues they're dealing with. Archbishop Killian, unable to contain his rage, unleashed a fit of destruction, smashing objects around him. He glared bitterly at the shattered glass on the floor, as if his meticulously laid plans had just been shattered. The young priest, witnessing the outburst, stammered in fear, Archbishop, I request permission to leave. Archbishop Killian, consumed by his fury, paid no attention to anything else except the turmoil within him. Walpurgis, he muttered with disdain, realizing the source of his frustration. As the young priest rushed out of the door, clearly terrified, at that very moment, High Priest Haran entered. Haran, in a gentle tone, called out, Archbishop. Archbishop Killian, struggling to contain his anger, turned to look at him. Ah, you're here, he said with a sigh. Haran smiled and replied, of course, if you call, I must come immediately. Archbishop Killian, frustrated, informed Haran, starting today, the Holy Order of Knights will be indefinitely suspended. In a brief moment, Haran's eyes changed subtly. The Holy Order of Knights, he inquired. Archbishop Killian grumbled, Walpurgis, it's all because of him, a demon sorcerer daring to disrupt the order of the Holy Kingdom. That's why I called you here. Haran, how does your intuition explain this? Haran remained composed and responded, oh, you mean the divine revelations. He smiled cunningly, saying, unfortunately, our supreme deity has yet to send me any divine messages regarding this situation. Archbishop Killian sighed deeply and mused, well, I knew your prophecies are always much more accurate. Especially when compared to that woman, Archbishop Killian added. He sighed once more, saying, now, you may leave. Haran respectfully bowed and replied, I shall take my leave. Haran turned away immediately, maintaining an air of calmness as if nothing had happened. However, just a second later, he muttered under his breath, we've just signed a pact with them not long ago, and issues arise so quickly. Haran's face turned a shade of gray, filled with indignation. At that moment, in the first temple, something was unfolding. The steward Morden was anxious hearing Mikhail's speculations. When Mikhail confirmed that there was indeed another demon, Morden inquired, "Is that true, young master?" Mikhail affirmed, "Yes, there is another one." Mikhail glanced at steward Morden, questioning why he seemed surprised. Morden, recalling his imprisonment during that time, replied indignantly, "I was locked up in a cell all that time." Mikhail nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, right, my bad, you have a point." Steward Morden, feeling resentful, sighed and complained, "Because you threw me around to some desolate place as an old man, that's why I couldn't keep up with such news." Mikhail, indifferent, casually responded, "Oh, right, my apologies, Morden." Morden muttered to himself, "The young master is neglecting me." Mikhail quickly changed the subject, saying, "That Archbishop Killian, I've confirmed that he is involved with the demons." Mikhail pondered for a moment and then addressed the group. Dealing with demons is considered heresy within heresy. It's a grave sin that not even the Archbishop can escape. At this point, Cassandra expressed her concern, acknowledging that proving such allegations wouldn't be easy. Cassandra told Mikhail, "You must present credible evidence for people to recognize his wrongdoing." Leon spoke up, saying, "But that doesn't mean we should let that old man wreak havoc unchecked." However, Mikhail remained unconcerned and advised everyone, "There's no need to worry about that." Mikhail chuckled and added, "Because we already have the support of the Pope." Mikhail thought to himself, the Pope may have a title, but does he truly have power? That was only in the past circumstances. Now, the Holy Knights have been completely sealed from any activity. Heaven is on our side, providing us with evidence that the Archbishop has involved himself with heresy. And above all, I have the seal of Hakao in my hands. With all of this, the Pope's position has surely changed drastically from before. Mikhail contemplated for a while before asking the others, "Almost forgot, in 4 days, it's time for my evaluation test as a hero, right?" Leon quickly responded, "That's right, and also, in 4 days, all the archbishops will be gathered." Mikhail immediately flashed a mischievous smile, thinking, "It's a perfect stage to expose that old bishop and send the demons packing." He gently reassured Cassandra, saying, "That's when we need your help." Cassandra, she looked a bit puzzled, asking, "Me?" Mikhail, looking into Cassandra's eyes with seriousness, replied, "I've said it before, I trust you, that's why I've always supported you all this time." Mikhail internally resolved to respect and safeguard Cassandra's prophecies. He couldn't allow Cassandra to fall into a tragic fate like in the previous life. Cassandra hesitated, her face expressing concern, but she stammered, but. She hesitated and told Mikhail, "I've never heard him, the god Hakao, speak to me before. I can only sense glimpses of the future, most people can't even perceive that." Mikhail encouraged Cassandra, understanding her doubt, "It's okay, most people cannot see what you can." The following words from Mikhail seemed to awaken Cassandra. "Being able to do that means you have the ability to connect with the divine," he said. Cassandra, feeling encouraged, asked, Can I really do it?" Mikhail replied firmly, "Of course." Cassandra, now more excited and confident, inquired, "So when will it be?" Mikhail answered, "In 4 days." Cassandra still harbored a bit of unease and hesitated, saying, "But what if I fail?" Mikhail, exuding confidence, pointed reassuringly towards the sky and encouraged her, "Rest assured, you cannot fail. I have had a conversation with the Almighty. It's an incredible divine dialogue." Narun, lost in thought, looked out of the window in a quiet corner of the cathedral 2 days later. He took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Truly a peaceful morning. Suddenly, a hint of melancholy appeared in his eyes, triggering memories of days gone by. Detention. Narun immersed himself in thoughts as he gazed at the teacup in his hand. "Back when I first met that little prophetess with seemingly no hobbies, I taught her about tea. I shared with her the knowledge of various famous tea leaves from different regions, methods of preserving and brewing tea, and much more." In reminiscing about the peaceful and beautiful past with Cassandra, Bishop Narun sighed and blamed himself. He thought, "And in the end, I couldn't protect that little girl. Not only could I not protect her, but I also had to stand by and watch as she was expelled from the Holy Realm. It seems that the tea in Bishop Narun's hands has become bitter. He feels helpless, can only sigh, and wonders what to do now." Suddenly, Mikhail's voice rings out. He thinks, "I must try everything to make things better, right?" Bishop Narun turns around in surprise. "You are young Lord Mikhail." Mikhail smiles confidently and says to Bishop Narun, "Yes, I have a few things I want to discuss with you." Mikhail beams at Bishop Narun and says, "Thanks to you, I can live comfortably in the First Temple." Bishop Narun, confused, asks Mikhail, "My lord, what's the matter?" Mikhail doesn't beat around the bush and adds, "In the next 2 days, I will prove whether I have the ability to become a hero here, right?" Bishop Narun promptly responds, "Exactly, the main goal is to assess your abilities and confirm the views of each bishop." Mikhail calmly remarks, "Yes, I've also noticed that many bishops are supporting Siegfried." Hearing that, Bishop Narun's face turns somber. "Yes, that's true," he says hesitantly. He looks up at Mikhail with a worried expression, as if contemplating whether to say something, but there is still too much hesitation in his heart. In Bishop Narun's heart, he he silently thinks about Mikhail Walpurgis, the stories of how he tarnished the honor of a family heir and the rumors of his attempts to hold onto a former fiancée echo in his mind. Despite the many rumors painting him as a villain, Bishop Narun doesn't see it that way. After careful consideration, he hesitantly speaks up. This may sound unusual. He sincerely bows before Mikhail, apologizing for his rudeness, but he has a favor to ask. Bishop Narun earnestly implores Mikhail, even if he is not chosen as the hero, for Cassandra's sake, he asks Mikhail to take care of the child. In Bishop Narun's heart, he silently sighs, thinking how meaningless this whole situation is. He couldn't help but feel anxious and whispered to himself that what he just said basically means he cannot become the hero. Despite his reluctance, Bishop Narun still tightly grips his hands, silently praying for Mikhail's agreement, as it is for the future of that child. Mikhail asks Bishop Narun, "Why do you need me to take care of her? Do you have a specific reason?" Bishop Narun doesn't hesitate to express his concern. If Siegfried is chosen as the hero, Cassandra will be lost. A prophet that no one believes in. If that happens, Cassandra will suffer and perish in agony. Bishop Narun sincerely tells Mikhail, "If the girl can leave the Holy Realm, I am sure that she will be happier. The girl is a child who has endured too much suffering." Bishop Narun sighs softly, saying he doesn't want her to endure any more pain. After hearing the bishop's heartfelt plea, Mikhail responds coldly, "I find it difficult to comply with this request." Bishop Narun can't hide his disappointment and replies, crestfallen, I understand." Suddenly, Mikhail raises his index finger, pointing to himself. With confidence, he declares to Bishop Narun, "Because I will be the chosen one." A spark of astonishment lights up in Bishop Narun's eyes as he witnesses Mikhail's poised and self-assured demeanor. Bishop Narun, still concerned, says to Mikhail, but the influence of Archbishop Kilian is immense. In this holy realm, there are countless priests supporting him. Mikhail calmly responds, "On our side, we have the Pope. Not only that, we also have his support." Bishop Narun, feeling perplexed, says, I have no power." Mikhail confidently strides closer to Bishop Narun, encouraging him, "No, of course you do, and above all, that matters the most. The divine spirits are also on our side," Mikhail reassures as he places his hand on Bishop Narun's shoulder for support. "Standing by the window bathed in light," he asserts, "so, believe in yourself." Bishop Narun turns to look at Mikhail, intrigued by the mention of the divine spirits. In a moment, Bishop Narun sees a pair of translucent, sparkling silver angel wings unfurling behind Mikhail. The miraculous sight leaves him wide-eyed with astonishment. Bishop Narun, still in disbelief, blinks a few times and then looks up at Mikhail once again. The angel wings behind Mikhail have disappeared, but in Bishop Narun's heart, there lingers an indescribable sense of renewal. It seemed like just now, he was surrounded by a pair of wings. Overcome with emotion, Bishop Narun trembles and clasps his hands together in gratitude. Bishop Narun bows respectfully before Mikhail and says, "Your Excellency, please guide me on what I should do." While discussing some matters with Bishop Narun, Mikhail thinks to himself, "I guess this is obvious." Talking to Bishop Narun seems quite straightforward. He also considers the possibility that the bishop may have sensed the aura of Heikao on him through the seal. Even though Bishop Narun was originally a supporter, the reason why talking to him seems straightforward is that in a previous life, Bishop Narun died, and Mikhail wants to eliminate any possibility of that happening. This is the moment when all his suspicions are confirmed. After the conversation with Bishop Narun and leaving the temple, a fragment of a demon lord unexpectedly appears in Mikhail's hand. Set looks at the demonic fragment with anger, considering it a disgrace to the holy realm that should be cleansed. Mikhail nods in agreement, acknowledging that all of this is caused by this demonic entity. Mikhail has managed to discreetly break the seal on Bishop Narun, providing evidence that the bishop was not randomly targeted for assassination. Mikhail angrily crushes the demonic fragment immediately, muttering, "Who is behind all of this?" Suddenly, Set seems eager to speak, saying, Mikhail, do you remember when I said I would go check around the Holy Realm?" Curious, Mikhail asks Set what she discovered. Set enthusiastically responds, "You told me about the reason you couldn't communicate with Heikao, right?" Mikhail nods affirmatively, saying, "I already told you, it's because of the remnants of the Demon Lord." Set shakes her head, saying, "That's also a reason. But there's another one." Mikhail curiously urges her to tell him. Set speaks with a serious expression, "The right eye of the Demon Lord. It seems like a part of that dreadful creature is somewhere beneath us." Mikhail reflects, that must be the reason why these remnants can multiply infinitely. He praises Set, acknowledging her excellent work. Set grins proudly in response. He continues, "We'll probably have to go and find it then." Set, puzzled, asks Mikhail how they can find it when they don't even know where it could be. Mikhail calmly responds, "I know." Set follows him with a bewildered expression, asking what he means. Mikhail casually repeats, "I know where it is." Set stands there in shock, exclaiming, "What?" Set freezes for a moment, then exclaims, "Wait, don't tell me." She looks at Mikhail in surprise and asks, "You already knew this too?" Mikhail turns back to Set with a smug smile, teasing her about how proud she looks when she believes she has discovered something noteworthy. Set's face immediately turns bright red with a mix of embarrassment, shyness, and irritation. She grumbles loudly, "What the heck?" So, 2 days before the hero assessment, Mikhail had ventured out alone to find the Demon Lord's eye. Set follows Mikhail and skeptically asks him, "Is the Demon Lord's eye really here?" Mikhail looks up slightly and confidently replies, "Indeed, in a place you would least expect inside the Holy Realm." Set, still perplexed, says, but this still seems too illogical." Set still can't shake her doubts about Mikhail's judgment. How could that thing be inside the temple of the first hero? Mikhail doesn't offer any further explanation and simply proceeds inside, demonstrating that actions speak louder than words. Set looks around in awe, admitting, "This is truly enormous." Mikhail, lips twitching, comments, "I had hoped they would just make a simple courtyard for the first hero, but it seems the Holy Realm got a bit too enthusiastic." Set's curiosity sparks, and she glances at Mikhail, pondering about his potential rank if he were to become a hero. Mikhail responds, "8th." Set reflects for a moment. "So, there have been 7 heroes so far. It seems like everything in this world is getting genuinely challenging." Mikhail agrees with her sentiment. Looking up at the imposing statue, he mutters sarcastically, "If the first hero had seen this view, he would have gone mad at the Holy Realm." Mikhail steps closer to the base of the statue and stands there, gazing for a while. He gently places his hand on the stone pedestal of the statue, noticing that this place is well taken care of. Muttering to himself, he says, "I can't ignore the significance of the first hero's icon, even though this place may be the origin of the infection." Mikhail slowly walks towards the area where the remains of the first hero are preserved. Feeling a bit uneasy, he silently hopes that it won't be the worst-case scenario. Shortly after, a coffin appears before Mikhail. The coffin is solemnly placed at the highest point in the temple. Mikhail places his hand on the magical barrier created to protect the coffin, apologizing for the intrusion. Right after that, he effortlessly breaks the magical barrier. Set looks at Mikhail in astonishment, realizing that it's the coffin containing the remains of the first hero. She ponders for a moment before finally figuring it out. Wait a moment. She hesitates and asks Mikhail, "Don't tell me, the demons hid the Demon Lord's eye in there." Mikhail immediately nods, confirming her suspicion. He adds, "It's possible it was placed in there from the beginning." Mikhail sarcastically comments, "If it's the hero's coffin, it's indeed a perfect place to hide something." Set still finds it hard to believe Mikhail's speculation. However, the idea seems implausible. How could the Demon Lord's eye and the hero's remains coexist? Mikhail questions Set, "What if it was fully absorbed before he died?" Set is stunned by his challenging question. Without waiting for her to respond, Mikhail promptly takes out his staff, saying, "Let's test this hypothesis. Whether it's true or not." Mikhail begins casting a spell through his staff, silently praying within himself. If his hypothesis is wrong, the hero's remains inside the coffin should remain intact. "Please let me be wrong," he wishes. The coffin lid opens, and the expressions on Mikhail and Set freeze. Mikhail appears visibly unsurprised, but Set can't hide her confusion and disappointment, sighing deeply. Looking at the empty coffin with a hole in the middle, she mutters under her breath, "Empty." Set, feeling disheartened, asks Mikhail, "What should we do now? It seems like we hit a dead end." Instead of worrying, Mikhail smiles and says, "No, it's not that bad, don't you think?" He steps up to the coffin and peers closely into the hole. Mikhail reassures the worried Set, "Instead of worrying, it's good that we've figured this out now." He confidently jumps straight into the hole in the middle of the coffin and tells Set, "So, let's deal with this now, shall we?" Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room with flickering candlelight, the haunting and melancholic voice of Heron echoes, "Delos. I presume my dear sibling has died. I believe it was that young Walpurgis who caused it." Heron silently laments in his heart, reflecting on how manipulating the old bishop was once quite simple. However, that young Walpurgis, after his appearance, managed to gradually suppress the chaos. Enraged at the thought of Mikhail's confident and self-assured demeanor, Heron loses his temper and shatters the glass in front of him. The shards of broken glass scatter everywhere. But Heron can't seem to quell his anger. He sneers, "It's really annoying." Heron falls into deep contemplation, wondering what he can do to eliminate Mikhail. At that very moment, a strange sensation cuts across Heron's mind, leaving him startled and bewildered. Heron looks around warily, realizing that this feeling is coming from a tomb. Suddenly, he bursts into triumphant laughter. And then follows a fit of insane laughter. Heron laughs uncontrollably, unable to close his mouth. His eyes, now transformed into demonic eyes, accompany a sinister and malevolent grin. "This must be something else entirely. A simpler solution than what I was thinking," Heron mutters as he swiftly extinguishes the candle and leaves the room. Returning to the mausoleum of the first hero, Mikhail and Set have descended into the secret chamber beneath the coffin. After traversing a dark passage, they reach a spacious and elegant room. The mummified figure sitting on the throne in the middle of the room spoke with a hoarse, eerie voice. "Finally, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you." The mummy glared at Mikhail with one blood-red eye. Mikhail, remaining calm, asked, "Who are you?" The mummy responded, "I am the one hailed as a hero." Suddenly, the withered fingers of the first hero twitched, pointing towards Mikhail. "Forgive me, my successor." His voice became a whisper, carrying a tone of agony. "Dark times are approaching." The mummy explained, "It's not my intention. The demon lord has invaded even my bone marrow." As an energy sphere emanated from the first hero's hand, he pleaded with Mikhail in agony, "Please, kill me." Mikhail casually waved his hand, completely shattering the energy sphere. He smirked mischievously at the first hero and replied, "Got it, senior." The first hero trembled as if trying to restrain the arm controlled by the demon. Mikhail explained to him, "It's because I am a reserve hero." The first hero bitterly chuckled while struggling to prevent the attack on Mikhail. "It's an honor to meet you, but it seems we shouldn't prolong this encounter," he admitted. Despite his efforts, his fingers continued to draw a magic circle for an attack. He sighed in helplessness, feeling embarrassed to reveal such a vulnerable state. The magic circle completed, and a fiery stream shot towards Mikhail. Mikhail swiftly leaped backward and raised a magical shield to block the fiery stream. Although the shield managed to stop the flames, it also cracked under the pressure. Mikhail quickly realized that dealing with the demon's eye this time was no easy task. He pondered, observing the deteriorated condition of the first hero's body. With such a weakened state, the magical attacks should have been significantly diminished. Most of the strength in that body has dissipated. There's barely any muscle left. The fact that it can move at all is a miracle. It seems entirely due to the demon's eye controlling the movements of the hero's body. Mikhail straightforwardly asks the first hero, thinking back, "You haven't been using your aura, are you intentionally holding back?" The first hero responds with a trembling right arm, "No, that's not it." Without hesitation, the first hero reveals to Mikhail, "I am a mage." Mikhail is completely astonished by his words. "I'm sorry, what?" At this point, the first hero has completed another magic circle, and its size is 5 times larger than the one before. Bolts of lightning continuously shoot out from the magic circle of the first hero with tremendous power. Mikhail immediately draws several small magic circles around him, fire spheres. He summons a series of large fireballs to counter the incoming lightning bolts. The collision of the two abundant energy streams creates a shockwave that reverberates through the temple. In the thick dust and smoke created by the explosion, Mikhail eagerly asked the first hero, "A sorcerer, huh? What about the holy sword?" The first hero immediately explained to Mikhail, "The Pope calls it a holy sword only because of its meticulous design, but it's merely for appearances." He mused, "If we really had to choose an item as a symbol for me. So, it has to be the cloak of the saint. It's a sacred item containing all the blessings within." Continued the first hero, his voice weakening, and his head gradually lowering, "Because I'm already dead, it doesn't matter who owns it anymore." He struggled to articulate, "Before that incident happened, because you're a hero, there are still things you need to do, right?" Mikhail keenly observed the first hero's body reaching its limit, realizing that he was about to pass away. The old hero murmured, struggling to utter his last words, "I think I've reached my limit now, unfortunately, Regrettably, the first hero no longer had the strength to articulate the deeper thoughts in his heart to Mikhail, the young successor. "I will entrust this world to you," the first hero said. Just a few seconds later, he completely bowed his head, his strength depleted. Set looked at the first hero with compassion, saying, "Hero, the time you endured hardships won't be in vain." Set bowed in sorrow. "Now, rest in peace." Mikhail, feeling sympathy, couldn't comprehend how long the first hero had endured this. He resolved within himself that, at the very least, he would create a perfect conclusion to this matter. To express gratitude to a great hero. And to let a legend rest without any regrets. When the crown on the head of the first hero fell, it was also the sign that the decisive battle was about to begin, and Mikhail quickly raised his staff, ready to face the challenge. Mikhail immediately cast a series of expanded magic circles, spreading the enchantment. After the last bit of reasoning from the first hero completely vanished, the corpse was immediately taken over by the eyes of the demon lord, and it slowly lifted its head. The corpse narrowed its lone eye, staring at Mikhail and emitting a sinister laugh. He gleefully tilted his head towards the sky, breaking into a triumphant laugh as he successfully seized control of this body after centuries of struggle. While the sinister laughter of the animated corpse echoed throughout the crypt, Mikhail sensed something rushing towards him in attack. Suddenly, a small remnant piece of the demon lord, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, soared towards Mikhail. Mikhail faced the onslaught of the remnants without flinching, confident in his abilities. He thought, after reaching the 6th circle of magic, many things had changed. The ancient standard for a 6th circle mage was a defining milestone, but for him, it was different. Although this only applied when he utilized the expanded magic circle, He could access 8th circle magic. Mikhail softly uttered, frozen golden scepter, summoning an icy spike. At the same time, he conjured a water particle, no larger than a fingertip, transforming it into a delicate snowflake. Though small, it held great power. The snowflake gracefully approached the remnants of the demon, causing a resonating explosion as hundreds of ice shards pierced through. Set's eyes gleamed with excitement, and she exclaimed, amazing. But seconds later, she widened her eyes in amazement. Hold on. Even the eye of the demon lord opened wide, and he no longer had the mood to laugh. The undead immediately drew the holy sword and pointed it at Mikhail challengingly. Although he raised his sword like a swordsman, the undead was just for show and couldn't match swords with Mikhail. Behind him were dozens of circles of various sizes. Mikhail quickly deduced that they were 6th-tier magic circles. Once the magic circles were ready, fireballs quickly shot out. In addition, there were also the appearance of swift-moving reapers. All the combined attacks were aimed at Mikhail, unsettling Set, who panically shouted, "Mikhail!" In that moment, Mikhail was still taken aback by the overwhelming onslaught from the undead. Set had to shout once again to wake him up, "Mikhail!" Mikhail, upon regaining his senses, immediately took action, suppressing mana. He extended his hand towards the undead and quickly gathered mana within the palm of his hand. After a second, the newly gathered energy beam was released. Mikhail simultaneously pushed himself backward, avoiding the relentless attacks from the undead. As the stream of energy in Mikhail's hand penetrated through the onslaught of the undead's attacks, he promptly unleashed the compressed mana within it. The small energy sphere erupted like an activated bomb. Mikhail's small energy sphere generated an enormous explosion that thwarted the entire onslaught of the undead's techniques. In the billowing smoke, the undead couldn't determine Mikhail's position, only hearing him chanting, shifting. In an instant, Mikhail appeared unexpectedly in midair, leaping towards the undead in the midst of the smoke. Mikhail reached out to grab the undead's head. The undead widened its eyes in shock for a moment, but as Mikhail approached, it revealed a sinister face with one final hidden magical circle behind its back. Set coughed in the thick smoke, squinting her eyes to focus so she could see through the undead's trickery. She anticipated that Mikhail would approach and had a hidden magic circle ready behind him. By now, Set had realized that the undead intended to deliberately prolong the time to accumulate more magical power. However, she didn't have the chance to warn Mikhail anymore. Surprisingly, Mikhail was not caught off guard by the undead's trick. He glared at him, saying, "Sorry, but you're not the only one who can think ahead." Mikhail chanted an incantation, and a series of magical chains from him quickly wrapped around the undead's back. Mikhail effortlessly shattered the magic circle that the undead had concentrated energy into, leaving him astonished and horrified. Seizing the opportunity, Mikhail seized the undead's head. He glared at the undead while tightening his grip. "Finally caught you, wretched one." Ordinary magic alone cannot completely destroy the essence of a demon lord. Knowing that, Mikhail had prepared a few special techniques. While holding the undead's head, his other hand formed a fist. Mikhail immediately used an incantation he had self-created, allowing him to transform into the strongest martial artist in the previous world. He mumbled softly, "Let me borrow your skills, old master." Right after that, Mikhail channeled all the enhanced power into the fist, thrusting it straight towards the chest of the undead. In Mikhail's fist, a bright beam of light flared up. Following that, a surge of energy erupted from the punch, piercing through the body of the undead. The entire body of the undead lit up, radiating light from his eyes, nose, and mouth, as if Mikhail's energy had caused an explosion inside his body. The light emitted became increasingly dazzling. The brilliance reached a level that made Mikhail squint his eyes. In just a few moments, the area around him was covered in a radiant, blinding white light. Mikhail stood there quietly with a calm demeanor as the room transformed. He silently thought about the white void he had seen before. Surely this place was created by a divine hand, but knowing that, Mikhail couldn't resist grumbling, questioning why the divine being didn't reveal themselves. Urged by Mikhail, a man appeared behind him with a gentle smile. "Please remain calm, he needs some time to prepare before coming out." Mikhail turned to look at the man and guessed, "Senior, is it you?" Mikhail was somewhat surprised to see the true image of the first hero, quite different from his imagination. It seemed that the sculptures and portraits depicting him appeared somewhat exaggerated. The first hero laughed, Well, artistic styles do change over different eras." He raised his hand proudly, "But don't you think I still look quite youthful? This mage's body almost made it into the ranks of the holy knights, you know." Mikhail laughed along with the playful remark from the first hero, "Yes, you're still quite cool, sir." Returning to the main topic, he earnestly asked, "So, are you more comfortable now?" The first hero let out a gentle sigh and then replied. He confided in Mikhail, that was indeed a prolonged period of endurance. "I hoped against hope that the despair would gradually fade away. While I was confident in my resilience and fortitude, deep within my heart, I also began to crumble. Nevertheless, before it completely shattered. Then you arrived, a true marvel." The first hero looked at Mikhail and smiled contentedly. Mikhail responded with a gentle smile. Now, rest in peace, you can close your eyes with confidence, for there's a reliable successor like you. The first hero nodded. Yes, now I can peacefully close my eyes, thanks to a trustworthy successor like you. Mikhail humbly replied, I haven't made a final decision on that matter yet. The first hero emphatically stated, no, if it's you, then you will undoubtedly become a hero. He looked at Mikhail with eyes full of trust. Hey, youngster, I entrust this world to you. Mikhail was somewhat surprised that the first hero placed such trust in him after just one meeting. Mikhail, after a moment of surprise, responded with a confident smile, sure, senior, leave it to me. Just then, a smaller figure appeared behind Mikhail. Heikao cheerfully approached Mikhail from behind, saying, sorry for making you wait. She jumped onto Mikhail and said, you did really well. Mikhail gave Heikao a cold glance. Even though I haven't completely unraveled all the mysteries, Heikao replied confidently, no problem, I can handle the rest. She continued excitedly, that filthy parasite is finally out of the first hero's body. It was tough, but now I just need to restore the connection with the kids. Heikao enthusiastically patted Mikhail on the shoulder. Great job, from now on, you'll have more challenges. What reward do you want? Seriously, I'm willing to reward you with anything. Once Mikhail heard that, he immediately fell into contemplation and reflection, rewarding oneself. After a while, he said to Heikao, in that case, Cassandra, bestow blessings upon the girl to witness her thunderous words. Because of her, the girl has had to endure so much misfortune. Heikao replied liberally, well then, of course, that is what we should do. However, it can't be called a reward, as it is compensation for the losses we have specifically imposed on that girl. Heikao then asked Mikhail, do you have any other wishes? He rubbed his chin, contemplating, is there anything else? Mikhail carefully pondered, with the holy marks, I have that covered. Thanks to the free circulation of energy, I no longer have any issues with mana. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Mikhail's mind. If that's the case, then there's only one important matter left. After a while, Mikhail escaped from that blank space and returned to reality. He shook himself out of confusion, immediately noticing the coffin of the first hero in front of him. I'm back in front of the coffin, he thought. Looking at the closed coffin as if nothing had happened, Mikhail thought to himself, the coffin has returned to its original state, so this is not an illusion, that means. Set suddenly interrupted Mikhail's thoughts. Hey, you look fine there, don't you? Mikhail glanced at Set, not because she was thinking, but more like, oh, he's here too, isn't he? Set, upon hearing Mikhail's teasing, became irritated and confronted him. You went up there and met that woman named Heikao, right? Mikhail calmly replied, yeah, she mentioned it, and that's when I noticed we didn't go together. Set, even more annoyed, erupted in frustration, blaming Heikao for not letting him accompany. He angrily shouted at Heikao, accusing her of deliberately doing so because she still held on to my previous words. Everyone knows she's a narrow-minded person. Despite his anger, Set was still very curious and asked Mikhail, so, what did she say to you? Meanwhile, a piece of wood from above was falling straight towards Set, and she was completely unaware. In just a split second, Set was entirely flattened under the large piece of wood, like a pillar. Mikhail, without a hint of concern for Set, calmly looked at the piece of wood and said, this is. On the body of the wood, a white cloth and a small piece of paper were attached. Mikhail immediately unfolded the paper to read it. Inside, the paper contained a few sincere lines from Heikao, urging the small one, Set, to go die and presenting this as a gift. Mikhail immediately untied the cloth, revealing that it was a holy cloak. ETT, despite her laborious effort to crawl out from under the wood, couldn't help but express her curiosity. Did you just receive a gift from Heikao? Mikhail put on the cloak of the first hero and replied, no, not really. Suddenly, a bright spot and a network of sparkling electric currents appeared on Mikhail's chest, running throughout his body. Set's eyes widened in amazement. Is that? She couldn't believe her eyes and asked Mikhail, a holy mark. Returning to a few minutes ago, when Mikhail expressed his request for a gift, Heikao was equally surprised, much like Set is now. You want that? She asked. Mikhail confidently affirmed, it is a symbol of the greatest blessings that a saint can bestow. Just think about it, that is the best thing you could give me. Heikao, still astonished, looked at Mikhail. You just said something unexpected, a holy mark. Seconds later, she burst into a delighted laugh. Hee, that's interesting, very interesting. Heikao, excited, said to Mikhail, this is quite thrilling for me too. Until now, I've never bestowed a holy mark on anyone. Heikao teased Mikhail. Well, I should say I had to decline a request from a child then. The first hero laughed along with her. Haha, I wouldn't dare be confident in saying I could control myself if I received a portion from a saint. Leaning in close to Mikhail with a mischievous expression, Heikao said, but perhaps you're different. She looked deeply into Mikhail's eyes and continued, because the divine essence within you is in a transitional phase. Mikhail immediately recalled the moment when he wielded the time reversal spell in his previous life, reaching the 10th spell circle, albeit for just an instant. Hey Cow, with a serious tone, questioned Mikhail, do you really want me to imprint the holy mark on you? Mikhail responded just as seriously, engrave it on me. Hey Cow then took hold of Mikhail's hand and said, alright, give me your hand. Hey Cow carefully instructed Mikhail, when the holy mark is engraved on you, it will enhance the divine properties within you. Initially, the effect might not be strong, but it will gradually increase over time. Hey Cow then put a drop of her own blood on Mikhail's hand. After that, she leaned close to Mikhail's ear and whispered, just let it unfold. When the drop of blood touched the palm of Mikhail's hand, a distinct crackling sound was heard. Immediately, a series of horrifying reactions spread throughout his body from his hand. The power of the holy mark spread throughout Mikhail's body like small lightning bolts running up to his brain. Hey Cow smiled with a subtle meaning as she looked at Mikhail. If he can overcome and break the destiny that has been arranged, then he will obtain what he desires. She narrowed her eyes and said to Mikhail, from this moment, I will closely watch you. Before Mikhail lost consciousness, he faintly heard Hey Cow's admonition, so, I'll entrust this matter to you. Returning to the present, Mikhail was now wearing the holy cloak passed down by the first hero. However, immediately after putting it on, he felt something strange. What's this? Mikhail examined the ancient script on the cloak more closely and couldn't help but be amazed. Enchantments have been inscribed on it, he thought to himself. The inscriptions contained special spells that could be immediately utilized. Although the cloak itself was a 7th-tier magic item, it seemed to possess the ability to record and store magic, not something typical for an ordinary magic item. As he continued to observe the inscriptions on the cloak, Mikhail grew increasingly surprised. Even 9th-tier magic is included, this is truly a rare and precious item. Seeing Mikhail lost in thought, Set approached him with a stern look, questioning, hey, did she give you a holy mark or something? Set anxiously examined Mikhail's body, expressing her concern about the potential danger of a holy mark. In serious cases, one could lose their humanity entirely. She checked if he had any injuries or felt emptiness. Mikhail calmly responded, no, nothing. Suddenly, Mikhail sensed something unusual and became alert. He glanced towards the forest outside the shrine and told Set, I'm leaving, you should come with me. Set, not understanding the situation, nodded in confusion, okay, sure. As Mikhail was leaving, he hesitated and turned back, murmuring, oh, almost forgot, can't leave behind something valuable. Meanwhile, Harren had arrived at the edge of the forest outside the shrine. Harren looked towards the temple with an indifferent gaze, devoid of remorse. No, impossible. Anger surged through him, consuming a part of it. As he was about to say something, suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted up to his mouth. Harren immediately vomited a large pool of blood. However, he felt no pain, only stared resentfully towards the temple, his eyes devoid of the demonic lord's energy. The remnants of the demonic lord scattered throughout the old capital were also disappearing. Harren's face turned frantic. Lord Merrill, please forgive me if the plan has failed. But I won't give up easily. Given the circumstances, I'll need to reclaim something even greater. Harren immediately stood up and began scheming. The assembly of bishops would take place in 2 days from now, just in time. However, one bishop alone would not be enough, not when I am present. I will kill the Pope as well. Harren's demonic nature was now fully revealed in his face. And the entire scene was taken into the view of someone standing on a branch above him. Mikhail leisurely observed Harren and grinned with delight. He whispered to Set, things are getting more interesting. Early the next morning, the sound of shattered objects and furious curses filled Archbishop Killian's room. Damn it! The old Archbishop Killian was becoming more desperate after 2 days of failing to find a solution to Mikhail. The old man grumbled in frustration, cursing his fate. Mikhail Walpurgis, that detestable name, why is this happening to me? Archbishop Killian firmly convinced himself, I'm sure I am the chosen one. That's why he sent Harren to me. Harren, the very child, revealed the words of the divine to me. If I just follow his instructions, every problem will be resolved. That's why I couldn't accept the prophecies of that girl Cassandra. It's also the reason I drove her away. Archbishop Killian, the more he thought, the more bitterly he exclaimed, I thought everything was going smoothly, but why? The old man stubbornly tried to find a way to reverse the situation. I can't just surrender everything to that Walpurgis. Even if I have to resort to dirty methods. Right at that moment, Harren knocked on Archbishop Killian's door. Archbishop, are you in there? The old Archbishop Killian tried to regain his composure and listen intently. Yes, I'm here. What is it? Immediately, as Harren stepped in with a friendly smile, Archbishop Killian erupted with joy as if he had found a savior. In his heart, the old man thought, yes, if I have received a divine revelation, something even the Pope or other archbishops cannot deny, then I can turn the tables. With that in mind, Archbishop Killian eagerly asked Harren, have you received any divine message? Have you heard anything? I mean, did the spirits convey any words? Harren smirked and replied, yes, I have it right here. Archbishop Killian urged him excitedly. Oh, what did the divine message say? Harren began fabricating. The spirits say that Pope Gregorius is committing wrongful acts in his current position. They also mentioned that sorcerers with bloodlines like the Walpurgis family are tarnishing the Holy Land. The old Archbishop Killian listened intently. Yes, that's exactly what I think. After easily deceiving Archbishop Killian with just a few words, Harren raised his hand in front of the old man. Now, what will you do? Archbishop Killian still couldn't come up with a plan and hesitated. Harren, indifferent to what the Archbishop was thinking, straightforwardly demanded, you need to do whatever you can. Suddenly, he revealed a demonic visage and whispered to Archbishop Killian, if that's what it takes. The old Archbishop knew he had to mentally prepare to soil his own hands. After locking eyes with Harren, Archbishop Killian's gaze began to be engulfed by darkness. He continued to speak in an eerie tone. Now, tell me, what will you do? Completely mesmerized by the dark magic, Archbishop Killian, under its influence, said, all right, I will do it, the future of the Holy Land is about to change. Then, finally, the day of the hero aptitude test arrived. Bishop Neroon, after checking the information received from other bishops, could now ease his worries and smiled. He focused intently on the reports and excitedly informed Mikhail, you see, those neutral archbishops are leaning towards you, even those who supported Siegfried, in a short period. It's quite remarkable. Bishop Neroon, somewhat amazed, remarked, indeed, many things have happened. Mikhail, seemingly unaware, responded, well, things happen. Bishop Neroon hesitated but shared his concerns with Mikhail, expressing surprise that Siegfried couldn't make any progress. Mikhail feigned ignorance, suggesting that perhaps Siegfried had gone through some issues. However, deep down, Mikhail understood better than anyone that he might have been too harsh on Siegfried. Mikhail thought to himself, well, he's still a capable individual as a hero. Suddenly, he stood up and reassured Bishop Neroon, if it were Siegfried that I knew, he would try his best no matter what happens. Bishop Neroon looked puzzled at Mikhail. Nevertheless, with only 3 hours left until the decisive moment for the hero position, Mikhail reassured him, it's okay, if we wait a bit longer, he'll come on his own. Bishop Neroon, still concerned, asked Mikhail, are you sure? Mikhail confidently responded with a smile, if he's a hero, he should have a keen sense, haha. Bishop Neroon was momentarily taken aback, then joined in laughter with Mikhail, ha. As Mikhail stepped out of the room, Bishop Neroon muttered to himself, if Mikhail is chosen as the hero, I can't think of a better decision. This moment, Mikhail walked out of the temple with a confident demeanor. It turned out he knew Siegfried was waiting for him outside. Siegfried spoke up as soon as he saw Mikhail, I've been waiting for you. Mikhail straightforwardly asked Siegfried, so, have you thought about what I said? Siegfried honestly replied, yes, I've been thinking all night, to the point where I couldn't sleep. Siegfried hesitated before continuing to speak to Mikhail, and I'm not the only one. On behalf of the members of the Holy Knights Order, Siegfried explained his thoughts to Mikhail. He recounted that Sir Habii had once said everything was unfair. However, after careful consideration, Sir Habii admitted his mistake. He wanted to apologize to both Mikhail and the Prophet but couldn't bring himself to leave. The other knights shared a similar sentiment, having initially opposed and expressed dissatisfaction. However, their thoughts didn't last long because it became clear who was right and who was wrong. Siegfried straightforwardly told Mikhail, presenting a demon like that to everyone, I'm sure it's not just to lead the Holy Knights Order. Mikhail calmly replied, I understand. Siegfried continued, you told me about this as well. Telling me everything, he paused for a moment and then mentioned, Archbishop Killian, the one who pulled me into this, once said, the path of a hero that we believe in is the righteous path. It's the will of the gods, so I never doubted it. And those who stand by me also affirm that. The one who said it was the wrong path was none other than Mikhail himself. Now, Siegfried was completely lost, as the only path he believed in as right had been blocked by Mikhail. Siegfried bowed his head before Mikhail, in anguish, and pleaded, please, tell me what to do. He looked at Mikhail with desperate eyes, full of confusion, and asked, what should I do? In Siegfried's heart, he silently pondered that his thoughts had always been constrained. When he was young, he found a book in the garbage, a book about heroes. And ever since, he felt bound to the idea of becoming a hero. He didn't want to disappoint the archbishop who had saved him. The old man had always endured suffering, but now, he needed to admit it. Mikhail, the person who seemed nothing like a hero from the books, made Siegfried realize that his thoughts had been shackled all along. The one who truly deserves to become a hero is Mikhail himself. After his jumbled thoughts, Siegfried became more emotionally charged and pleaded with Mikhail. Please, tell me what I need to do. Mikhail responded with a disdainful look. He raised his head to the sky and let out a sigh of exasperation. Mikhail countered Siegfried's confusion, asking, what do you want me to say? If you wanted advice, I've already given it. It's because of your distant beliefs that you've lost so much. You've even lost your last loved one. Siegfried, increasingly panicked, asked Mikhail, what can I do to regain those things? I don't know what to do. Mikhail coldly observed Siegfried, seeing him as someone still digging his own grave. Not understanding Mikhail's intention, Siegfried looked up and apologized. What is it? At that moment, Mikhail's clenched fist suddenly flew towards Siegfried. Siegfried took a direct hit to his stomach, sending him flying several feet away. Confused and in pain, Siegfried found himself sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Still not understanding what had just happened, Siegfried clutched his stomach in pain. Sweating profusely, he looked up at Mikhail, bewildered, and asked, "Why?" Mikhail, cracking his knuckles, stepped forward with determination. "You came to me because you wanted a change, and that infuriates me to the point of wanting to die. Why is it that none of you miserable beings, after being beaten, ever think about apologizing to the one who struck you?" Siegfried, his face pale, faced Mikhail's intense hostility. "You wretch, if you want to change, you should go seek out someone else." Siegfried struggled to get up, hunched over before Mikhail's malicious grin. Wait a moment. He pleaded with Mikhail in a childish, frightened tone, "Please, spare me." However, Mikhail completely ignored Siegfried's pleas, and soon, only the echoing cries of Siegfried filled the air. Before long, the sun had risen to its zenith, casting bright light over the spires of the various temples. Inside the tower, a crowd of bishops from every temple had gathered. 2 bishops were happily chatting with each other. Unexpectedly in this lifetime, we get to attend the hero selection ceremony. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. The bishops chattered and gossiped, expressing their surprise that a mage named Mikhail was a candidate for the hero position. They found it absurd for a mage to aspire to be a hero. These whispers reached the ears of Archbishop Ali, who promptly interrupted their conversation. A mage cannot become a hero, can they? The 2 bishops showed astonishment when they realized it was Archbishop Ali. They hadn't expected to meet him there. Archbishop Ali smiled amiably and replied, "This is the hero selection ceremony, of course, I have to be here." The 2 bishops quickly shifted from a condescending attitude towards Mikhail to curiosity. One of them asked, "I heard that candidate Mikhail defeated a major demon in the capital, is that true?" Archbishop Ali nodded and said, "Yes, indeed, the capital suffered minimal damage after killing that major demon." Archbishop Ali enthusiastically replied, "Yes, that's the reason I'm here to support candidate Mikhail." As he skillfully gathered more supporters for Mikhail, the voice of Archbishop Kilian suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Heavens and earth, it's Archbishop Ali, isn't it?" Archbishop Ali reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement of Archbishop Kilian. Archbishop Kilian. He forced a smile and shook hands with the elder, a minimum courtesy. "Yes, pleased to meet you." Behind the gentle smile of Archbishop Ali, a deep-seated resentment and suspicion towards Archbishop Kilian were concealed. The old man was undermining the Holy See, and now he wondered what intentions he had. Old Archbishop Kilian responded with a feigned smile, saying, "But, Archbishop Ali, do you truly believe that the divine will be pleased with what is happening?" Archbishop Ali thought to himself, "What a vague question," he chuckled, giving an evasive answer. "That's not something we should pass judgment on, isn't it?" Archbishop Kilian still held onto Archbishop Ali's hand, refusing to let go. He grinned slyly and spoke with a tone full of insinuation. "So, if the desires of the divine were too explicit, they could change at any time, couldn't they?" Just as he finished speaking, old Archbishop Kilian vanished, leaving Archbishop Ali bewildered as he looked around. He anxiously searched for Archbishop Kilian in the Grand Hall, wondering, where did he go, what is happening? A sense of unease began to creep into Archbishop Ali's heart. He silently prayed, "Please, don't let it be." Amidst the turmoil, Archbishop Ali could only murmur, "Mikhail is still here." Meanwhile, Mikhail was dragging the battered Siegfried into the tower. Siegfried, with a swollen face, gasped and sighed, "Does he really need to beat me to this extent?" Mikhail calmly responded, "Well, yes, of course." He continued with a lingering resentment, "If Cassandra hadn't shown up, I would have dealt with you much more harshly." Siegfried, looking battered, asked hesitantly, "Sir Mikhail, do I still have a lot to learn to become a hero?" Mikhail paused and replied, "Yes, you're lacking a lot." In the face of Mikhail's cold demeanor, Siegfried chuckled bitterly, It seems forgiveness from you is not easily earned." Siegfried is completely helpless, resigned to let Mikhail drag him along. Mikhail glances disdainfully at Siegfried, internally mocking him for his shame. At that moment, Archbishop Ali rushes over to Mikhail. He is out of breath, calling out, Sir Mikhail." Concerned, Mikhail asks him, "Archbishop Ali, what's the matter, why do you look so pale?" Archbishop Ali, still catching his breath, informs Mikhail, "Yes, something has happened." At this moment, just outside the door of the Pope's chamber, located deep within the tower, Archbishop Kilian stands in contemplation. Muttering to himself, Kilian says, "I have begun to hear the enlightenment, the illumination I have always sought throughout my life." Inwardly satisfied, he continues, "You were wrong, Gregorius, I am the chosen one." On Kilian's hand, dark streaks appear, coursing through his veins like a poisoned stream. Unaware of this, he revels in the anticipation of receiving the punishment he believes is meant for someone else. Cassandra stands before Archbishop Kilian, firmly warning, "Stop, Archbishop Kilian. The Archbishop responds with a mocking laughter, "Ha, well, if it isn't the prophet herself." Cassandra looks at Archbishop Killian sternly, cautioning, "Please, do not exceed the limits." Archbishop Killian glares at Cassandra irritably. He then steps closer to Cassandra, questioning her intent. Seeing Archbishop Killian advancing, Ida immediately drew her sword and pointed it at him, demanding him to stop. Archbishop Killian, maintaining an air of innocence, asked Ida why she was obstructing him. Ida, with a cold demeanor, replied that he truly didn't know the reason. Observing the feigned smile on Archbishop Killian's face, Ida couldn't contain her frustration and straightforwardly accused him of either pretending not to know or deliberately causing trouble. Ida recalled her conversation with Mikhail the day before and silently acknowledged that he was right. Mikhail had predicted that Archbishop Killian would undoubtedly cause some trouble. Ida, resolute, confronted Archbishop Killian, giving him an ultimatum. She asked him to decide whether he would release the restrained person voluntarily or resist, leading to inevitable coercion and capture. Archbishop Killian revealed a sinister smile, laughing disdainfully. With arrogance, he mocked Ida and Cassandra, expressing his disbelief that there were those daring enough to speak so boldly. Extending his hand forward, Archbishop Killian spoke with a tone of arrogance, stating, "You insolent brats." Dark veins appeared in his eyes as a surge of dark energy emanated from him, accompanied by a sinister spiritual presence. Following this, a dark energy wave was directed towards Ida, causing her to startle in response. Ida hastily raised her sword to defend herself and leaped backward to evade Archbishop Killian's sudden attack. In the blink of an eye, Cassandra screamed in horror, "Ida!" Fortunately, Ida managed to escape the range of the unexpected strike, but she still tumbled to the ground. Ida widened her eyes in terror, realizing that this wasn't holy power. She looked in shock at the thick black smoke swirling around Archbishop Killian's feet, questioning, "What have you done, Archbishop Killian?" The old man arrogantly extended his hand and declared, "Did I not say it? That the divine spirits walk with me." Amidst the black smoke, he transformed into a formidable shadowy figure with piercing red eyes. Ida staggered to her feet in bewilderment, her eyes wide with shock. A shadowy figure, with horns. The shadowy creature, adorned with menacing horns, advanced menacingly toward Ida. In the blink of an eye, its horns were aimed straight at her. Ida, in a state of panic, stood frozen in place. Fear was evident in her eyes. "No, I'm about to die," she thought. Just when Ida believed her end was near, a gentle tapping sound from Mikhail's staff echoed. Immediately, a magical shield appeared before Ida, providing protection against the attack of the horned creature. Just narrowly escaping death, Ida quickly turned her head to look behind. She chuckled lightly, "Ha, you came late, wizard." Mikhail responded calmly, "Not at all." Then, he glanced toward Archbishop Killian. "Now, it's time." Mikhail once again struck his staff against the floor. The power and pressure from Mikhail's divine and magical forces immediately transformed Archbishop Killian back into human form, dispelling the dark aura. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. Archbishop Killian glared at Mikhail, "Why are you here?" Mikhail responded with a mocking tone, "To experience how it feels to be dominated by a demon." Archbishop Killian feigned innocence, "What?" Then, he quickly shifted attention to Siegfried, who was being held by Mikhail. "Come here, Siegfried." Archbishop Killian wore a fake smile and extended his hand towards Siegfried, saying, "Who nurtured and guided this child?" He used sweet words to entice Siegfried. "Where you stand now is not where you belong." Siegfried hesitated and finally turned to ask Mikhail, "What should I do?" In a cold response, Mikhail said, "That's a decision you have to make." Despite his indifferent demeanor, he reminded Siegfried to take responsibility for his choices. Archbishop Killian continued to put on a fake facade and tried to pull Siegfried towards him, saying, "Come here." However, Siegfried's subsequent reaction left the old archbishop completely stunned. Seeing Siegfried stand up on his own and raise his sword towards him, Archbishop Killian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Siegfried firmly declared, "I am a holy knight, I cannot stand on the same battlefield with someone possessed by a demon." Hearing this, Archbishop Killian became furious, veins bulging on his face. He shouted, "Even you say such things, you should have been the one who trusted me the most, how dare you?" The old archbishop laughed manically, his face contorted in a deranged manner. The divine spirit is accompanying me." Siegfried, filled with concern, tried to call out to awaken the archbishop, but Mikhail immediately intervened, warning him, "If you don't want to be drawn into this, don't act on your own." Archbishop Killian proudly raised his hand, proclaiming, "I have always sought this enlightenment throughout my life, and finally, I have achieved it." Mikhail sarcastically retorted, "That's not enlightenment, it sounds more like the call of a death sentence." The stubborn old archbishop continued to blame others, insisting, "You are the ones who are wrong, I am. Suddenly, his neck twisted to the side like a malfunctioning puppet. Afterwards, the old archbishop's head bowed down, and a silence fell over the space. Mikhail, with a touch of annoyance, muttered, "Playing games like this is enough." He sternly addressed the demon manipulating Archbishop Killian. Isn't it time to reveal yourself? With a menacing growl, he warned, I am talking to you. Finally, the demon, Meryl, disclosed its true form within Archbishop Killian's body, featuring two large, thick goat horns and glowing red eyes. Meryl, no longer pretending to be Archbishop Killian, grinned strangely at Mikhail. Mikhail calmly replied, I recognized you from the beginning. Meryl arrogantly remarked, so, you're the sorcerer who caught that little mouse, huh? Mikhail, nonchalantly, said, yes, that's right, and you're the next one. Meryl remained self-assured and taunting, interesting. I know you have immense power, but I have existed for a very long time. With a hint of challenge, he continued, you may be strong, but I've been around for quite a while. Mikhail understood the implication immediately. You mean, you think I can't defeat you, right? Mikhail responded with a disdainful tone, you arrogant fool. Meryl thought to himself, cursing the detestable archfiend, Beelzebub, who had been rendered powerless. Despite being a disposable entity that could be eliminated at any time, the news of his defeat would still cause panic among the followers. Meryl smirked, contemplating his own plans. I have my own plans as well. Displaying a sinister grin, Meryl added, this old man is not the only one under my control. He chuckled deviously, reveling in the manipulation of others. Mikhail remained calm and indifferent in his responses, acknowledging, yes, I know. He quickly hit Meryl's darkened heart, stating, because Ludos is not here, it's clear that he is there with him. Meryl stood there in shock, unable to comprehend, how did you? Mikhail raised an eyebrow, looking at him with disdain, it's obvious, it's just a despicable and contemptible act, fitting for your limited abilities. Meryl was left stunned by Mikhail's revelation, realizing that his plans were not as concealed as he had thought. The atmosphere became tense, as the confrontation between the two unfolded in the heart of the tower. In that very moment, inside the grand hall of the tower where the bishops had gathered for the meeting, Leon hastily rushed to the scene. He scanned the surroundings with eager eyes, searching for any sign of Mikhail. Previously, Mikhail had assigned a specific task to Leon, to find the individual possessed by that demon. Despite some lingering doubts, Leon was determined to fulfill his duty and searched diligently within the crowd. A demon in disguise, Leon had never been wrong in identifying such beings. As he pondered the consequences of making a mistake, the grand hall remained in turmoil, unaware of the impending danger lurking within. Indeed, everyone here would perish if he failed in his mission. Leon couldn't help but feel overwhelmed amidst the sea of people all dressed alike. Anxious, Leon clenched his fists so tightly that his hands trembled. The responsibility weighed heavily on him. After scanning the crowd for a while without finding any useful clues, Leon sighed in frustration, running his hands through his hair. Why did Mikhail assign me this task? He lamented, puzzled and overwhelmed. Leon's mind spun, magic and divine energy, detecting both on a person was beyond his abilities. Recalling the sole guidance Mikhail had provided, Leon focused on the importance of direction. Orientation is crucial, he muttered to himself, attempting to gather his thoughts and determine the next steps in fulfilling his daunting responsibility. Leon pondered the seemingly useless clues, feeling more and more confused. He sighed, lamenting, at the very least, Mikhail could have given me some guidance on how to approach this. While Leon was deep in thought, a passing bishop inadvertently brushed against his robe, and a flash of light immediately caught his attention. Leon raised his sword, looking at it in astonishment. Oh, my sword emits this light. Carefully contemplating this situation, he realized that every time someone brushed past him, his sword emitted a faint glow. After a moment, it seemed like Leon had figured something out. He quickly turned and called to the passing bishop, please, wait a moment. As the bishop turned back to face Leon, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Leon was equally astonished when he saw a black demonic creature perched on the bishop's shoulder, its dark tendrils intertwining with the man. Leon squinted for a closer look at the bizarre creature with its red, menacing eyes. A black demonic creature, is it? Leon immediately raised his sword towards the bishop to verify his suspicions, with a wary gaze. The bishop, seeing the glowing sword in Leon's hand, hesitated and took a step back. What are you doing? Leon swiftly swung his sword down, dispersing a burst of spiritual energy into thin threads. The force from Leon's strike affected the bishop's shoulder, causing him to fall, yet without causing any harm. It was only now that the bishop noticed the strange object on his shoulder. He widened his eyes in shock. What is this? The bewildered bishop asked Leon, what devilish thing has attached itself to my body like this? The threads of energy from Leon now bound the dark demonic creature, preventing it from struggling further. However, Leon remained uneasy, his eyes darting around. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. He tried to locate the primary target, the one who brought this dark creature here. His instincts guided him to a suspicious figure lurking in the shadows of the grand hall. The culprit was none other than Heron, who grinned devilishly, reveling in his sinister plot. Heron sneered, taunting Leon with a malicious grin, you're too late, human. He revealed the demonic face with two pitch-black eyes and a wide mouth stretching towards his ears. Everyone here is our prey, and no one can escape us. Under Heron's summoning, the dark demonic creatures clinging to the bishop's shoulders began to rise simultaneously. The demonic entities extended their black tendrils, tightly gripping the bodies of the bishops and infiltrating inside. The hall echoed with desperate cries, "Ack, help, I can't breathe." Leon swung his sword, but he was uncertain where to strike or how to begin. In panic, he exclaimed, "Damn it, what should I do now?" Witnessing Heron reveling in the chaos, Leon grew even more disoriented. The dark power was beginning to engulf everyone. He suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, standing there watching the bishops succumb to the encroaching darkness, gradually turning into shadows. In the moment on the brink of despair, Leon rallied himself. "Snap out of it, Leon," he muttered, determined to resist the encroaching darkness. A bright spark ignited in his mind. "I can't be swayed by these demons." Before Leon's eyes, thousands of luminous spots descended from the tower's vault like falling stars. Leon widened his eyes in astonishment. Starlight. At this moment, the bishops also looked up, witnessing the miraculous lights dispelling the dark energies. Everyone involuntarily kneeled down, showing reverence. The bishops collectively exclaimed with sincere devotion, "Oh, divine spirits!" Even the dark creatures, the shadowy sons of dusk, had to bow their heads under the radiant light. The oppressive power of their dark aura was disrupted by the celestial illumination. The voice of Heikao echoed from the center of the radiant light, resonating throughout the tower. "Listen, my children. Your eyes and ears have been in darkness for too long, but what I have bestowed upon you is a gift capable of dispelling the shadows and guiding your way. Rise, my children." At this moment, Leon's body felt weightless, and he seemed to be lifted by the glowing orbs of light. Leon was bewildered, contemplating, "I don't know what's happening." Leon recalled Mikhail's advice once again, "The direction is crucial." Under the guidance of Heikao, Leon gained a sudden understanding. "That's right, I know why this is happening. I encountered the divine on my own. If I could, then others might as well. Everything will be resolved. I should stay calm." With a newfound clarity, Leon looked up towards Heikao and asked, "What should I do now?" Heikao joyfully instructed him, "Guide their destinies." Leon bowed respectfully, "Yes, I understand." Filled with confidence, Leon raised his brilliantly glowing sword. "I can handle that." From the beginning, darkness and light emerged together, but darkness only persisted. In contrast, light expanded and developed into a small world. This expansion created principles, and principles gave rise to the heavens and the earth. From the earth, the first seed sprouted. The principle indicated that light always accompanied it. In the future, humans would call light the blessing of God, and they named it magic. At this moment, as Leon tightly gripped the sword, he realized that the sword in his hand took the form of a holy cross. Leon firmly gripped the sword with both hands and raised it high. His eyes were filled with determination. The dark spirits quickly realized that Leon intended to do something to eliminate them. In response, they aggressively rushed forward to attack Leon. The small dark spirits connected with each other, forming a large, monstrous shape several times the size of a regular person. A horde of dark spirits unleashed a menacing aura as they lunged at Leon from behind while he focused all his energy into the sword. In the blink of an eye, Leon's sword pierced straight into the floor tiles of the tower, creating a deep hole. From where Leon's sword penetrated, a bright green light suddenly burst forth, spreading rapidly at an astonishing speed. The radiant light was so dazzling that even Leon was astonished, widening his eyes in disbelief. The light extended to wherever the horde of dark spirits was, instantly dissipating them into clouds of smoke. In just a few moments, the brilliant radiance completely engulfed the grand hall of the tower, dispelling all traces of dark energy within it. Meryl, who is currently facing Mikhail, has also sensed unusual signs from the main hall of the tower, leaving him shocked and horrified. Meryl, in confusion, wonders how the power of the divine could influence so quickly. Mikhail, reveling in his triumph, mocks Meryl, attributing the rapid changes to his diligent efforts. Meryl, with a hint of bitterness, raises an eyebrow, while Mikhail continues to taunt him, asking if he thought he had a chance. Mikhail gleefully extends his hand in a provocative manner, saying, "Oh, thank you. Thanks to you, the Holy Kingdom has become more dedicated to resisting the demon race after a long period of negligence." Mikhail's smug expression infuriates Meryl, driving him into a fit of rage. He vehemently swings his arm in an attacking motion towards Mikhail while cursing him with resentment. Just as Mikhail faces danger, Set's protective storm comes into action, rendering Meryl's attack completely ineffective, not even touching a hair on Mikhail's body. Set, with pride, boasts, "Just a lowly demon like you is nothing." Mikhail raises his staff and mutters to himself, "Your existence is no longer necessary." Set looks at him in confusion, but Mikhail seems to be speaking to himself. He mutters, "It sounds like the kind of thing a villain would say." Mikhail thinks to himself, "A villain? If I'm the villain in the eyes of those demons, then I must play the role of the villain to the fullest." Set, unable to contain her curiosity, looks up at him and asks, "Mikhail, what are you thinking?" Mikhail calmly responds, "Thinking about sending those demons back to where they came from." Set, hearing this, immediately smiles in agreement with him. She enthusiastically approves, well done. After the failed initial attack, Meryl becomes even more bloodthirsty, he clenches his teeth and curses. Damn, you wretched lot, while swearing, he vigorously raises his hands, releasing an even more formidable surge of dark energy than before. Mikhail remains composed, casually standing in place with his magical shield open. He effortlessly disperses Meryl's attack, turning it into nothing but smoke. Mikhail taunts Meryl with a mocking smile, isn't running away a better option now? Meryl, infuriated, grinds his teeth and curses, run, ha. He is easily provoked into a fit of rage by Mikhail's taunts. Meryl shouts in anger, unleashing all of his dark energy. Killian, the old archbishop, now completely transformed in line with the twisted mentality of a demon. Mikhail cast a disdainful glance at Meryl, intensifying his power without bothering to consider the state of his host's body. He reminded himself that, in times like these, only the power of divine light could alter the situation. Mikhail stood contemplatively, observing Meryl. Quite coincidentally, he remarked, "Where are we, exactly, the Holy Realm?" At that moment, Heikau silently emerged behind Mikhail and approached him gently. Mikhail felt entirely at ease facing Meryl, knowing that he stood within a sacred place, where the authority of the divine spirit was at its strongest. This hall was filled with the unwavering faith of the devout. Heikau chuckled, glancing mischievously at Meryl before leaning in to whisper into Mikhail's ear, "Ho-oh, indeed, quite an unpleasant piece of refuse, isn't she?" Mikhail raised an eyebrow and smirked along. He tapped his staff on the floor and remarked, "Absolutely true." He suggested that Meryl should have fled while there was still a chance. Mikhail gleefully stared at Meryl as divine energy emanated from his body. A radiant beam of light, summoned by Mikhail, pierced through the sky and descended directly onto the tower. The purifying power of that luminous stream struck Meryl, catching him off guard, leaving him with no time to react. In the radiant glow of divine power, all the dark energy was dispersed, and only the weak moans of Meryl could be heard. Before being expelled from the body of Archbishop Killian, Meryl struggled to turn towards Mikhail and cried out with a resentful tone, "I will remember your face, wretch." He doesn't forget to threaten Mikhail. "I will kill you," he says. Mikhail just scoffs in a disdainful manner in response to the menacing words, "Ha." He confidently challenges Meryl, urging her to keep going. At the same time, outside the tower, all the bishops, priests, and citizens witnessed the manifestation of divine power on the day of the hero's capability assessment. A bright column of light appears in the Holy Kingdom, capturing the attention of everyone. A sacred scene, brimming with reverence, unfolds as priests and clergy in the Holy Kingdom kneel down, clasping their hands in prayer. Everyone is deeply moved as they can feel it. The Holy Spirit, who has been absent from the Holy Kingdom for so long, has now returned. While Mikhail was savoring the joy of victory, in a dark and ominous palace, the silhouette of the hidden figure in the shadows wreaked havoc in the cathedral, trembling with fear. The villainous adversary sat on his golden throne, spitting out a sip of fresh red blood. Although the attack did not come directly from a deity, the divine purifying light generated by Heikau contributed to inflicting severe wounds on the demon. Meryl, the sixth commander of the demonic army, had 2 pairs of large goat horns, draped in black goat skin. Her hands and feet resembled those of a beast, and she struggled to contain the screams, as our souls had just been obtained. After spitting blood for a while, she wiped the blood from her mouth and finally managed to lift her head, cursing the wretched Mikhail Walpurgis. Seriously, what was he, she wondered, her fury evident in the grinding of her teeth, creating a grating sound that pierced the ears. The more Meryl pondered, the more enraged she became. Suddenly, he appeared and completely disrupted her plans, even severing a part of the other guy's body. In Meryl's conviction, even if he were a highly skilled sorcerer, mutilating a demon's body was nearly impossible. Heikau undoubtedly had a connection to this. A single horrific red line appeared in Meryl's solid black eyes as she trembled with anger. She was determined to delve into the details of this incident. Meryl extended her hand, and suddenly, a gigantic goat materialized from behind her. Right after, the goat opened its mouth, regurgitating a small demon. The creature tumbled out of the goat's mouth, its body slippery and covered in viscous fluid. The small demon dropped to the floor, panting heavily for a moment before urgently raising its head upon hearing Meryl's ominous voice, "Lutos." Lutos hastily scrambled to his feet and knelt down in a submissive manner. My Lady May," Meryl coldly uttered a sound, silencing him. Meryl cast a scornful glance at Lutos. "If everything went as planned, you should have perished in the holy battle," Lutos stammered. "Thanks to you, I was spared." Meryl's dark expression and mocking tone persisted. "Saved you, did I?" Meryl laughed heartily, looking down at the trembling Lutos with a sinister satisfaction. "Your memories are quite useful, so killing you would be a waste, but..." In that moment, a horn pierced through Lutos' chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lutos looked at Meryl with trembling and horrified eyes, but she remained composed and continued speaking. "Your pathetic life doesn't matter." Lutos desperately reached up with his hands, touching the horn protruding from his chest, pleading, "Please, spare me, have mercy." Meryl calmly observed as Luto's body disintegrated into dust, leaving only a memory crystal suspended in the air like a bloody-colored glass bead. "Your pleas mean nothing," Meryl said indifferently, waving her finger lightly. The memory crystal containing Luto's memories fell into her hand. Immediately, she chewed on the brightly red glass bead, and Luto's blood spilled into her mouth, accompanied by a crisp crunching sound. In Meryl's eyes, there was nothing but hostility and a murderous intent. "Mikhail Walpurgis, next time, I will surely kill you." A week after the incident, the hero selection ceremony was organized once again with the enthusiastic participation of the Pope and the High Bishops. The Pope stood on the steps of the Tower of Saints, delivering a joyful speech, thanking everyone for attending the hero selection ceremony. Mikhail's father also attended this grand ceremony. Although his expression was somewhat grim, the Pope continued his speech, acknowledging the recent events, how the cursed ones had once again become feeble and submissive. As the high bishops murmured in response to this declaration, the Pope continued, "From now on, the world will not be the same as before, many challenges will arise, and chaos may ensue. However, the divine will not turn its back on our tragedies, it has sent a representative with its power to stand by us." At the end of the Pope's speech, Mikhail Walpurgis stepped forward in front of the cathedral. He wore the holy robe, the symbol of the first warrior, and the saintly necklace around his neck. Set smirked and looked at the crowd. They were quick to prepare for this, and Mikhail, walking confidently, whispered to her as he passed, "It's because." A few days earlier, Siegfried had a private conversation with Mikhail after contemplating everything that had happened. "I've decided to withdraw from the candidacy for the hero warrior," he told her. Siegfried looked pitiful, and Mikhail furrowed his brow, asking, "What's going on? Why do you look like that?" Siegfried chuckled bitterly. "Ha, I have no other choice." Siegfried recounted his woes to Mikhail. "Actually, when I thought I knew what I had to do, everything I did in the past to become a hero turned out to be unjust. Everything I did in the past to become a hero turned out to be unjust." Mikhail sighed, looking at Siegfried. "What about your vow to your lady?" Siegfried spoke, staring into the void. "I didn't meet her. No, I couldn't meet her. I was too wrong." Mikhail remained indifferent to Siegfried's belated remorse. "If you don't want to meet her, then don't. Why did you come here? To complain about useless things?" Siegfried's voice became heavier, filled with self-mockery. "I know you don't like me. How could anyone appreciate a fool like me, always boasting about my faith and resisting you? Of course, you dislike me." Mikhail started to feel a bit of pity for Siegfried. Well, with his proud personality, it must be a significant shock and challenge to accept so many incidents happening in such a short time. In Mikhail's heart, there was a moment of wavering. Before returning to his composed state, he thought of the countless tragedies that had occurred because of Siegfried, whether unintentional or intentional. Mikhail knew those memories couldn't disappear from his mind, and he wondered if he was overly influenced by the pre-revival memories, to the point of forgetting important things in the present. Deep in contemplation, Mikhail pondered. Everyone in this world, except for himself, seemed very different from the past. Everything was gradually changing. As Mikhail thought this way, bitterness surged within him, not even a bit amusing. Seeing Mikhail silent, Siegfried continued with a tone of bitterness. "High Bishop Kilian will spend a lifetime in prison for conspiring with demons. I should have received a similar punishment, but you intervened." Siegfried put on a pitiful and confused expression. However, Mikhail, cold and composed, asked a detached question, and then, Siegfried suddenly appeared agitated. "You hate me, so why would you?" After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail smiled with profound meaning, "Because the essence of a hero is redemption." Returning to the unprecedented scene unfolding in the cathedral, as the sorcerer transformed into a hero warrior, the Pope recited the oath before Mikhail. "As a hero, do you swear to fulfill your duties?" Mikhail responded with pride, "I swear." After the formal oath was declared to affirm Mikhail's eligibility as a warrior, the Pope slowly placed the crown upon his head. In that moment, a stream of memories flashed through Mikhail's mind. Mikhail remembered that, before his revival, Siegfried had stood in this position. And Mikhail had stood below, amidst the crowd of high bishops, smiling and applauding to congratulate the man he believed was more deserving of becoming a hero than himself. Mikhail closed his eyes and pushed aside the fragment of memories. Everything had changed now. As the Pope placed the crown on Mikhail's head, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, causing the crowd to tremble with emotion. It was the blessing of the divine. "Oh, dear spirits." While everyone was moved by the grace of the divine, Set couldn't resist a sarcastic comment. "Hey, Cow really went all out, huh?" Mikhail smirked with satisfaction. "Indeed, a moment well worth it. This isn't the time for everyone's faith to be elevated to the maximum, is it?" Full of confidence and determination, Mikhail absorbed the divine light. This was just the beginning. He smiled contentedly amidst the cheers of the crowd. Finally, he took a step closer to his goal. After the ceremony, Leon enthusiastically spoke to everyone in the group. "We did well, everyone. Mikhail, you've become a hero, and we've defeated the demon lurking within the Holy Kingdom." With a voice full of pride, Leon continued, "We did it." However, Mikhail's attitude was extremely indifferent. Yes, he responded. This left Leon feeling perplexed and somewhat disappointed. He scratched his head and squinted at Mikhail. Hey, you're a hero now, a hero, shouldn't you be happy? Mikhail leaned against his hand, pausing for a moment before saying, well, I am happy. In his mind, Mikhail was grappling with thoughts. He was genuinely happy that they had successfully completed the first phase. However, becoming a hero was just the beginning. The major demonic threats still lurked somewhere out there, and the world remained in peril. As the demons had said, this was only the start, and Mikhail felt that this joy was only temporary. After some contemplation, he spoke with a serious tone. The truth is, receiving the title of hero also means that a catastrophe is soon to unfold, so now, I need to prepare for many things. Mikhail continued in a solemn tone, the real happiness will only come when I can resolve everything. Leon nodded, asking, so, what's your plan? Do you have any ideas? Mikhail nodded, yes, I do, because there's no reason to delay any longer. I plan to set out tomorrow. Leon followed up, got it. Do you need any preparation? Mikhail calmly shook his head, no, I can handle it myself. After satisfying his curiosity, Leon quickly left the room, saying, all right then, I'll leave you to rest. Ida spoke up, questioning Mikhail's swift decision. Why did you decide so quickly? Mikhail shrugged, it's just how I am. He then turned to look at Ida with a curious gaze, and what about you? Mikhail's unexpected question momentarily caught Ida off guard. However, she quickly made a decision. If you're asking whether I want to accompany you or stay in the Holy Kingdom, then I'll choose the latter. Ida chuckled mischievously, adding, I also have to keep an eye on my annoying brother. Mikhail nodded in agreement, stay vigilant, contact me if he does anything suspicious, I'll take care of him, Ida reassured, oh, I will, I'll let you know right away. At that moment, a small, hesitant voice chimed in, what should I do? Mikhail turned his gaze towards Cassandra, who appeared lost in worries about the future. He gently reassured the young girl, suggesting that she should stay here as well. He assured her that she already knew that. Seeing Cassandra's apparent sadness, she questioned whether it was because he was a prophet. Cassandra's eyes were tinged with sorrow. Unfortunately, my prophecies have limits, so they won't be of much help now. Mikhail immediately denied Cassandra's negative thoughts, explaining that it wasn't the reason. He comforted her, saying, I don't want you or any other prophet to be looked down upon, it's not the reason. His words sparked a glimmer of emotion in Cassandra's eyes. Mikhail pondered silently, realizing he didn't want prophets to be looked down upon any longer. They had endured too much scorn compared to the idealized image of someone who could communicate with the divine. Looking sincerely into Cassandra's eyes, he expressed his genuine desire to change that. Despite the validity of Mikhail's words, changing such perceptions wouldn't be easy. Cassandra clutched her dress tightly, appearing uncertain. The final prophecies reflected predetermined destinies. Cassandra was somewhat stirred, admitting that this was the reason others instinctively kept their distance from prophecies, whether good or bad. People could feel as if they were confined by something. Cassandra struggled with her conflicting thoughts, acknowledging the weight of a prophecy, a glimpse into the future, whether welcome or not. Understanding Cassandra's thoughts, Mikhail lowered his head pensively. He reassured her that not everything had to be that way. Cassandra, emotionally moved, looked at Mikhail, and he continued explaining to her. He pointed out why prophecies were often ambiguous. If prophecies only provided clues about things that hadn't been decided from the beginning, what harm would that cause? Cassandra tilted her head, asking for clarification. Mikhail smiled gently, suggesting that Cassandra didn't need to assert things too definitively. Merely providing clues was sufficient. Interpreting and preparing for the prophecy was the responsibility of the listener. Ida nodded in agreement with Mikhail's guidance. Mikhail gently placed his hand on Cassandra's head, offering a comforting gesture. Mikhail patted Cassandra with all his affection, emphasizing that her responsibility was just that. Cassandra remained silent for a while, contemplating Mikhail's words. However, her eyes sparkled with newfound determination. She wiped away her tears and smiled more confidently, stating that she would give it a try. As Mikhail stepped outside to enjoy the breeze on the balcony, Set appeared unexpectedly. He commented on Mikhail's kindness, stating that Mikhail had the opportunity to make her dependent on him since their first meeting, but he chose not to. Mikhail calmly responded that such an act was unnecessary. A satisfied smile appeared on Set's face as he thanked Mikhail for simply trusting her. But he didn't do much more than that. He gave her the opportunity to decide for herself. Now, that child can choose her own path. Set grinned with amusement, thinking about something. Then, with a cheerful tone, he said, I'm really glad you came to me. After expressing this, Set's face suddenly blushed with embarrassment. Even when Mikhail didn't think deeply about anything, Set automatically felt awkward and rubbed his face. Well, I just said that, I didn't mean anything by it. Right after that, without waiting for any reaction from Mikhail, Set immediately returned to inspect the mark on his neck. Mikhail snorted, she just knows how to talk and then turn away. Alone again, Mikhail looked up at the moon shining brightly above. In his heart, memories of the past life surged. The moon was still the same, and Mikhail had a very close relationship with the moon. Mikhail, lost in the memories of his past life, was reminded not of anything special about the moon but because it symbolized the lessons between him and his teacher. Before his revival, every twilight under such a bright moon, Mikhail would begin studying magic from his teacher. He fell into contemplation with memories from his past life. Right at this moment, the voice of the butler Mordin echoed from behind Mikhail. "What are you doing, sir?" Mikhail glanced back. "Oh, it's you, just relaxing. What about you?" Butler Mordin smiled and nodded. "Yes, quite interesting." Butler Mordin lightly tapped the area around his wrist with his index finger, a habit he had whenever he had many thoughts on his mind. He said to Mikhail, "I've seen a lot and accomplished many things. This time is enough for me to make a decision." Mikhail laughed joyfully, turning back to look at Butler Mordin. "So, you've made a decision?" Butler Mordin burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, yes, indeed." He gazed up at the moon nostalgically. "Young master, in the past, there was a magical sect that revered the moon as its symbol. Members of the sect believed that humans were vessels and the source of mana. Every few hundred years, individuals with extraordinary bodies would be born. They were extraordinary people, leaving their names in history." The tale of Butler Mordin flowed with enthusiasm, as if recounting a story from his own experiences. These prodigies possessed the ability to manipulate mana effortlessly, as if they were born to wield magic. As Mikhail attentively listened, Butler Mordin's tone became more serious. However, the sect aimed to create geniuses through artificial means. They willingly damaged their own bodies, contorting and breaking them, only to restore and repeat the process endlessly. Hearing the gruesome account, Mikhail's gaze remained utterly composed. A madness indeed. Butler Mordin lowered his head in contemplation. "Yes, that's why their bloodline gradually deteriorated." His expression turned grave. "However, young master, if the ultimate madman of that sect were to witness a genius standing right before him..." Butler Mordin looked at Mikhail with eyes that were complex and refined, eyes that only a madman would possess. Seeing those mad eyes, Mikhail suddenly recalled a day from his past life, the day his entire family crumbled. Back then, Mikhail was weak, only capable of crying and entertaining dark thoughts, to the point where he contemplated suicide because many people in the family had perished. Mikhail constantly blamed himself for being helpless that day, just staring blankly as those around him fell. In his moment of despair, Butler Mordin approached not to console but with an air of indifference, stepping past the lifeless bodies and asking Mikhail, "Are you satisfied, sir?" In the midst of Mikhail's desperate cries, Butler Mordin continued with a mocking tone, asking how it felt to personally plunge his family into the abyss. He unabashedly criticized Mikhail, placing the blame squarely on him. "Sir Mikhail, it's all your fault. You were never fit to sit in the position of the family head." Butler Mordin's mocking tone caused Mikhail to drop the dagger and turn to face him. However, Butler Mordin ignored Mikhail's desperate gaze. He continued to provoke him, questioning if Mikhail thought committing suicide here alongside those who had fallen would be considered courageous. Seeing that the dagger was still in Mikhail's trembling hand, Butler Mordin persisted. "Well then, go ahead." With a disdainful look, Butler Mordin regarded Mikhail as someone of limited value. The sarcastic remarks from Butler Mordin immediately snapped Mikhail back to reality, and his life was salvaged through that awakening. Looking at the current Butler Mordin, Mikhail couldn't help but recall those bitter memories, but it was also what made him appreciate his loyal butler. Seeing Mikhail silent for a while, Butler Mordin asked a more direct question. "What do you think about something that you have to struggle hard to achieve? While someone else can easily obtain it due to luck and natural talents." With a slightly mad yet sharp gaze, Butler Mordin's eyes carried the weight of his words. After contemplating the vague past, Mikhail finally spoke. "So let me ask you this then. Assuming we say that I already have the appropriate method in mind to achieve that result, what do you think?" Butler Mordin's eyes widened in astonishment at the absurdity of such a statement. He looked at Mikhail with suspicion, asking if he had known everything from the beginning. Mikhail chuckled with a hint of arrogance, admitting that while he didn't know the specifics, it was true that this was his innate talent born with this ability. Feeling a bit triumphant as Butler Mordin looked at him with rare surprise, Mikhail thought to himself, "Sounds cool when you brag about it." He continued his boastful attitude, saying that he not only had the gift of a handsome appearance but also possessed this genius brain. Mikhail laughed mockingly while pointing to his forehead, a gesture that made anyone who saw it feel less fortunate compared to him. Mikhail continued to laugh mischievously, stating the reasons why his body was so receptive to mana and why he could operate a massive amount of mana, something that was extremely challenging for the majority of other mages. Butler Mordin gasped with wide-open eyes, exclaiming, "Wait, don't tell me you've analyzed all of that beforehand." Mikhail confidently declared that he not only analyzed it but also fully understood it. Butler Mordin shook his head in disbelief, looking at Mikhail skeptically. "Young master, you've just turned 20 this year. It's hard to believe that from the time you started learning magic until now, it hasn't been more than 3 years." Mikhail nonchalantly shrugged, stating that he simply had an innate talent for magic. Butler Mordin sighed with a bitter tone. "Well, it's true, some people are born with innate talent, easily reaching heights that others must toil hard to achieve. He wore a forced, sarcastic smile, expressing the bitterness of this seemingly unfair world. Mikhail closed his eyes, sensing the pain mirrored in Butler Morden's eyes, reminiscent of his past life. He spoke solemnly, "Indeed, the world is irrational, but it's not meaningless." Butler Morden looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Mikhail gazed directly into Butler Morden's eyes and stated with determination, "Look at you now, so worn out, Butler, the eyes of mine are sharp as well, I was born with this talent." Mikhail chuckled, observing Butler Morden's astonished expression. It seemed like he could sense something in the butler, just as the butler had sensed something in him. Mikhail speculated that Butler Morden might belong to the same generation as those who perished in the final struggle of that sect. Thinking aloud, Mikhail remarked, "You seem to have achieved something as well. It appears you have surpassed your age, much like myself." Butler Morden swallowed hard, Mikhail's keen observations transcending his actual age. Mikhail continued to deduce, suggesting that Butler Morden had achieved some degree of success. The butler's trembling fingers hinted at a complex history. Butler Morden affirmed, "Yes, that's right, I have. We are called Twilight Mages. After awakening our potential, I was able to suppress those who once looked down on me. Technically, I'm now considered an 8th rank mage, however, as you've seen, it's not perfect." Mikhail inquired if there were any side effects, to which Butler Morden wryly smiled, "Yes, there are, but it's inevitable. My internal organs have already been destroyed. To maximize my potential, I pushed my body to its limits." Mikhail nodded in understanding, sensing the profound resignation in Butler Morden's tone. Mikhail continued, acknowledging that, in the end, it often came down to luck. Butler Morden expressed a deep sense of acceptance, admitting that he had given up midway. He clarified that he had renounced his ambition to become an 8th rank mage, limiting the usage of his magical abilities to the bare minimum. He only utilized them when absolutely necessary. Butler Morden sighed, revealing a tinge of frustration. "As you can see, my body has become rigid, and I've lost the ability to do much. I've become a shell of my former self." Mikhail listened attentively, perceiving the weight carried by the butler's words. He recognized the implications of the choices that had led Butler Morden to this point. Mikhail confidently reassured Butler Morden, insisting that they could simply repair and fix his condition. However, the butler, still skeptical, expressed his doubts about Mikhail's claim. He tried to clarify that his body was completely hollow from the inside, making repair seem impossible. Mikhail, maintaining his confident demeanor, responded, "Well, that's why it needs fixing." He tilted his head up with a self-assured smile, challenging the butler's skepticism. "Who do you think I am?" Suddenly, I find myself in the position of the chosen hero by the gods. I understand my body best, and I feel the despair, but, if there were a divine spirit here, then nothing is impossible. With a mischievous grin, Mikhail reached out his hand towards Butler Morden, suggesting a sense of determination to overcome the seemingly insurmountable challenge. Mikhail raised his hand to Butler Morden's forehead while refraining from using his magical abilities, allowing the butler to relax in the presence of someone he deemed trustworthy. Mikhail muttered, "Take a little rest," as he closed his eyes, signaling the butler to relax. Butler Morden remained clueless about the situation, asking what Mikhail was planning. Mikhail responded with a mischievous smile and a simple command, "Sleep." As the butler's guard dropped, he started to mumble nonsensical words and vulgar expressions before losing consciousness entirely. Mikhail chuckled mischievously, seemingly entertained by the butler's unfiltered words. Despite the butler collapsing onto Mikhail's shoulder, the latter remained in good spirits, enjoying the humorous turn of events. In Mikhail's eyes, a gleam of eager anticipation sparked as he looked forward to Butler Morden's reaction upon awakening. He grinned mischievously, ready to initiate the next phase. "All right then, let's get started," Mikhail declared with enthusiasm. He gently lifted Butler Morden and placed him on the bed, arranging him as if preparing for surgery. Mikhail chuckled with delight, flexing his agile fingers. It had been a while since he felt this peculiar and weighty sensation. With a sense of determination, he mumbled to himself, "Now, let's reshape this body into a healthy 20-year-old. Suddenly, Set appeared, wearing a disdainful expression. "Starting with the nonsense again, huh?" Set remarked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Despite Set's sarcastic remarks, Mikhail paid no attention to her teasing comments. He remained focused on Butler Morden. Mikhail's eyes acted as efficient scanners, quickly identifying all the issues present on Butler Morden's body. Recalling his past conversations with Butler Morden, after learning about the latter's origins and becoming his apprentice, Mikhail had initially thought that being born with the ability to absorb mana was a privilege in itself. However, back then, Butler Morden had shaken his head with a bitter tone, stating, "No, I wasn't born with it." Looking at the current chaotic state of Butler Morden's physical condition, Mikhail felt a twinge of sadness in his eyes. In the end, Butler Morden couldn't overcome the limitations imposed by his own existence and had succumbed. Mikhail, determined to change Butler Morden's fate, began to channel mana around himself. He closed his eyes and emitted a stream of mana, creating a magical aura that enveloped the room. He reminded himself that this time everything would be different, as he had reversed time. Butler Morden's automatic mana circulation system was already quite advanced, but impatience had been the downfall in his previous life. as the last surviving descendant of the Vespertilian, he had sought to create the fastest and most perfect training method, inadvertently causing the destruction of everything. Before succumbing to the exhaustion of his weakened body in the previous life, Butler Mordin had spoken with a resigned tone, expressing that there was no other way. Mikhail felt a bitter sympathy for him. Regardless of how skilled one was in analysis or how broad their vision, time remained the crucial factor. Now, Mikhail, armed with a magic he had devised before the regression, was ready to rewrite the last chapter of Butler Mordin's life. Uttering a simple incantation, the rejuvenation ritual began to radiate a brilliant light in the room. Streams of energy flowed from Mikhail, diligently working to repair and restore the disrupted mana pathways in Butler Mordin's body. Mikhail, who had been completely focused on his task, almost lost track of time. The work was completed by the time the sun rose. As Butler Mordin opened his eyes, the brilliant light of dawn flooded into the room. Butler Mordin, accustomed to the pain caused by disrupted mana circulation in his previously frail body, reflexively sat up. However, to his surprise, there was something peculiar. Unlike before, his body moved as he intended. Feeling an unfamiliar sense of comfort, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh, the pain is gone." Butler Mordin wondered how long it had been since he felt this comfortable. He even tried handstand. Butler Mordin continued contemplating in the banana planting position, finding it quite strange how his body suddenly became so light. Blood rushing to his head sparked an idea for Butler Mordin. Wait, does this mean? He immediately adjusted to a normal sitting position and intended to check the flow of his mana. Butler Mordin mumbled with hopeful eyes, "My mana flow now." However, just as Butler Mordin was about to make an effort to practice mana, he had to stop due to a familiar voice saying, "Stop." At this moment, Butler Mordin jolted and looked towards the tea table. "Young master." At that moment, the events of the previous night surfaced in Butler Mordin's mind with a sense of suspicion. He exclaimed, "Don't tell me, all of this is your doing." Mikhail nonchalantly replied, "Who else but me?" He warned him, but Mordin still had to be cautious. His body hadn't fully recovered. Butler Mordin looked at Mikhail in astonishment. What on earth? Right after that, Mikhail tossed a glass jar containing what looked like candies to Butler Mordin. Butler Mordin accepted the pill bottle in surprise, and Mikhail continued to instruct, "Here, 1 pill every day, and be sure to apply it according to the standard mana cultivation method, that's the most important part." Butler Mordin looked at the pill bottle in his hand with confusion, asking, "What is this?" Mikhail turned back to him with a mysterious and mischievous smile. With an eager look, he explained, "The medicine is refined from the world tree, just as I expected." Butler Mordin, rarely showing an expression of amazement, was now wide-eyed and astonished. Butler Mordin exclaimed in bewilderment and instinctively waved his hand, causing the pill bottle to fly high into the air. "What on earth, a tree, the world tree?" Mikhail chuckled and said, "Yes, from the fruit of the world tree." Seeing Butler Mordin's excited reaction pleased Mikhail immensely. He cradled the pill bottle with an indulgent expression. Butler Mordin, looking puzzled, remarked, "Why are you so generous? What's the point of giving this to me? Are you trying to profit from selling it?" Mikhail's expression showed no hint of regret. Instead, he wore a satisfied smile. He responded, "If this fruit can help an 8th-tier mage regain their strength, it's more valuable than turning it into money." Mikhail's candid answer left Butler Mordin both moved and surprised. However, quickly after, an indescribable sadness appeared in his eyes. "I lack talent," he sighed. In the depths of Butler Mordin's heart, he felt a sense of uselessness, akin to the feeling in a tower climbing game. Butler Mordin's emotions brought him back to the time when he was younger. Putting in relentless efforts but still unable to break through, the feeling of constant struggle haunted him with a sense of helplessness and frustration. Witnessing other mages effortlessly surpassing him, Butler Mordin felt a profound lack of innate talent. The sight of fellow mages reaching one milestone after another only intensified his own feelings of inadequacy. He expressed his inner turmoil to Mikhail, his voice heavy with melancholy. "Even if I use innovative and advanced analytical methods, I still won't be able to reach the 8th tier. Someone like me." Butler Mordin's voice trailed off as he grappled with the overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, Mikhail dismissed Butler Mordin's negative thoughts, declaring that there would be no more nonsense. He stood up, looking into Butler Mordin's eyes with determination. "I told you I would refine the flawed technique you've been using and give it back to you," Mikhail said sternly. He seemed irritated as he questioned Butler Mordin's lack of trust. "Don't you believe me even once?" In that instant, a glimmer of hope appeared in Butler Mordin's eyes. However, he still harbored doubts, unsure of how to respond. After all, Mikhail, despite his promising abilities, was just stepping into his 20s and not yet considered a great mage. Suddenly, Butler Mordin reflected on all that had transpired, the changes, and Mikhail's actions that he had observed over time. As he contemplated these thoughts, a question escaped his lips, a question he didn't realize he was asking. Can it really be possible? Seeing Butler Mordin placing hope in him, Mikhail affirmed with a confident smile, "Of course." Without further delay, Mikhail began imparting the improved mana circulation technique to Butler Mordin. While not an exact replica of Mikhail's own technique, it had to be adjusted to better suit Butler Morden's capabilities. As the mana circulated according to the refined training method, Butler Morden couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The mana output was slightly lower, but the stability had significantly improved. In Butler Morden's eyes, there was a profound passion for the new method. What is this, young master? Mikhail laughed with delight. I told you I would develop it. Butler Morden grew more curious as he thought, just how. Mikhail pondered for a moment and shrugged. Well, I have the almost final results from the research of someone very close to me. That person diligently extracted the essence through countless generations. Butler Morden listened attentively with curious eyes. Mikhail glanced at Butler Morden and silently expressed gratitude to his past mentor. Though the training method was still rudimentary and had its flaws, it wasn't bad. Butler Morden lifted his head high, his eyes filled with a curious excitement that seemed ready to shed tears at any moment. However, as usual, he laughed instead of crying, a relaxed and serene smile. Butler Morden took a deep breath with a cheerful mood. So, everything is fine. That afternoon, Mikhail, according to the plan, prepared to set out. Leon, accompanying him, was already on horseback, waiting at the gate of the mansion. Leon wore a shining armor, a reward from the church for his contribution in this incident. This piece of equipment was not an ordinary armor. It was thin and light to the point of being unbelievable, yet its durability surpassed heavy armor. It contained sacred magic that could heal some wounds, making Leon burst into laughter at the reward. Mikhail casually glanced at Leon's expression, scared, overjoyed to that extent. Leon laughed heartily in response. Well, for people like me, the armor is practically life itself. Following that, Mikhail shrugged nonchalantly, telling Leon, well, that's good in a way. After all, you're about to use it soon. Leon, looking curious, glanced at Mikhail and remembered, by the way, I haven't been informed where we are heading. Mikhail slowly spoke, about the destination. We're heading to the Draculian town. As soon as Leon heard the name, his expression froze like a stone statue. It took him a while to regain composure before he asked Mikhail, don't tell me that's the territory of those who never sleep. Mikhail calmly replied, exactly. Upon hearing this, Leon opened his mouth and let out a sigh, followed by a trembling exhale. He then looked up at the sky and shouted in despair, no, damn it, Heikao, oh spirits. Leon raised his hands high, desperately praying in a moment of panic, asking the divine to save the chosen hero who seemed to be digging his own grave. Mikhail mocked, muttering, such nonsense really inspires. Despite the dramatic plea, Mikhail completely understood Leon's emotions. He nodded. Well, he reacts like that. It's understandable. Draculian town, once a prosperous territory despite its remote location, had lost its glory due to a grave sin that no one could forgive. The ruler of that place, Count Draculian, harbored ambitions to attain the Fountain of Youth. As a consequence, he ultimately, with his own mouth, consumed over half of the population in his territory. The inhumane act left an indelible stain, leading to the land being sealed by a holy curse. And the next destination for Mikhail and Leon is the place where the sealed creature resides within the territory. Leon continues his lament, questioning why they have to go to such a dreadful place. Mikhail smirks and responds, that's a sensitive question. After a deep sigh, Mikhail finally explains to Leon, the first reason is that there are things similar to tombs in his domain. Leon nods, so it's like a dungeon raid then. Got it, then. He looks up curiously at Mikhail, asking about the other reason. Mikhail, with a serious tone, says, because it's almost time. The seal binding the Draculian Duke is about to be removed, as Mikhail shared information about past events before his revival. 2 days later, as planned, they are on their way to the Draculian territory. Set, after a refreshing break, appears unexpectedly, perched on Mikhail's shoulder with an energetic stretch. Hey, good sleep, she exclaims. Set, curious, asks Mikhail how much longer they have to go. Mikhail informs her that they are almost there. Set nods in acknowledgement, then, she notices something strange. Behind Mikhail, Butler Morden is walking with heavy, labored breaths. Set, astonished, turns to look back at Butler Morden. While Mikhail leisurely rides his horse, Butler Morden is magically carrying a horse on his back. Morden, carrying the horse with both hands, struggled to breathe normally. On the back of the horse he was carrying, Leon was tied up, seemingly in a deep sleep. Set looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression, wondering what on earth was happening. To understand the origin of this situation, we need to go back and see what happened 2 days ago. When Mikhail explained the reason for choosing the Draculian territory as their destination, not only Leon but also Quan Jia Morden was surprised. The seal of the Draculian vampire was about to be lifted. Morden found the situation hard to believe and exclaimed, but the coffin seal of that monster cannot be opened from the inside. Mikhail calmly countered, did the deity not tell you so? Morden could no longer question further. Mikhail skillfully took advantage of his position as Heikao's protege. Leon, backed by Heikao, couldn't doubt Mikhail's statement. However, Leon, expressing concern, asked, do you know how to kill him? He reminded Mikhail that the immortal monster was not to be taken lightly. Mikhail reassured Leon, I know, I have carefully considered this matter. Are you satisfied? Leon nodded, trusting Mikhail's judgment. He then looked at Mikhail with a judging expression, noting that Mikhail was the type of person who wouldn't undertake unfavorable tasks. If he felt unable to defeat the monster, he wouldn't have decided to go there in the first place. Morden suddenly leaned in and whispered to Leon while glancing at Mikhail, "The young master's calculations are indeed precise." Leon, in a hushed tone, agreed, "Yes, I know." Mikhail, aware that his abilities were not extraordinary and were largely due to the Heikau's support, acknowledged inwardly that their trust was somewhat misplaced. However, he brushed it off, thinking it wouldn't do any harm. Curious, Leon pressed on, asking Mikhail to share the plan. Mikhail, wearing the benevolent smile of a heroic warrior, obliged. However, the sinister quality of his smile sent shivers down Leon's spine, making him uneasy. Leon questioned, "What's with that nauseating smile?" Mikhail continued to smile broadly, "I have a plan, but to execute it, we need a good foundation." Leon, sensing something amiss, grew cautious and asked, "What kind of foundation?" Realizing that Mikhail was about to do something insane to him, Leon nervously chuckled and said, wait a minute, I may not know your plan, but there's no need to prepare right now." Mikhail grinned, his smile appearing warm but sinister to Leon. He playfully responded, "Oh, preparing sooner is always better." As Leon felt uneasy, Mikhail suddenly raised his hand in front of Leon's face, startling him. Panicking, Leon asked, "What are you doing?" Mikhail uttered a brief incantation, and immediately, Leon fell backward, slipping into a deep slumber. Mikhail then calmly tied the sleeping Leon onto the back of the horse. The butler Morden couldn't help but be curious when he saw that. He asked, "What are you doing, sir?" Mikhail replied calmly, "If we bind and let him sink into illusions, he will become stronger." This method of coercive training by Mikhail is indeed somewhat sinister. However, as Morden spoke, he looked at Leon as if he were very intrigued by this magic. "So, is this some kind of illusion magic? But it seems not that simple." He examined the virtual magic images created for Leon with an interested look. Mikhail even planted a quite complex virtual consciousness into his fantasies. Mikhail glanced at Butler Morden with a mischievous smile. "Even a butler like you would find it hard to analyze, wouldn't you?" Mikhail's taunting immediately stimulated the competitive desire of Butler Morden. He frowned, glanced at Mikhail, and said with a proud tone, "Haha, you underestimate me, sir." Butler Morden declared, "No matter how complex the magic is, I can still analyze it, even magic of level 8. Mikhail chuckled and continued to challenge, "Well, do you want to give it a try?" Mikhail laughed mischievously as an interesting idea popped into his mind. If there's no risk involved, it would be boring, so let's make a little wager. Butler Morden looked at Mikhail in surprise. "A wager? What kind of wager?" Mikhail shrugged and replied, "Nothing grand, let's make a bet on something simple." Mikhail playfully glanced at Butler Morden's horse. "How about this, until we reach our destination, instead of riding the horse, let the horse ride you." He burst into laughter and added, "Of course, if I lose, I'll let the horse ride me too. The time limit is 2 days, what do you think?" Butler Morden's eyes lit up with confidence. Convinced of his imminent victory, he even chuckled arrogantly, saying, "I think the time is more than enough." The result after 2 days, which is the current moment, showed the horse riding Butler Morden. He asked Mikhail with a look of defeat, "How on earth is your magic so complex that I couldn't analyze it?" Mikhail remained silent, seemingly arrogantly declaring his innate talent, but in reality, he couldn't articulate the reason. Of course, he couldn't analyze it. "I've mixed in the teachings of level 9 magic," Butler Morden proclaimed with curiosity gnawing at his mind. "Hey, young master." However, Mikhail continued to ignore him, turning to converse with Set. More importantly, Set cut him off, pointing towards the struggling Butler Morden with his arm and stating, "That doesn't seem important, does it?" Mikhail maintained a composed demeanor and continued, "Now, regarding the next dungeon, Set here needs to remain neutral in this examination, so I can't provide you with too much information." Mikhail lowered his voice, pleading, "Could you give us a small clue, then?" Set pondered for a moment. "A small clue, huh?" Set rested his chin in contemplation and began to describe. "Firstly, the remaining tombs have an unusual appearance. They differ from the tombs or dungeons you've encountered before." He made an effort to provide more detail. "The underground levels exhibit sealed spaces, trial areas. There are many things inside that deviate from the norm within the Asar tomb." Mikhail and Set exchanged glances, absorbing the information. The prospect of the next dungeon seemed to hold mysteries beyond their expectations. Afterwards, Set teased and added, "By the way, you're quite lucky, the first tomb you encountered was one of the simpler ones." Set then issued a warning to Mikhail, trying to sound ominous. "Some tombs have punishments for failure that are incredibly cruel." Set furrowed his brow and continued, "The difficulty of a tomb also depends on how the guardian's defenses are arranged." When the topic of punishment came up, Mikhail's thoughts naturally turned to Draculian's severe punishment for a burst of wrongdoing. He wondered if there was any connection to the tomb. However, Mikhail didn't have many clues about this matter. Before he could delve into it further, he recalled that Draculian's turn to darkness was simply rooted in the fear of old age and the slow decay of death. That's what Mikhail knew about it. An imaginative hypothesis sprouted in Mikhail's mind. What if that wasn't the whole truth? There was no evidence linking Draculian to the tomb, but there was also no certainty that there was no connection at all. Mikhail was immersed in this dilemma, repeating it in his head. It wasn't definite, but it wasn't entirely implausible either. Confirmation was needed. At this moment, Butler Morden's interrupted voice cut through Mikhail's thoughts. Young master. Butler Morden looked exhausted, his legs trembling, and his knees threatening to buckle. Butler Morden forced a strained smile. Young master, isn't it better to let the horse fulfill the duties of a horse instead of carrying it around like this? Mikhail nodded casually. All right, let it go, we're almost there. As Butler Morden released the horse, he also collapsed onto the grass. Butler Morden lay sprawled on the field, relishing the hard-earned comfort. Ah, this feels absolutely wonderful. Mikhail sighed, urging him to continue the journey. Come on, Butler, are you really planning to go to sleep right here? He then proceeded to tease. If it were me, I wouldn't be thinking about letting the horse go, I'd be thinking about how to keep it as long as possible. Upon hearing these teasing words that hit a nerve, Butler Morden immediately sat up with an annoyed look. Young master. Butler Morden shook his head grumblingly. Why do I feel like you're even older than me? Mikhail asked him with a nonchalant attitude. Is that a compliment? Butler Morden chuckled and replied, of course not, what I meant was, you're like an old miser. Right after that, Mikhail's unexpected reaction startled him. Mikhail broke into a friendly smile, much like the way he had smiled at Leon 2 days ago. Butler Morden immediately became perplexed. Young master, don't tell me you're planning to make me carry the horse again, that's a deed that makes you look even more villainous. Young master, Mikhail chuckled, raising his shoulders. I wasn't planning to say that, but the more certain you sound, the more I'm tempted. He shook his head with a sly grin. Lying is bad, Butler. Seeing Butler Morden's triumphant expression as he caught on to Mikhail's teasing, Mikhail couldn't stand that victorious look. He decided to play a new trick. Hey, Butler. Now try circulating mana in the 6th circle. Hearing Mikhail's unreasonable request for someone who had just recovered and started training, Butler Morden's face stiffened. Mikhail sneered, enjoying Butler Morden's reaction. After all, he claimed to be approaching the 8th circle. Butler Morden fell silent for a moment, then resumed arguing with Mikhail. Wait, why do you always want to win in verbal sparring? Mikhail nonchalantly shrugged. Did I say something wrong? Butler Morden shook his head, imparting his wisdom. Sometimes, people have to accept defeat. Mikhail sternly ordered, train now, right away. Observing this, Set exhaled with a mocking look at Mikhail. Oh, is this the hero? He muttered. Soon after, Mikhail stood before the barrier separating Draculian's contaminated area from the outside. He looked up at the towering wall in amazement. God, it's enormous. Mikhail stood contemplatively, gazing at the massive and sturdy wall that separated the contaminated area from the outside. It was large and formidable enough to be visible from a distance. He mumbled to the others, this is evidence that the Holy Kingdom and the Empire took Draculian's issues seriously at that time. Leon, who had just been awakened, looked on with a puzzled expression, but ironically, there was no one here to supervise. Butler Morden explained, there was a time when many knights took turns guarding this place. However, time passed, and they believed this area was no longer a significant threat. There are incidents elsewhere, and it's challenging to stand here and monitor continuously. Mikhail placed his hand on the wall and clearly sensed the presence of the creature behind that area. It was still alive. He contemplated, pondering how long someone could endure staying here to monitor the situation. The fact that they couldn't confirm the conditions inside was even more unsettling. Moreover, they were confident that this sturdy wall could withstand for hundreds of years. It wasn't an entirely baseless story because the strongest knights of the Holy Kingdom had created this seal. The necessary support for the seal had also been generously provided. Mikhail slowly explained to Leon, they were very confident that once the barrier was erected, the seal would never be broken, well, at least for the time being. Suddenly, Set appeared with a disdainful expression, complaining to Mikhail, the stench is unbearable. Set grimaced, pinching his nose tightly, and continued speaking, it's not just this contaminated area, everywhere has something bizarre. He struggled to suppress the rising nausea and summed up the disgusting smell, likening it to the stench of a livestock pen. Suddenly, Mikhail chuckled lightly, he knew that it was the lingering scent of Draculian. Mikhail laughed simply because he thought there was no better way to describe this smell accurately. Seeing Mikhail silent in contemplation, Leon curiously asked, so, are you planning to go in now? Mikhail shook his head and pointed into the distance. No, not yet, not now. Let's start cleaning out that area, Mikhail suggested, and Leon and Butler Morden both turned their gaze toward the direction Mikhail was pointing, a village shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, the three of them continued their journey toward that village. It was the largest village they had encountered along the road, and it appeared relatively well kept. While not wealthy, the path was fairly even, as if it had been regularly maintained. There were inns and shops along the way. Leon looked around the village with a hint of surprise. So, people actually live here? Mikhail pondered and replied, not everyone lost their lives during the events of the past. The trio moved forward, ready to explore the mysteries hidden within the seemingly ordinary village. There was a horrifying tragedy when half of Draculian's population was massacred. But that also meant that half of the population survived. While some people chose to leave for other places, many opted to stay in the area. Mikhail continued to explain to Leon, though people live together in one way or another, this region has essentially been abandoned by the Empire. Without a lord, they have to fend for themselves. They've probably gone through a lot. Leon couldn't help but wonder, then why do they still live here? Mikhail smirked and replied, this place faces many risks without a security force, and it wouldn't be surprising if it collapsed at any moment. However, living here isn't all that bad. In his heart, Mikhail thought it was strange that no monsters seemed to approach this area. That meant they had sensed the ominous aura surrounding Draculian due to the faint smell of tragedy in the air. Mikhail paused for a moment, then continued speaking to Leon, no one has to pay taxes here, and the Empire hasn't sent any commanders. Other regions don't want to get involved with this area, so it's an opportunity for them. As Mikhail looked around the land once again, a sudden realization crossed his mind, furrowing his brow. However, dealing with Draculian wasn't going to be easy, and Mikhail's skepticism about the sealing of Draculian grew stronger. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of insight flashed in Mikhail's mind. Right, he thought, from the beginning, he must have planned what to do after being sealed. While Mikhail was deep in thought, his contemplation was interrupted by a question from Butler Mordin. The butler inquired about Mikhail's intention to break Draculian's seal and then defeat him, asking if there was any divine guidance for such a decision. Mikhail responded with a mysterious air, we have an ally. The eyes of Butler Mordin lit up with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Mikhail continued to reveal the information, it might be a demon, we don't know its exact rank. Blocking their path was an old man who seemed quite ordinary, wearing worn-out clothes with neatly trimmed hair and beard. He had a friendly smile on his face. It's been a long time since someone visited, nice to meet you all, the old man greeted them warmly. Davlos, the village chief of Piakalam, continued to beam with pride as he introduced himself. He expressed joy at finally seeing visitors, emphasizing the prosperity and safety of his village compared to others in the area. Mikhail nodded in acknowledgement and asked about Davlos's role. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and cheerfully replied, I'm Davlos, the village chief of Piakalam. Davlos took pride in his village, stating, there are many villages around here, but none are as prosperous and beautiful as ours. You've made a wise decision to come here, it's so safe that nobody has to leave. Mikhail dismounted from his horse, raising an eyebrow as he observed Davlos. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a person with too much blind faith in this village. However, he concealed this notion behind a friendly smile in response to Davlos's enthusiasm. Mikhail playfully caught Davlos's hand with a hearty laugh, expressing gratitude for finding a place to stay. Davlos reciprocated the laughter and warmly welcomed them, stating it had been a long time since they had esteemed guests. Davlos assured them that he would guide them through the village, emphasizing the importance of making their visit comfortable and free from inconvenience. However, Leon couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, observing the somewhat ominous smile on Mikhail's face. As they proceeded, Davlos casually inquired about the purpose of their visit, wondering if they had come for a vacation. Mikhail, with a skeptical gaze, raised an eyebrow and responded, there's only one reason. Davlos stopped for a moment, and then Mikhail continued casually, Draculian. His answer, seemingly ordinary, shifted the atmosphere. The village chief's steps came to a halt. Davlos turned around, eyeing Mikhail with a probing gaze. Could it be, you're from the Holy Kingdom? Mikhail chuckled heartily, seemingly oblivious to Davlos's frozen expression. Haha, of course not, it's just my curiosity, I'm quite interested in history, and the Draculian incident is a terrible but crucial part of it. Davlos continued to scrutinize Mikhail with eyes that resembled a fanatic assessing those who might challenge his beliefs. After a while, the village chief adopted a somewhat cold demeanor and said, yes, I hope you enjoy your time here. He then led the guests to a good inn within the village, where Mikhail promptly rented a room for the three of them, taking precautions to prevent their conversation from being overheard. Mikhail pondered for a moment while leaning against the windowsill, gazing out at the village. After a while, he opened his mouth and asked Kwanjia Mordin, how do you find it, Mordin? Mordin chuckled and replied with a sly tone, charm is something demons use quite often. He smirked, making a casual comparison, if livestock willingly ties itself to the leash, the herdsman will be comfortable to whatever extent he desires. Leon, hearing this, was taken aback. He furrowed his brows, expressing discontent towards the village chief. This old man, regardless, calling them livestock is a bit much. Mikhail cut across Leon's words, saying it like that isn't entirely wrong. Leon, still puzzled, questioned, what do you mean? Mikhail calmly replied, even if we don't think so, those who plot behind the scenes might. Leon, now comprehending, was taken aback. There are demons causing trouble for this village, how do you know? Mikhail raised 6 fingers and explained briefly, not just this village. There are 6 villages around this area, and the number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice. Mikhail glanced at Leon's furious reaction and continued his explanation. Yes, you're correct, this village is indeed the 7th. The largest one becomes the center, surrounded by the remaining 6 villages as if to conceal it. You could say this is a massive magical circle. In other words, all the villages we've seen on the way could potentially be used as sacrifices for Draculian. Unable to contain his anger, Leon slammed his fist onto the table. A radiant aura swirled around Leon's body, and he gritted his teeth, expressing his disdain. What kind of scum would do something like this? Mikhail, feeling a bit uneasy about someone who knows how to control the light magic reacting so impulsively, reminded Leon to stay calm, as getting angry won't change anything. Leon gradually regained his composure with a curse, damn it. Unaffected by emotions, Butler Mordin calmly asked Mikhail, so, what's your plan now? Mikhail chuckled mischievously, demons are cunning, so there's no need to rush into things. I've already set the bait. First, though, we need to meet someone. As the night enveloped the village in darkness and silence, Mikhail, leading the trio, walked towards a place not far from the village. Mikhail paused before the wall that separated the contaminated area from the outside, but this time he looked downward instead of upward, found him. A man was sitting at the base of the wall, dressed like a rugged knight. His armor was rusted from lack of maintenance, and his oily, disheveled hair made him appear almost like a corpse. However, the spear he held was well maintained, gleaming brightly. One could only notice the distinct red eyes as he peered through the narrow slit in his helmet. Butler Mordin squinted at the peculiar knight, displaying a high level of vigilance. Young master, it seems like he might be a demon. Mikhail shrugged. No, he's a bit different. The knight slowly stood up and spoke as if he had been expecting them. So, you've arrived. Leon, somewhat surprised, stared at the knight's gleaming weapon. Is that a spear? Meanwhile, the knight tightened his grip on the spear. In an instant, the knight thrust the spear straight at the old man who had referred to him as a demon. It was a powerful and swift attack, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. However, Butler Mordin remained unfazed by the thrust. He didn't flinch, calmly raising his teacup as if to shield himself. Immediately, the spear's thrust was easily blocked by a sturdy mana shield. Butler Mordin raised his hand with a mocking smile. Well, attacking me upon our first meeting. Then, with a calm gesture, Butler Mordin flicked his hand downward. The knight felt an invisible force pressing heavily on his body. Despite using all his strength to resist with the spear as a support, his entire body was helplessly forced down to the ground. The knight was astonished for a moment, experiencing a power far beyond his expectations from the intruders. The knight shivered and glared at Butler Mordin. If the previous attack had no effect, then, in his red-eyed gaze, a hint of murderous intent flickered. A dark energy began to form around the knight's body, but before he could transform, Mikhail's voice suddenly echoed, commanding a halt. Immediately, a gust of wind enveloped the knight. At that moment, the seemingly explosive power on his body vanished as if carried away by the wind. The knight was stunned and confused simultaneously because the strength of a young man even surpassed that of the older man. Temporarily restraining the knight's aggression, Mikhail then jokingly told Butler Mordin, Butler, you can stop as well. The last knight reluctantly released his grip on the sword and inquired cautiously, who are you all, and why have you come here? Mikhail nonchalantly stepped forward to face the knight, stating, we've come to talk. Mikhail then took something out of his pocket and introduced himself, I am Mikhail Walpurgis. At the sight of the object in Mikhail's hand, a faint sound of surprise echoed through the air, even though the knight, still wearing his helmet, didn't reveal his expression. Mikhail raised the pendant, a symbol of heroism, saying, I am recognized by the spirits as a heroic warrior of this generation. Staring at the knight with a serious gaze, Mikhail questioned, can you enlighten me on what is happening around here? The knight slumped down to the ground in disbelief, his bitter laughter filling the air. Ha, ha, a hero, now of all times, the spirits send a hero here. The knight continued to chuckle bitterly, it has come to this, and now the spirits decide to send a hero. Understanding the knight's mixed emotions, Mikhail attempted to persuade him, there are things that I cannot explain clearly, but I assure you that I have no intention of abandoning this place. Mikhail lowered his voice slightly and asked, now, can you tell me the reason you've been protecting this fortress? The knight burst into laughter, a bitter and self-deprecating laugh. The reason, haha, the reason. After a few moments of acrid laughter, the knight spoke candidly, because I am a misfit. Inquiring further, Mikhail asked, why is that? The knight abruptly removed a piece of chest armor and tossed it onto the ground, revealing the core reason. The knight slowly lifted the spear, turning it horizontally. In the next moment, the spear's tail pierced through the knight's chest, disappearing halfway through. Leon was shocked and gasped, trying to intervene. What? Stop it, if you do that, you'll... His words trailed off as he witnessed the unexpected scene unfold. As the spear was pulled out, the wound that had penetrated the knight's chest began to close, the hole shrinking rapidly at an astonishing speed. Although it started as a life-threatening wound, it took only a few dozen seconds for it to become a harmless scar. Even after the healing process was complete, there was no trace left of the stabbing. Leon, both astonished and horrified, stammered, you're immortal, the knight admitted without hesitation. Yes, that's right, as you've seen. Leon instinctively brandished his sword, alarmed by the fact that individuals with such immortality were often associated with demons or Draculians. However, Mikhail calmly restrained Leon, lowering his sword. Leon protested vehemently, he's immortal, that means he's no different from a vampire. Mikhail responded firmly, no. Mikhail remained calm because he knew this peculiar-looking knight, or more precisely, he was aware of the knight's unusual future. The knight, seemingly indifferent, told them to stab him if they wanted, as he couldn't die anyway. Mikhail shook his head resolutely, stating that he couldn't do that. The knight inclined his head slightly at Mikhail's words. Mikhail continued speaking with a gentle demeanor, asserting that as a hero, when he sees someone trying to become part of humanity, he cannot treat that person as a monster. In response to Mikhail's words, the knight seemed to waver, and Mikhail, maintaining his amicable attitude, reached towards the knight's armor naturally. He calmly expressed, "I know who you are." Following that, the knight allowed Mikhail to remove the armor without any resistance. The knight opens his eyes wide as Mikhail reads his name, Teeps Draculian. In that moment, Mikhail recalls memories from a past life, wondering how he could not have known him. The bloodstained spear, Teeps, once known as the Blood Tyrant, and in the future Mikhail knows, he is also referred to as the Immortal Lord. From what Mikhail knows, during the time of the vampire horror, the heinous deeds initiated by his father. Teeps was the one who tried in vain to prevent his father's cruel actions. In the end, when he was sealed here, he decided to participate in guarding the seal. Mikhail silently reflects on his own past and Teeps' future. He can only confirm with Teeps that they share the same bloodline with the vampire Count Draculian. Teeps nods quietly, and after a moment of contemplation, he straightforwardly asks Mikhail how he intends to deal with him. Mikhail casually shrugs, stating that he has no intention of doing anything. However, in a somewhat ruthless tone, he suggests that he wants to invite Teeps to cooperate. Teeps' composed expression suddenly brightens at Mikhail's proposal. In that moment, a myriad of emotions crosses Teeps' thoughts, imperceptible to the ordinary observer. Teeps looks at Mikhail with a mix of confusion and suspicion. "Cooperate," he repeats, and Mikhail nods affirmatively. "Yes, cooperate." Mikhail states bluntly, "I want to help your father, Draculian, find peace." Teeps, taken aback, expresses his astonishment, questioning the possibility of peace. A dry, prolonged laughter escapes Teeps' lips. Despite the initial shock, Teeps quickly composes himself, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. "I truly have no choice, do I?" he remarks. Teeps raises his blood-stained thorn from the ground with determination. "Fine, in exchange, I'll ask something of you." Teeps stands upright and gestures towards a part of the wall, signaling that there is a place they need to go together. Teeps leads Mikhail and his companions through a small opening hidden in the shadowy corner of the wall, a passage just wide enough for one person to slip through. Mikhail, following Teeps, expresses his surprise at the unexpected existence of such a hole in the sturdy wall. Teeps explains that it used to be utilized by smugglers. Unperturbed, Mikhail continues forward and casually remarks, "So, this is the secret passage, huh?" Teeps looks at Mikhail with a puzzled expression, unable to contain his curiosity. Teeps finally asks, "Hey, I'm still Draculian's son, why didn't you show any suspicion towards me?" Mikhail, maintaining his composure, ponders how to respond. He can't reveal that he has foreknowledge of the future. Mikhail, after a moment of contemplation, offers a perfect and humane explanation to Teeps, stating, "The one with the guilt is your father, not you. Besides, I'm here to deal with this slum area." Mikhail then continues to walk away, leaving Teeps still bewildered. As they venture deeper into the desolate region, Mikhail can't help but feel a sense of shock, even though he had foreseen the situation. No one could have imagined that this place was once a prosperous territory. Almost all buildings and architectural structures have been destroyed, and human and animal bones are scattered everywhere. It's a wasteland, permeated with a strong stench of decay. Leon gasps in astonishment, acknowledging that he had heard about this place, but witnessing it firsthand is still horrifying. Teeps furrows his brows with a sense of regret, and looking at this scene is truly heartbreaking. Despite the devastation, he reflects on the fact that his father was once a benevolent ruler, and the people in the territory had complete trust in him. Leon, wide-eyed with amazement, looks at Teeps and interrupts, "Wait, the Draculian guy you're talking about, he used to be." Teeps solemnly confirms, "Yes, that's right, in the past, he was not a bad father either." He continues to recount his memories, explaining how, being the sole heir of the family, he was nurtured and grew up with the utmost love from his father. Especially after his mother's death due to a severe illness, his father's affection for him grew stronger. At that time, he was also very friendly with the people of his land. Mikhail and the others follow Teeps through the desolate streets, witnessing the remnants of what used to be a lively town. Teeps gazes towards a roadside eatery now in ruins, his heart flooded with poignant memories of happier days with his family. However, this momentary reflection is short-lived. Teeps quickly shifts his eyes back to the desolation, overwhelmed by a sense of loneliness and helplessness. He then turns away, leading the way for Mikhail's group, stating, "That's just a story of the past, let's move on this way." As they traverse through what was once a bustling street, the group enters a grim and ominous blackened forest. Teeps mutters with a somber expression, "My father changed abruptly since the discovery of a hidden dungeon." Of course, he attempted to conquer that dungeon. Mikhail listens intently as Teeps continues the unsettling tale. Teeps reveals that after entering the wretched dungeon, his father's sanity began to deteriorate. Mikhail furrows his brow, intrigued and concerned. That's quite unexpected. Teeps, pushing through the dry branches, ventures deeper into the forest, his narration weighed down by a perplexed and sorrowful tone. After entering that wretched dungeon, my father became deranged. He never opened the dungeon for anyone, not even me, his own son. Mikhail's expression becomes more serious, realizing the gravity of the situation. So, your father's madness is somehow connected to that dungeon. What happened inside, he inquires, trying to comprehend the mysterious circumstances surrounding Teeps' family and the cursed dungeon. Right at this moment, Teeps suddenly stops. He looks into a bright area in front of him with complex eyes. We've arrived. Leon raises his head, gaping as if witnessing an inexplicable scene. Huh, what is this place? Mordin and Mikhail have similar reactions, marveling at the dungeon filled with various colors of light. Numerous light bubbles hover around, each encapsulating a dreamlike and wondrous scene. It takes only a few seconds for Mikhail to piece together the clues provided by Teeps and break into a pleased smile. The dungeon, I understand now. In Mikhail's mind, a ray of light flickered, and he roughly understood why we couldn't set foot here before my return, and the reason why Duke Draculian became insane. Before entering the dungeon, Mikhail opened his mouth to call Set. She immediately appeared by his side but bluntly refused to help. I've already said it, I can't explain the details. Anyway, I also. Mikhail calmly interrupted Set. The guardian of this tomb is quite charming, isn't she? The question hit the mark, surprising Set as she looked up at Mikhail. However, she still refused to say more. Mikhail continued his monologue, but it was sweet in a twisted way, wasn't it? Set turned away, avoiding Mikhail's scrutinizing gaze. Set's expression was enough for Mikhail to find his direction, and he confidently stepped towards the dungeon. Seeing this, Leon frowned in concern, wondering what he was planning to do. Mikhail rolled up his sleeves and reached towards the largest bubble right in front of the tomb's entrance. Without any hesitation, he spoke to Leon, of course without any hesitation. After analyzing it, Mikhail unhesitatingly inserted his hand into the bubble. As soon as Mikhail touched it, the surface of the bubble produced circular ripples spreading out as if touching water. Subsequently, magic from the dungeon quickly enveloped his hand. A dazzling scene unfolded with bright streams of energy spreading before everyone's eyes. Then, Mikhail woke up in a daze, wearing completely different attire than before. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Mikhail, thanks. Mikhail groggily sat up and looked around, wondering when he had dozed off again. As he regained his senses, Mikhail widened his eyes in surprise at the familiar wreckage surrounding him. He scrutinized the surroundings, near and far, finally confirming that this was the site of the last epic battle with the Demon Lord in his previous life. However, everything had changed completely. The once pitch-black sky now glowed with a renewed blue hue, and all the dismal elements on the ground had vanished. The agonizing moans and cries were nowhere to be heard. Mikhail gazed upward and mumbled with skepticism, did we really do it? Suddenly, familiar voices echoed in response to him, yes, we did it, we succeeded. Mikhail couldn't believe his ears and immediately turned around. His former comrades from the previous life, the Beast King, the Fairy King Jihad, and even Siegfried, stood there with bright smiles, proud of their victory. A saintly figure, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, stood right next to Mikhail, wearing a radiant smile. Yes, finally, everything had come to an end. The saintly figure spoke with joy on her face. Without Mikhail, I couldn't have saved my little sister, and we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Demon Lord. Then, she burst into laughter, looking at Mikhail with gratitude. Thank you, Mikhail. Mikhail finally let out a subtle smile as his wish had finally become a reality. However, that smile didn't last too long. Mikhail quickly looked down at the ground with a somber expression. After a deep sigh, he spoke in a subdued tone. Well, this is great then. The saintly figure looked at him in confusion, asking, why is that? Mikhail didn't elaborate further and stood up immediately. The saintly figure watched him with wide eyes and asked, where are you going? Mikhail turned away with a hint of bitterness. I think I should go back soon. Really, it was a scenery he didn't want to leave, a world where all his desires became reality. However, he couldn't indulge in the dream. With a deep breath, Mikhail turned back to the saintly figure with a proud smile. He had emerged from the dream and returned to his true form, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The saintly figure smiled again after gazing at Mikhail for a moment. So, that's how it is, she said. Shortly after, she nodded as if understanding something. Well done, Mikhail. In the blink of an eye, the saintly figure transformed into a wisp of smoke and dispersed into the air, carried away by a gust of wind. As time seemed to freeze upon her disappearance, Mikhail found himself conversing with someone in the midst of an entirely white space. That's enough, Mikhail spoke to someone unseen. If you're satisfied, you should stop. A woman floated above Mikhail's head, her voice tinged with regret as she said, you could relax a little more, you know. Mikhail grumbled under his breath, I can hardly relax. Mikhail looked up at the woman with an intrigued gaze, realizing that it was indeed her doing. The woman, adorned with the symbol of the Eye of Horus on her head, promptly introduced herself. Yes, I am the guardian deity protecting the sacred treasure within this tomb. My name is Nephthys, she said with a gentle yet dignified voice, highlighting her noble beauty. Mikhail remained indifferent to Nephthys' beauty and glanced over to his right. Where's Set? He inquired. Nephthys sighed in response. He doesn't want to witness your dream. Afterward, Nephthys gracefully landed on the ground, expressing regret. Unfortunately, you can rest as long as you want. Mikhail paid no attention to Nephthys' offer, and instead, he cut straight to the chase. More importantly, I'm sure you know why I'm here, he stated. Nephthys seemed somewhat taken aback. Is it because of the creation? Mikhail nodded straightforwardly. Yes, but first, I need to confirm something. He continued to interrogate Nephthys, asking if she knew Dracularian. The unexpected question left Nephthys momentarily puzzled. After a brief pause, she sighed and replied, he is the last challenger who arrived here. Mikhail didn't hesitate to continue. He must have seen a dream similar to my experience. Mikhail raised an eyebrow, looking at Nephthys with an accusatory tone. He had sacrificed everything for the people in his territory, only to transform into a monstrous being now. He straightforwardly asked Nephthys if she was aware of that, and she slightly bowed her head, admitting, I know, it's regrettable. Various thoughts crossed Mikhail's mind at that moment. He realized that the guardian of the tomb might not be aware of what was happening outside, at least not in general. So, Nephthys' response was quite unusual. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail spoke again. I have thought a lot before coming here. He sincerely addressed Nephthys. You've been kind. In reality, this scenario only shows others the visions they desire. Seeing Nephthys visibly flustered, intertwining her fingers, Mikhail understood that his words had touched her heart. He continued, acknowledging her kindness, your good intentions aren't bad. But only when you don't cross certain boundaries. Suddenly, Mikhail's tone shifted to a more accusatory one. He coldly exposed the truth about the tomb. Let me be straightforward, this tomb was already conquered. Mikhail stared directly into Nephthys' eyes to gauge her reaction. As Nephthys remained silent, Mikhail grew more certain of his judgment and pressed, isn't that right, Nephthys? Once again, there was no response. It seemed like Nephthys was self-reflecting. She lowered her head and shrugged slightly. Mikhail persisted in his verbal onslaught, highlighting not only the issue of the conquered tomb but also Nephthys' own questionable actions as a guardian deity. He pointed out that a tomb that had been conquered meant that the creation Nephthys was guarding had found a new owner. It was certain that Dracularian had failed. He had no right to conquer the tomb any further. In a typical scenario, he might have even perished in the dream as a punishment for his failure. Still, Nephthys, in her kindness, allowed him to live. However, this kindness led Dracularian to persistently attack the tomb like an addict. It was evident that he would become increasingly agitated, facing disgust every time he emerged from the dream and confronted the harsh reality. Taking a deep breath, Nephthys finally spoke to Mikhail, you are a clever child. Nephthys paused, seemingly surprised at Mikhail's quick wit. Mikhail dismissed her praise and sternly rebuked her, stating that she should know the consequences of her actions, even if nothing happened inside the dream. However, outside, her misplaced compassion had led to dire consequences. Once again, Nephthys fell silent, bowing her head deeply in a sense of guilt. Mikhail recounted with a harsh tone, he devoured tens of thousands of innocent people, and there's only one reason for such heinous crimes. Nephthys' voice trembled intensely in the face of Mikhail's criticism. She admitted, I deeply regret it. Mikhail furrowed his brows, staring intensely at Nephthys. His eyes grew sharper and angrier, as Nephthys' belated remorse confirmed his suspicion that Dracularian had likely challenged this dungeon countless times before. Mikhail pondered deeply. Initially, this dungeon was just a regular challenge, but as time passed, it became an obsession. Dracularian had been enchanted by the illusion, where everything he lost was restored, a utopian vision of endless positivity. He became obsessed with turning that imagination into reality. Viewing it from this perspective, the explanation for his ambition of immortality shifted. Immortality was not the ultimate goal. Mikhail questioned Nephthys again, suggesting that Dracularian's true purpose was to actualize what appeared in the dream. Though he didn't precisely know the nature of the creation's power, it seemed to hold immense strength capable of turning dreams into reality. Nephthys bowed her head once more and cautiously asked Mikhail if he intended to punish her. Mikhail coldly replied, no, I have no intention of that. In reality, Mikhail knew he had no authority to punish her. Afterward, Mikhail suddenly chuckled mischievously and extended his hand, but I have successfully conquered the dream as well. So, I must have something to take home, he said with a sly smile, looking at Nephthys with a playful expression. Nephthys closed her eyes, completely complying with Mikhail's intentions. The creation has been taken away. If you want something to take home, it must be, she trailed off. Mikhail chuckled devilishly, pointing down at the ground. Yes, you got it right, he confirmed. I want this tomb, Mikhail declared something seemingly impossible with calm assurance. After a while, Mikhail began to regain consciousness. A dizzy sensation overwhelmed his body, and his eyes felt heavy as they slowly opened. However, a sudden jolt from Leon shaking his shoulders brought Mikhail back to full alertness. Hey, are you okay? Mikhail sighed. I'm fine, don't shake me. Teeps cautiously asked, are you sure? It was quite a challenging trial. Mikhail sat up, looking somewhat lethargic. Challenging is an understatement, but I could endure it. Set then appeared with a worried expression, asking if Mikhail obtained anything different, especially concerning the creation. Mikhail suppressed a sigh of disappointment and replied, there was no creation there. After glancing around, Mikhail explained, instead, I obtained something else. The surroundings underwent a transformation, flowers began to bloom on the darkened land, and life returned to the withered trees, as if colors were being added to a black and white painting. As Mikhail was about to continue talking with Set, the steward Mordin interrupted, his eyes widening in astonishment at the changed scenery. Young master, what is happening? Taking the opportunity, Mikhail declared to everyone, simply put, from now on, this dungeon will be mine. Steward Mordin looked up at the tomb with an incredulous expression, realizing the potential benefits. In other words, Mikhail had just claimed a portion of Dracularian's territory. Mikhail casually responded, that's right. Seeing that Mikhail was now fully awake and standing, Teeps cautiously approached. Mikhail. Teeps hesitated and asked Mikhail, what is this dungeon really, can you tell me? Mikhail pondered for a moment before answering, it's my father's past. Dracularian must have confined himself within his own past for a long time. Teeps, with a slightly puzzled and skeptical expression, responded, his past, I don't quite understand. However, as he contemplated Mikhail's words, Teeps's expression changed to a bitter smile. Ah, I see, it's like that. Mikhail, seeing the understanding and sympathy in Teeps's reaction, acknowledged the sentiment but remained firm in his judgment. Of course, no matter the reason, it doesn't justify the crimes he committed. Teeps nodded heavily, I understand. Right after that, Teeps raised his spear with determination at chest level, declaring, as a son, I will punish my father, it's the best I can do for him. Mikhail grinned mischievously and said to Teeps, fair enough, I have a favor to ask of you. Then, Teeps immediately looked up, asking, what is it? Maintaining that playful smile, Mikhail asked Teeps, could you become a true vampire? This request left Teeps both surprised and puzzled. The next day, in the village of Piakalam, within a lavishly decorated chamber that contrasted sharply with the impoverished scene outside, village chief Davlos knelt beneath the feet of a mysterious man sitting on a golden throne. The mysterious man questioned Davlos, a suspicious group that makes you feel uneasy. Davlos, full of concern, nodded, yes, that's right. The enigmatic man wore a blindfold with an eye-shaped symbol on it, attentively listening to Davlos. Davlos continued, they appear to be travelers visiting the village, but they look extremely suspicious. He spoke with a skeptical tone, it seems like they come from the Holy Kingdom. The mysterious man fell into thoughtful silence for a while before speaking again. They inquired about Dracularian's affairs, didn't they? Davlos hesitated but ultimately nodded, yes, that's correct. The mysterious man pondered, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. Davlos, sweating nervously, looked up at the mysterious man. If they truly come from the Holy Kingdom, then something must have happened to the protective barrier, he worriedly remarked. Soon after, the mysterious man's tapping finger halted as he came to a thoughtful conclusion. The enigmatic man stood up with a relaxed smile. Don't worry, there's nothing major going on. The pattern on his eye cover seemed to flicker, and he continued, if the villagers are concerned, just try to explain and reassure them. Tell them that we've done nothing wrong, it's peculiar, but your faith will suddenly strengthen, and the worry in your eyes will vanish. Davlos, now puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement of the advice given by the mysterious man. After Davlos left, embracing the reinforced faith and newfound enthusiasm, the atmosphere in the room underwent a complete transformation. A cruel voice emanated from the mouth of the mysterious man. Accompanied by the sounds of gnashing teeth and muttered words, what did the Holy Kingdom sense? The mysterious man, deep in contemplation, mused, never thought something would happen to those twins, but if they truly sensed something. He trailed off, his expression turning grim, then I have no choice but to kill them, he declared with a malicious grin, revealing the demonic claws beneath his fingers. At that very moment, the village chief, who had not been gone for long, rushed in with a pale face. The mysterious man quickly retracted his claws and blamed Davlos, telling him he should have knocked before entering. Ignoring the reprimand, Davlos urgently spoke, big news, Draculian is back. Draculian had indeed reappeared, and upon hearing those words, the mysterious man's face froze in astonishment. Meanwhile, on the road leading into the village, a knight approached with heavy, menacing steps. With a malicious laugh, the newly arrived knight instilled fear in the villagers at the mere sound of his footsteps. The mysterious knight emerged, wielding a sharp spear, dressed entirely in deep black from the helmet to the armor. Although his eyes were hidden behind the helmet, the palpable aura of menace surrounded him. As panic ensued, villagers scattered in fear, screaming that Draculian had truly returned. The call for self-defense echoed, but chaos spread uncontrollably. Even the village defenders couldn't keep their spears steady, shouting in trembling voices, stand your ground, stand firm. In that moment, Draculian raised his spear. Immediately, it was enveloped in a radiant, vivid red glow. Without any hesitation, Draculian hurled his spear towards the village. The spear cut through the air at a terrifying speed, comparable to a flash of light. Nothing could obstruct its path, or more precisely, its trajectory seemed to be aimed at no one in particular. The spear collided, causing an explosion against the wall, but surprisingly, it failed to claim the lives of the two soldiers. As Draculian raised his hand high, the spear automatically returned to his grasp. Draculian's blood-red eyes glowed with a hint of menace through his helmet as he declared threateningly, "Soon, I will return." Afterward, Draculian departed immediately. The soldiers remained seated, heads in hands, overwhelmed by panic. There was no way they could maintain composure in such a situation, having been nurtured in peace for so long without facing any monster attack. Draculian proceeded straight toward the old, worn-out wall. There, Mikhail awaited him with a sly smile. "Thank you, it was quite an effort," he remarked. Teeps slumped down, appearing exhausted. "Is all of this enough?" he wondered. Teeps removed his helmet, revealing a look of concern. The people were frightened, but it seems it didn't last long. Mikhail chuckled and teased Teeps. "Don't worry, tell me, what is the power and blessing that humans are always obsessed with?" Teeps hesitated and replied, "Willpower." Mikhail suddenly stretched out his arms dramatically, as if representing some divine force. He laughed heartily and said casually, "It's all just propaganda and fabrication." Mikhail looked at Teeps with a skeptical expression, unsure if he was dealing with a true hero. However, Mikhail dismissed that look and continued, "The most important thing is to convince the people, even if we have to resort to force." Teeps became even more doubtful, questioning how Draculian could have been resurrected. Mikhail smirked. "At the very least, we need to make them realize that this area is not as safe as they think. And furthermore, if we keep going like this, the puppeteer behind the scenes will have to reveal themselves." Mikhail's eyes sharpened with anticipation. The next day, the village experienced significant upheaval as people wanted to leave the dangerous place. Davlos rushed to stop them. "Wait a moment, what are you all saying, planning to leave?" Davlos tried to reason with the frightened villagers. "Wait, I heard that the evil Draculian has returned. Some even claim to have seen him directly." The group of three, including Mikhail, hid behind a nearby house. Observing the chaos, Leon shook his head, expressing his concern about the disorder. Mikhail calmly responded, "Of course, for them, Draculian is a nightmare." Leon sarcastically added, "Yeah, that's true." Mikhail, now keenly observing the village chief, realized that he was no longer capable of calming the people. Frowning, Mikhail stared intensely at the crowd and muttered to himself, "Now is the time. Where are you hiding? Come out." At that moment, the mysterious man stepped forward in front of the crowd with an authoritative demeanor. Davlos, upon seeing the mysterious man, exclaimed with respect, "Wise one, you have arrived." Mikhail was a bit surprised to see the revered figure being revered by the villagers. The sage smiled friendly to reassure the villagers, "Do not worry, people, the one who attacked the village yesterday was not the real Draculian." The villagers still expressed concern and objections, pointing out that the demon looked exactly like Draculian, and the dark energy could only be created by him. The sage remained calm and asked the villagers if there was any residue of dark energy from him. The villagers, hearing this, looked puzzled, wondering how that could be. The sage sat down and placed his hand on the ground, stating, "I am talking about that residue, Draculian. If that creature exists, this area will undoubtedly be flooded with corpses. Of course, the entire region will be engulfed in deathly aura." With a mockingly persuasive smile, the sage continued to reassure the villagers, "The monster from yesterday doesn't resemble that description, does it?" The villagers became increasingly perplexed, muttering about the situation. The wise sage further explained, "For a long time, our village has enjoyed peace, but things cannot always be smooth. As soon as we realized this area was peaceful, those in power from the outside began to take notice. Perhaps they want us to leave this place." Hearing this, Mikhail chuckled, "Haha, quite the fabrication, isn't it?" The wise sage continued to persuade the people, "Now is not the time for us to cause chaos, but to unite. To stand against the external threats, to punish the wicked." As the sage spoke, the eye symbol drawn on his face covering began to flicker. Soon after, the gazes of those around him started to become blurry. Very quickly, in the eyes of the villagers, clarity disappeared entirely, and their will seemed to become sluggish. The observant steward Morden, noticing this, startled and realized, "Young master, that is." Mikhail understood Morden's implication and immediately confirmed, "Yes, it's a form of mind control. Among the abilities that demons possess, that is one of the worst 5. Mikhail grumbled, "That scoundrel uses mental manipulation."
After quietly hiding to find out the secret of the so-called sage, Mikhail couldn't help but be frustrated in his heart. If he had to choose the most annoying evil ability, he could only think of the ability to manipulate the mind. It controlled the minds of the victims and turned them into real puppets. Mikhail felt extremely averse to it, for no particular reason. He simply sees it as something more hateful than anything, the feeling that manipulating others is disgusting. Seeing Mikhail suddenly step out of his hiding place without saying a word, the butler Mordin spoke up curiously, "You're going to act now?" Mikhail walked straight and clicked his tongue and replied, "Yes." Having just appeared, he did not hesitate to applaud the attention of the crowd with an obvious provocative attitude towards the sage. The sage immediately turned to look at Mikhail, his voice full of mockery. "Oh, thank you for your wonderful speech. I've learned so much from you." The sage, Mikhail clapped incessantly with a gentle smile as he spoke. It was hard to believe that a chaotic miner like him could start such a gentle conversation. However, that compliment turned out to be just a springboard for him to let go of his harsh words. The old man was so stupid that he still made up a story that the dog had to nod like that after hearing it. What a talent! The sage was stunned in his heart, but still calmly questioned Mikhail. "I heard that a group of strangers visited recently." "So, it's you?" Mikhail casually shrugged his shoulders and admitted in a defiant voice as if he wanted to know if he was a guest. "Yes, it was me." The sage immediately took advantage of that to drive away Mikhail. "For an outsider like you, this is not something you can interfere with." Mikhail took out the gear in his pocket and declared, "Well, I'm involved in this. I came here because of the problem of Draculian, and when the people around me heard about the monster that had always terrified them, they stared at Mikhail." Mikhail took out his staff and tapped it lightly on the ground to dispel the magic he used to hide his identity. In fact, it was just a kind of magic that made Mikhail's outfit a little more ordinary. There were no more barbaric straps on the bodice, and when he tapped the staff down, the hidden accessories were instantly exposed. At the same time, Mikhail's whole body shone brightly under the aura of magic that provided for the announcement of his identity, "And I will intervene in this, as a hero." Mikhail decided to reveal his identity in order to gain the trust of the people first, because mind manipulation was not an easy problem to solve. Even killing the leader would not necessarily eliminate this magic, and even a moment of mistake or indecisive hesitation could cost countless people their lives. Even with the power of a 9th-level mage before Mikhail regressed, it was not easy to deal with it. Moreover, sensing that the evil energy around here was getting stronger, Mikhail knew that there was no time for him to find another solution, and he immediately clenched his fists. In the blink of an eye, while everyone was still in a daze, Mikhail threw a punch in the middle of the sage's abdomen, causing him to be knocked up. The sage was beaten with blood in his mouth without turning back, even if he reacted in time to see Mikhail's movements. With the status of an old man like now, it would not be reasonable for him to dodge that attack in front of the people. As a result, the sage was knocked to the ground after just one blow, but Mikhail still did not stop. He sat on the old man and continued to punch the dust bag in everyone's shocked eyes. After a moment of stunned, the people began to gather to defend the sage. "What are you doing? You are a hero. Why are you beating the sage for no reason like that? He is definitely a fake hero." Mikhail continued to punch without stopping and smiled with satisfaction. Of course he knew in advance that the crowd would react like this, so he had no intention of stopping. Mikhail had prepared a plan to deal with it. He beat the bruised sage house, and screamed like an exorcist, "A demon, why haven't you even gotten out of this body?" Mikhail said that there is also a basis, because if a demon wants to use its ability to manipulate psychology on humans, it is indispensable to have a subject who acts as a bridge. Any human who sees a demon will be afraid and deeply suspicious, and those who are in a state of vigilance will not be easily swept away by the demon's gossip. But if the demon lived in human form, it was another matter. If it used magic to create a camouflage, the risk of being exposed was very high, so it was better to disguise itself as a human. Therefore, Mikhail was sure that there was a demon that was taking over the body of the sage. Maybe this person was really a sage before, but now that his soul has been replaced by the demon, even if he hits harder, he will not die immediately. The more Mikhail thought about his clever handling, the more he laughed happily. "Get out of this body, the disgusting devil." When the people heard this, they became worried and began to doubt. Evil, what is this? Don't tell me that the sage is really possessed by the devil." The sage tried to get up after being beaten and tried to deny it. I'm not." However, the fact that he was already close to heaven and still awake after being punched repeatedly in the face further strengthened Mikhail's judgment, and he did not hesitate to deliver another punch in the middle of his nose, shutting his mouth. Hitting his hands tiredly, Mikhail turned to kick the sage in the face. The gentle people saw that there was a little pity to stop him. "Brother, hero, even if he is a demon, if he fights like that, he will die." Mikhail smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, a hero's blow brings blessings, so he can't die." The people could only look at Mikhail with half-believing and half-believing eyes, so why was the sage beaten so much that he became irritated, forgot to act, and began to reveal his true nature to curse the people, "You fools." However, Mikhail didn't give him a chance to speak to others at all and kicked him in the mouth. "I told him to shut up." After knocking the sage unconscious, Mikhail breathed a sigh of relief and said to the villagers, "Well, to be honest, I'm here to tell you some bad news. Unfortunately, the resurrection of Draculian is just around the corner. And the devil who possessed the body of this sage was pushing that day forward." Mikhail's accusations made the villagers bewildered, half believing in his words, but because he looked so much like a hero, and the sage's control of his mind had diminished as he fainted, so they gradually believed Mikhail's words. They were whispering and discussing with each other, so what should the sage do now? Should he be freed from the demon? Will he be able to prevent the resurrection of Draculian after we kill him? The villagers, without the guidance of the sage, were more and more reluctant to ask Mikhail, "Hero, what should we do now?" Mikhail continued to step on the demon while nodding in satisfaction with the cooperative attitude of the people. After that, he suggested, first of all, that everyone should leave this place first, so, let's start moving villages. So following Mikhail's words, the villagers, who were already afraid of Draculian, quickly packed up their belongings and left the central village, scattering outside the area of the giant magic circle, and the issue of freeing those who were tricked into sacrificing to Draculian was quickly resolved. Soon, the sage who had been knocked unconscious finally woke up in a quiet space, and he tried to listen to his surroundings, but there was no sound of people here. The sage quickly sensed that he was tied to the flagpole of the village, which was located in the center of the magic circle he had established. The sage was struggling to find a way to escape when Mikhail suddenly appeared with a giggling laugh. "Ah, you are awake," the sage immediately hiccuped in panic. He still tried to question Mikhail's identity. I didn't hear that the hero had been chosen." Mikhail clicked his tongue and explained to him, Meryl is still worried about it. I don't have the strength to tell you the news." The sage was even more confused when he saw that Mikhail knew his master's name, and that he had caught him without killing him right away, which made him wonder, "Why didn't you kill me?" Instead of explaining to the sage, Mikhail bluntly exposed his crimes. "Before, you yourself played a trick on Draculian." He was completely dumbfounded because he didn't expect someone to be able to guess the secret story from decades ago. According to Mikhail's speculation, the sage had appeared when Draculian was still in grief over the loss of his beloved wife, and he had shown the poor man a way to change the situation. Seeing the sage turn pale, Mikhail smiled and sneered at the tricks of these demons, because the demons can't conquer the tomb, so Meryl must have sent you to borrow Draculian's hand to do it, and the sage gritted his teeth even more in panic. How do you know that?" But after thinking carefully about the current situation, the sage suddenly showed an arrogant smile and laughed. "Haha, you know that, no matter what you do, I can't change this. Draculian has already absorbed more than half of the necessary sacrifice. You can't change anything." Mikhail still has a calm expression. And pointed at the sage Xi family. "Yes, it's true that I can't do anything. But you can, isn't it?" And Mikhail grinned with a sinister madness in his eyes. That smile made the sage shudder, retracting his arrogant expression. "What?" Mikhail narrowed his eyes at him. "You are the one who created this magic to perfect Draculian, and the person who tied the rope can also untie the rope, right?" The sage was silent at Mikhail's correct judgment, but he still stubbornly kept his mouth shut with his determination not to reveal the secret of his magic. There is no way things will go according to your wishes." Mikhail naturally had no intention of persuading this demon. He directly reached out in front of him to shorten the time to extract information from him. Realizing that Mikhail was about to forcibly extract the information from his head, the sage reassured himself even though he was worried. Mind manipulation is not something you can easily use. A person like you wants to use it, it is almost impossible. Mikhail knew the difficulties of using magic to manipulate the mind, but he continued to put his hands on the sage's face and forehead to cast magic without hesitation. A powerful stream of mana gushed from Mikhail's hand, and a violent stream of energy ran through the sage's body like an electric current that made his mind spin. He couldn't expect Mikhail to possess such a terrible amount of mana, and the fact that he used magic to manipulate his mind so smoothly that he couldn't help but cry out in panic, "Monster, you are a monster." Mikhail laughed mischievously and looked at the demon in his hand that was bouncing like a leech on lime. His reaction showed that this measure had indeed worked as expected. Without wasting any more time with the sage, Mikhail hurriedly poured mana into mind manipulation magic and a terrifying glint of threat flashed in his eyes. "Now, let's get started." At this time, it was already dim, and the warm morning sunlight slowly shone through the empty houses and shone on the flagpole in the middle of the village. In such a peaceful setting, the sage was suffering terrible pain as he tried to resist Mikhail's mind-bending magic, which was built in a much more extreme way than his magic. There was no humanity in Mikhail's eyes, simply because this extreme mind manipulation jujitsu was built to apply to demons, so there was no need to hold back. The reason Mikhail was able to master this type of jujitsu was because in his previous life, when the demons first appeared, their power was far beyond that of humans. It was not only the result of years of accumulation of strength, but also because of their arrogant nature that made them extremely confident in their strength. Facing such powerful demons, even the Argo expeditionary force, led by Siegfried, had to pay a great price to shorten the gap in strength. Each member of the expeditionary team had to try to improve their abilities, and for Mikhail no exception, he tried to push his limits. Even when necessary, he sleeps much less than ordinary people so that he can create all kinds of solutions to deal with the demons. And mind manipulation magic is one of those solutions. Although it consumes a large amount of mana, it is very useful, and it is not as complicated as hypnosis to convince people to submit to it. Because the purpose was only to obtain the necessary information from the demon instead of forcing it to submit to him, Mikhail did not need to be patient and enchanted slowly, but directly forcibly turned the information in the demon's mind into a stream and sucked it up. After gathering the necessary information, Mikhail couldn't help but sigh in frustration. The spell was used on Draculian. Is this it? Then you have to use the reverse spell. Meryl, you used a troublesome spell. Simply put, this spell distorted the nature of the artifact that Draculian received, which was originally a gift of long-term vitality, but was transformed into something that made it impossible for people to die. Seeing Mikhail grimacing, Set asked curiously, "Is it that bad?" Mikhail shook his head. "This is no different from the process of creating a divine tool. If I didn't know the original spell, it would be a headache to be able to deal with it." Set didn't know much about the jujitsu of magicians to help Mikhail, so he could only listen with a staring expression. Mikhail couldn't help but feel sorry for his past life. Even the Argo expedition team couldn't avoid facing sacrifices because they couldn't find any other way to stop the demon's magic. The result of that defeat was that they had to pay the price with the death of half of Ariandal's population. Set saw that Mikhail was grieving and encouraged him. "Anyway, now that you know the information about this spell, it is no longer a problem." "That's right." Mikhail nodded and let go of the sage's smoking head. "Well, it was." The sage was completely unable to resist. His mouth was constantly speechless, his mind was now only a vague mess, so Mikhail coldly decided, "Now you are no longer useful. Goodbye, trash." Immediately afterwards, a different white light appeared from his hand than before. This was divine power, not mana. Mikhail used his divine power to sweep over the sage family, and the purification process quickly turned him into a smoke that dissipated in the blink of an eye. When it was daylight, Mikhail had finished dealing with the sage and returned to his meeting place with his companions, even Teeps waiting for him here. As soon as he saw Mikhail's calm expression, Leon immediately made a guess. Looking at his expression, it seemed that the problem had been solved. Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "The most important problem is still there. Well, it's only a matter of time until we solve it. But, I can be sure of one thing, Draculian is already in a state where he can break the seal on his own." Mikhail's statement shocked everyone. Especially Teeps, the son who had been guarding his father for so long with faith and hope that he would never break out of the seal. Teeps stood stunned for a while, but still couldn't accept this fact, so he hesitated to ask Mikhail again, "Wait, what do you mean? My father can break the seal by himself. That can't happen." It was the Holy Knight's master who sealed him, and the more Teeps spoke, the more desperate and worried he became. Mikhail understood Teeps' anxious agitation, so he gently explained to him, knowing that he was sealed by the Holy Knight. "But what if I told you that it was his plan from the beginning? Can you accept it?" Teeps was stunned when he heard this, his eyebrows, his plan. Mikhail nodded frankly, yes, he wasn't sealed, he was simply waiting for the opportunity and accumulating power. Seeing Teeps' expression full of confusion and insecurity, Mikhail reassured him, "It's okay, with the four of us here, we can easily defeat him. But, before that, I had something to ask you." Mikhail stopped as he turned around, and turned to glance at Teeps with sharp eyes. He opened the way for him to retreat with a tolerant attitude. "If this is too difficult for you, you don't need to join us, I understand your situation." Seeing that Teeps bowed his head in a calm manner that seemed awkward at the thought of confronting his father in person, Mikhail was relaxed but was actually urging him, "If you tell me your decision now, we can take care of it." Mikhail also partly wanted to test how far Teeps would go in this, and finally he opened his mouth in a resolute voice, "No, it's okay, in fact, I should be the one to put an end to this. Because this is my family's problem." Teeps looked up at Mikhail in the eye fiercely. Mikhail just nodded and replied, "I understand." Although he didn't show it outwardly, he was quite satisfied with Teeps' fierce attitude in his heart. As the dawn dissipated the clouds that covered the land, Mikhail led the group towards Draculian's mansion. "All right, let's do this together, let's go." Although Mikhail's group now consisted of only 4 people, they were all people with superior strength and 2 of them also had a deep understanding of magic as well as combat experience, so they headed straight to Draculian's residence without any worries. Draculian's mansion was enveloped in a dense gloomy atmosphere. Even if the sun had already risen, it was not enough to dispel the deadly fog that was casting a shadow over the place. Teeps stood in front of his family's mansion with eyes full of joyful and sad nostalgia. It had been a long, long, long time. For Teeps, this mansion is not only a place that contains good memories with his family, but also the place where his father turned him into an immortal monster. The gloomy memory of that terrible day still weighed heavily on Teeps' mind. He could not forget the moment he was deceived by his father and poisoned. As he writhed in pain and despair at his father, he was utterly indifferent, ignoring the pleading gaze of his only son. Draculian smiled with satisfaction as he watched Teeps' eyes gradually turn blood-red and asked in a mocking voice, "Are you satisfied?" Of course, how can Teeps be satisfied when he never wanted to become a monster? When Teeps recounted this memory to Mikhail's group, he couldn't help but grit his teeth bitterly. The really ridiculous thing was that at that point, my father really didn't have any ill will towards me. Mikhail immediately understood that the problem was that Draculian didn't want to lose his son like he had lost his wife, so he did such an extreme thing. Unfortunately, the distorted love of parents would inadvertently hurt their children. Mikhail sympathized with Teeps' distress and once again paved the way for him to turn around before entering the mansion. Could he do it? He could really point his stick at his father. Teeps knew that Mikhail was afraid that he would become weak in the face of the father he both hated and loved, and that indecisiveness would lead to death, so he immediately regained his spirits. "Squeeze the spear in your hand." Teeps took a breath and regained his composure in response to Mikhail's question fiercely. "If I didn't, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Rather than aiding my father's downfall, I would rather be an unfilial son and repent of my sins in hell." And as soon as he had said that, Teeps pushed open the door of the mansion. The heavy door that had been closed for decades was not easy to start moving little by little, and the creaking sound sounded to add more horror to the scene. When the door opened, the dense dust inside was immediately stirred by the air flow from the outside, and the sound of the old hinge continued to echo throughout the mansion. Right in the hall of the mansion, a garden of fresh roses that had been blooming for decades thanks to magic, Leon couldn't help but exclaim, "The inside of this place looks better than I thought." Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "Because the owner of this place wanted it." Obviously, Draculian knew that one day he would return, but he didn't want the house that kept his family's memories to be destroyed by time. Even if the coffin that sealed him was placed in the center of the hall, it was still a brilliant scene. Around the coffin was planted with bright red roses in contrast to the countless spells hanging in the air. Except for creating a slightly creepy atmosphere, the scene did not look as dilapidated as an abandoned villa in the legend. Looking at the complicated spells, the butler Mordin was suspicious or stopped by Mikhail's ear and asked softly, "Young master, are you saying that he can break all these spells by himself?" Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "Yes, right now." However, even when Mikhail's group stormed the mansion, Draculian did not react, as if he had no intention of leaving the coffin before the scheduled time. However, as long as Mikhail wanted to force him to show up, there would be a way. He immediately released the mana infused into his staff and said in a solemn voice, "This Teeps' brother. I think we need to demolish this mansion a bit." Teeps couldn't help but roll his eyes in amazement when he heard that. After all, this place has many beautiful memories of him with his family. But after thinking about it carefully, Teeps could only reluctantly bow his head in agreement with Mikhail's suggestion. Do it, because he knew that destroying this memorable house would provoke his father's wrath. Mikhail was allowed by the owner of the house to walk towards the coffin without hesitation. "I understand." Immediately afterwards, he swung his wand and cast magic to create an earthquake, and the ground immediately shook violently, causing the mansion to sway as well. Of course, Mikhail had no intention of causing any major damage to the house, but the person inside the coffin could not withstand the slightest provocation and began to act. The chains filled with charms in the blink of an eye were broken like rotten ropes. A fierce roar echoed from inside the coffin. how dare you? After the ruby on the lid of the coffin flashed a threatening light, the lid of the coffin opened on its own from the inside, paving the way for a layer of dust to spill out, obscuring the view for a moment. A thin and boneless hand with pale skin slowly reached out from the coffin, and its sharp nails were constantly waving towards Mikhail. Draculian inside the coffin opened his eyes and stared at Mikhail with a fiery murderous aura. How dare you defile my house? Mikhail immediately smiled with satisfaction when he saw that he was more easily seduced than he imagined. His gaze lit up with excitement, responding to Draculian with a defiant voice, finally revealing himself, Draculian. After seeing Draculian slowly escape from the coffin, Mikhail began to come back with a serious but still very joking voice. Good night, Mr. Draculian. Draculian didn't bother to respond to that provocative remark and concentrated his energy on lifting his body out of the coffin. Because he had spent decades lying in one place, it was a little difficult to suddenly move out of this narrow space. After stepping on the ground, Draculian squinted at Mikhail's group to see if anyone dared to venture into the house, but a familiar figure appeared that made him glare in shock. Although they hadn't seen each other for decades, Teeps hadn't changed too much in appearance, so Draculian could immediately recognize his son standing in a corner with a tragic expression on his face. Draculian called his son's name, and Teeps raised his head in confusion, his eyes filled with chaotic emotions, not knowing how to deal with this father. Draculian didn't notice Teeps' pitiful gaze and waved his hand back. Come here, my son, you can't stand on the same side as them. This mansion is a place where memories of mother and daughter are kept, and when Teeps hears about his mother, he immediately changes his attitude to look at Draculian with his head held high. After that, he made up his mind to remind his father of the cruel truth that he had always tried to avoid. It had been a long time ago, and Draculian immediately looked at his son in amazement like a stranger. Draculian was still trying to get Teeps' support. No, son, I can bring your mother back, I've found a way, the method I heard from him, if only I had. Mikhail couldn't look at his incomprehensible look anymore and interrupted. That demon was already dead. Draculian glared in surprise. What's wrong? Mikhail walked straight in front of Draculian with an arrogant and defiant expression, and I killed him. No matter what his plan was, it would never come true, and immediately afterwards, Mikhail summoned the staff he had just put away to free his hand. Under the dazzling light of the force, he directly pronounced the death sentence for Draculian, shut his mouth, and accepted to be purified. Draculian didn't feel apprehensive about the threat from the force, but only roared in anger because the ideal world he expected had collapsed before it was even formed, which was a joke. And it wasn't even laughable at all. I did everything to make reality better, and with the roar of Draculian's wild beast, the mansion immediately shook violently. He exploded with madness, a thick black mist gushed out from his shadow. Teeps saw his father so madly obsessed with infatuation, and he gritted his teeth bitterly and indignantly. As soon as he raised his spear and pointed it at Draculian and rushed to attack without hesitation, he was afraid that if he let him go mad further, he would not be able to stop it. Teeps's sharp spear pierced through the dense space created by the red mist created by Draculian and aimed directly at the middle of his chest, but unfortunately it was blocked by an invisible drag. There were no shields here. The only thing that prevented Teep's spear from piercing was his aching heart. He couldn't stop his hands from trembling in hesitation. Teeps naturally remembered what Mikhail had asked before, whether it was possible, which also meant asking if he could really cut ties with his father. He had promised himself that he would be consistent dozens of times. But at the same time, Teeps still remembered his mother who believed in him and did not let go until the last moment. Before Teep's mother died, she told her son his last words, Teeps. I left him to you. Teeps still remembers the warmth of holding your hand, even after becoming a cursed immortal monster like this. It was Teep's mother's love and desire that the two of them would rely on each other to live, which made Teeps hesitate to act. They were a family after all. How could Teeps not understand Draculian's desire to be with his wife forever, only that he didn't want to watch his father go astray anymore? The moment Teeps flinched and lowered the tip of his spear, Mikhail came to him with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Mr. Teeps. Seeing Mikhail continue to walk towards Draculian, Teeps asked a little worriedly, You, Mr. Mikhail? Mikhail replied with a gentle smile, It's okay now, you've done a great job. After that, Mikhail simply defends himself against the pollutants that are spreading towards them. Wherever he goes, the space becomes cleaner, and the poisonous gas of the Draculian is also repelled. Pure white divine power bloomed in extreme splendor and enveloped Mikhail. It began to purify its surroundings. As long as there was a protective artifact, the poisonous gas of the Draculian could not enter his body. Teeps was overwhelmed by that wonderful sight without even realizing it. In that moment, he couldn't take his eyes off the light around Mikhail, enchanted by this light proving that he had not yet fallen into the darkness of melancholy, but he still felt guilty for hesitating, so he reluctantly admitted his fault to Mikhail. I am hesitating, before my father, before a pagan demon who should not be forgiven. Mikhail continued to walk casually, which is why I told him he did a good job. Silently, he smiled bitterly because he understood the torment in Teeps' heart. Although Mikhail's usual behavior was always insolent, but now he was more like a hero than anyone else. He turned to look at Teeps with sympathetic eyes. He wasn't his own family. He pointed his spear at his family, although he knew full well that he would have to bear the burden of the sins of the traitor. Teeps could not help but be moved when he received comfort from Mikhail. Seeing that Teeps was still confused, Mikhail continued to say heroic words. Family is just like that, even if you fall into darkness, you can't cut off the bloodline, so, it's okay. There was no reason for him to carry that burden on him for the rest of his life. When Mikhail finished speaking, a pure white aura shone brightly with his heroic mark, a divine light enveloping everything, purifying the surrounding pollution. Mikhail didn't hesitate to make a statement, I'll be the one to purify him. Teeps knows that Mikhail is trying to help him get rid of his psychological burden, but he can't understand why. Mikhail raised his staff aloft, the tip of which glowed brightly as he smiled and said to Teeps, it was natural. Because this is the reason that the hero exists. Huge magic circles begin to surround Mikhail as he is enveloped in divine light with his staff held high, exactly like a legendary hero. While Mikhail expands the magic circle and prepares for battle, Draculian roars in frustration because his son is confronting him. The bastard, no. That child was my son, and after a loud scream, Draculian summoned the souls that had been absorbed by him and launched a massive attack towards Mikhail. Mikhail did not hesitate to stretch out his hand to recite the mantra, multi-minded, holy pillar. The seventh circle magic was cast, as the name implies. The force was used in the form of pillars inserted into the subject's head. This was a blessing to the lost souls and gave them liberation, so the souls created by the Draculian dissolved into a cloud of smoke in an instant. However, Mikhail was startled to realize that Draculian's power was getting stronger and stronger over time, even though the other souls had been purified. The red mist still spilled out massively and began to gather in his hand, which looked like a spear. Originally, the Draculian clan was a knight clan that used spears. It was not natural that they were called piercers. Draculian was holding the weapon he was most proficient in. Immediately afterwards, he launched the spear straight at Mikhail, making the same swift and decisive movements as when Teeps was fighting with a spear. The spear tore through the air at a terrifying speed like a bullet shooting straight at Mikhail, the distance being so close that his startled reaction back felt a little sluggish. At the moment of imminent danger, Leon rushed out to block Draculian's spear with his blade. No way, wolf. A pure white streak was imprinted on Draculian's spear as Leon swung his hand backwards. However, his strength was so great that it was not easy for him to stand up. After the spear was pushed away, Leon watched his hand tremble with too much force with an unbelievable expression. How much power did that guy have? If he completely absorbed the sacrifice, I don't know how strong it would be. Mikhail replied casually, I'm sure he won't have any trouble fighting three masters at the same time. Leon muttering as if he was fed up with the harsh reality, it's crazy. Butler Mordin quickly stepped forward with Mikhail ready to fight and asked him, what are you going to do? Mikhail replied solemnly, we have to destroy him. To do that, I need some time. Butler Murim was a little skeptical when he thought about Draculian being an immortal creature. So you have found a solution, Mikhail firmly affirmed, I am sure this method will work. At this moment, another group of Draculian's minions rushed towards them again. Butler Mordin immediately cast a seventh circle spell, Fire Wall, Polynomial. The raging flame spread out into a shield in front of them. The unfortunate souls who became Draculian's reluctant henchmen turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Hearing Mikhail's words, Leon calmly straightened up. The aura on the sword was still burning. In short, now. We're just extending the time, right? Along with Leon, the butler Murim also defends with a very confident appearance. As long as Mikhail has a plan, they will have the confidence to do whatever he needs. Seeing that everyone was making an effort, Teeps, after thinking carefully and raising his spirits, immediately walked to their side, and I will also help. Teeps said seriously as he looked directly at Draculian, please, I beg you, please, help my father rest in peace. Seeing his son betraying him, Draculian was both in pain and angry. His anger erupted even more strongly from the bottom of his eyes, and the poisonous gas and the mules also appeared rampantly from there. Draculian could not help but be indignant when he saw the bad guys standing in his way. He remembered the old memories that had led him to the path, when he stood in front of his wife's cold stone steel. Faced with the harsh and cold reality, Draculian was determined to give it all up, until he heard the advice of a respectable man. That person was none other than the sage who had been taken over by the demon, and he quietly came to Draculian's side, wobbling with suffering and in need of spiritual support. In Draculian's eyes, that wise sage came to him with a gentle smile like an angel. He could turn everything back to the way it was. Draculian was immediately shaken by the idea of being able to go back in time when he had his wife and son laughing and joking without any worries. He looked up at the savior of his life. That, really. The sage smiled kindly and affirmed that, of course. We need to have sacrifices, but don't worry, if they are successful, they will also return, the sage said as he held out his hand to Draculian to invite. Draculian couldn't help himself from being shaken by that perfect plan, where he and his family could be as happy as before, and the people would be revived even if they were sacrificed. Moreover, there was another reason why Draculian fell in love with the devil, not only because of his personal greed. When his wife died, his son cried for days with the loss of his mother. The little Teeps said to his father sadly, "I won't see you again, please save me." Teeps really didn't think it could happen like this. For a long time, Draculian could not overcome the grief of losing his beloved. At first, he still tried to suppress his desire to revive his wife and hesitated at the sage's offer. But he can't take it anymore after experiencing the feeling of being able to change the reality inside the dungeon. Although happiness becomes vague at times, it's still a pretty pleasant fog that contains his dreams. Each time he fell into the dungeon's challenge, the feeling became even stronger, prompting Draculian to take the first step of the plan, and he was lucky enough to receive the artifact from Nephthys after many trials. The words of the sage kept repeating in Draculian's mind, that even those who had become sacrifices would be revived if our plan became a reality, which is how he consoled himself in committing atrocities later. At last Draculian crossed the line of morality. He sacrificed half of the people in his territory and renounced his human status. His son was blessed just like him. The discomfort and self-reproach were only momentary. It's easy to forget that he's human and accustomed to his new identity, and Draculian thought his son would be happy with it. But reality is hitting him in the face. Why are you against me? Very soon we will be able to live in the reality that we have always wanted. The current discomfort is only temporary. Didn't you say you wanted to bring your mother back? Draculian earnestly advised, but Teeps still shook his head with a resolute expression. Draculian was also stubborn about not wanting to give up on his plan and try to entice his son. It was completely possible. We already had half of our lives, so as long as we got the other half. Teeps became more and more angry when he saw that his father refused to come to his senses. His face was distorted with anger and a tiger-like roar echoed throughout the mansion. Why hadn't I understood yet? Teeps's words became harsher and harsher. I had already been taken advantage of. He wanted to create a monster that obeyed his orders. In the first place, he had never intended to fulfill his father's wishes, and the strong attacks from his own son made Draculian dumbfounded to death, with his eyes shaking violently and slowly withdrawing his hands. But he quickly shook his head to deny that harsh truth. It couldn't be like that. There was no way. Doing all this, no matter how much effort and suffering he had to endure, it was useless. No matter what his son said, it could not be true. In the heart of Draculian not only denied what Teeps said, but also gave rise to suspicion. Draculian remembered that the sage had previously warned him that false illusions would haunt him, and his mind suddenly lit up. Unfortunately, when Draculian thought he had come to his senses to see the suspicious point in Teeps, he was actually becoming more melancholy. He turned to accusing his son. You guys are trying to deceive me. That's right, you're not my son, you're just an illusion." Coming to a quick conclusion in blindness, Draculian's hesitation also disappeared, and his power began to soar. Draculian's son seemed to want to say something, but he didn't care anymore. He started roaring with heavy breaths. "You are just a challenge that I have to face." At this moment, Mikhail flew in front of Draculian, his entire body covered in a pure white aura to purify the poisonous gas he was unleashing. Mikhail jumped a short distance to get close to Draculian using teleportation, which would generally be suicidal if a normal mage were to get this close to him, but Mikhail said calmly, stopping. As long as the light of the divine force surrounded him and Draculian was still a man-eating monster, he could never stand still in front of him, and a terrifying feeling immediately ran down his spine. The pure white surrounding Mikhail made Draculian flinch in his heart, looking very similar, but also very different from the sage he had seen. Mikhail continued to float in front of Draculian while chanting mantras, holy light. The magic had begun, divine power spreading through the space as a bright aura shone towards Draculian like a floodlight. As soon as Draculian's body came into contact with the brilliant aura of the force, it immediately began to burn to ashes. First of all, 2 arms were missing, which startled him and panicked. But he immediately regained his calm and returned to normal thanks to the powerful regenerative ability of the immortal body, and the newly recovered arms launched a counterattack. Even more incredibly, he used his own flesh and blood that had just been lost to make weapons, and small spearheads were created to float in the air. Draculian shouted and glared at Mikhail with a frantic gaze before pouring down a rain of red spears that smelled of death. This is my territory, no one can use their power in my territory. Mikhail still calmly raised his head to look at the spears while calculating the time he needed to fish. 3 minutes left. The immortal spell he found after clearing the devil's mind would be unlocked, and it would only take 3 minutes to activate the reverse spell. Earlier, while everyone was buying time, Mikhail had already set up the magic circles, but the problem was that it needed a little more time to be able to operate. Immediately afterwards, Mikhail called Set. She immediately understood what he meant by the mark on his neck, how much he wanted. Mikhail muttered, leaving no gaps, and at this moment, the red spears were launched, and a blue storm emerged around Draculian. Soon, a tornado was raging in a circle around his body. Every spear was destroyed, the tornado shooting at the Draculian like a fishing basket without any holes. The storm actually began to crush Draculian, but he was still standing firm and shouting with his eyes wide open, this power, maybe. Mikhail also bluntly admitted that this power was obtained from a god who ruled the dungeon in the same way that Draculian received the artifact from Nephthys. He was not the only one to obtain the artifact, Draculian. Draculian's body was being torn apart, but the recovery process took place as soon as he was injured. His hand was still trying to reach out from the edge of the storm to attack Mikhail. Time is on my side, I will last forever, and your life is short. How long do you think you can last? Mikhail just casually counted down. For a minute, Draculian didn't understand the danger he was about to encounter at all, but he began to be confused. Mikhail immediately raised a finger in front of Draculian's eyes with a seemingly provocative attitude. And his expression was extremely serious and affirmed again, 1 more minute. Although he didn't understand what Mikhail was going to do, Draculian tried to resist strongly. His spears aimed at him again, and they rushed away as fast as lightning. Since Mikhail was concentrating his strength on holding Draculian at this time, he could not defend himself. Fortunately the butler Mordin, Leon, and Teeps rushed out in time to block all the rushing spears. Leon struggled to cope with Draculian's terrible power, but he couldn't help but urge Mikhail, hey, isn't it done yet? Both the butler Mordin and Teeps are also nervously waiting for Mikhail's answer. Mikhail said, with 30 seconds to go, the storm that had run out of time gradually dissipated, leaving behind a ruined mansion that had broken through the ceiling. Draculian was freed from the tornado and quickly stood up. No matter how much damage his body suffered, in the blink of an eye, he was healed again as if he had never been injured. While Draculian was still stunned, Mikhail continued to count down, 20 seconds, and although he didn't know exactly what he was going to do, he still felt a threat. Draculian, who had just recovered, had begun to attack, and the other spears were being formed with the poisonous gas in his hand. Mikhail continued to mutter, counting so that his teammates had more motivation to hold on. 10 seconds. Seeing that Draculian was about to launch more spears, Teeps was ready to rush to the defense with his spear raised, and there was no hesitation in his eyes now. It was at that moment that Mikhail's magic was activated. The magic of life reversal and the death of the 8th circle was cast. Although its beginnings were trivial, only a small flash of light spreading. But inverting the undead is a powerful spell. It will negate everything that has maintained Draculian's immortality so far. The poisoned spears rushed away very quickly, violently and sharply, but when the light of magic touched the spear tip, they began to disintegrate. The incident didn't stop there. Draculian's left arm holding the spear also quickly disintegrated like pieces of ash flying in the air. Then there were the feet and lower body, a scene that stunned Draculian because he felt that his body did not heal automatically. Why was my immortal body? It couldn't be. What was this? With eyes full of panic, Draculian's body slowly dissipated. While the reverse magic made him unable to recover, the divine force was eating away at his body. Draculian couldn't help but be horrified when he looked at Mikhail, who was casting magic at a high level with an unbelievably abundant energy. Did he erase my immortality? What the hell did he do? Gradually, the vitality began to withdraw from Draculian's body, and his eyes trembled violently at the realization of that bitter truth. He tried to struggle in helplessness and kept repeating the denials of reality. How is it possible? In order to destroy my immortal body, you need infinite energy. After those words, Draculian's body collapsed to the ground. Mikhail calmly admitted, yes, it was not easy to do this. But I have control over the dungeon, as well as you have control over that artifact. The main problem here is that a simple reversal spell won't be enough if the artifact that Draculian possesses has original power. His eyes widened, even though he had a vague understanding that the artifact in his hand did not have the original power, but he still couldn't believe it. I had already become the master of the artifact, from the hands of the master of the dungeon. Mikhail also did not hesitate to explain to Draculian that it was true that he had received the artifact, including Nephthys, the guardian and manager of the tomb, also admitted it, but the artifact did not have a complete effect on him because he had it by luck, and Asar did not admit it. What Mikhail said was all that he deduced from the conversation with Nephthys, even though Asar was a god who had long since disappeared, but his will was still very steadfast. If he didn't pass the test properly, that artifact would not be able to bestow the power on the possessor, no matter if the dungeon guard gave it away. The fact that lightning struck his ears made it difficult for Draculian to accept, his eyes trembling in panic and helplessness. He crawled on the ground in panic and despair. Only the upper half of his body remained, but that had no effect, and over time, his body became weaker and more brittle, shattering into small pieces. Then he stopped, lay helplessly and laughed bitterly. Draculian laughed meaninglessly and then slowly looked up at the gloomy sky. There was nothing there, like he was empty now. He couldn't help but sigh bitterly. It's meaningless, isn't it? I was running away like that, and in Draculian's sad eyes, this moment he came back to his humanity, realizing that it was useless to run away from harsh reality, because the truth was always there. Then, Teep's hand gently lifted Draculian's head and placed him on his lap, and finally, they had a tragic reunion. Draculian smiled helplessly when he saw his son approaching him. Teeps, what did you do to him like this? His voice was as if he realized it too late. Teeps has pondered a lot. It can't be considered that all the causes lie in the demon's mental manipulation. The mental manipulation is just a slight push on the back. In the end, everything is done voluntarily by his father, so Teeps said to his father resolutely, "Father, don't run away anymore." Those are words like a knife to Draculian's chest. He looks at his son with sad eyes. I just want her back. Teeps couldn't hold back his grief and screamed as if he wanted to vomit blood. Innocent people who were trapped because of my greed, what is the crime of you? Why are you forced to bear their sacrifice? Why? Teeps's agonizing questions and criticisms sound to the heavens. So it began to rain, and the torrential rain poured down through the hole in the ceiling. The raindrops poured in as if to wash away all the sins inside this mansion, and gave Teeps a chance to shed the tears he had been holding back for so long. In the white rain, Teeps choked up and rebuked Draculian. If you really care about your family, you should talk to me seriously at least once. As a father, you should give your child a chance, at least once. In the pouring rain, even the Draculian lying on his son's lap could not tell whether it was rain or tears. Teeps's reproaches made Set feel sorry for him. It was a pitiful story. Mikhail also knew that it was a sad story that Teeps had fallen victim to his father's blind love. Just by looking at the shadow of Teeps's back now, you can feel how lonely and desperate he has been when he has been forgotten for a long time. In Teeps' memories, Draculian was once a good father. At least until his wife died, Teeps didn't even know if it was possible to say that Draculian was a good father anymore. After all that, he neglected him, could not even fulfill the minimum duties of a father, towards a son who had lost his mother and lacked affection. The kind of love that was only shown by making him an immortal was indeed reprehensible. Teeps couldn't stop himself from saying harsh words to his father, who hated the immortality he had given him. From now on, I cursed the blessing that he had given me. Teeps hugged his face and wiped away the tears that were smudged with the rain and clenched his teeth to suppress his cry. Draculian tried to say something, but not knowing what to say now, the gloomy atmosphere around him seemed to have completely dissipated, leaving only regret that his son had no intention of sympathizing with his father and guilt. Even when he lost a loved one, most people accepted that fact, but he did not do so and sacrificed countless lives, the responsibility for which rests entirely with him. Teeps glared at his father with a look of resentment. Tears did not flow as he picked out countless words in his head to vent his anger. He deserved to do so, but gradually, he erased his resentment towards his father and spoke softly. He will continue to live. Immortality for me is a curse, but I will find a way to fix it all. In Teeps's eyes there is no longer a shadow of hatred. Draculian vaguely understood that Teeps meant that he did not want to act like him, and there was no way to repair this tragically distorted father-son relationship. The moment lying in his son's arms and deeply regretting his actions, Draculian saw the family painting carefully hung on the wall of the hall. It is a beautiful family picture that everyone desires, when everyone in the frame is smiling happily. Draculian finally felt comfortable in this cold conversation. He had no right to blame Teeps for his coldness. Draculian giggled like a child. Different from me, I see. The difference was that he had lost everything in vain, and Teeps wouldn't push himself to that point. As if he had nothing more to say to his son, Draculian turned to Mikhail. Hey, magician, no, I should call you a hero, and immediately afterwards, he hooked himself into his chest in search of something, even though the blood was spilling out. Draculian pulled out a ruby and handed it to Mikhail. Take this. I didn't need it anymore, and when Mikhail took the jewel, Draculian let go of it without regret, as if it had no meaning now. Mikhail knew that the power of the artifact could still sustain this ruined life for Draculian, but he seemed to have given up on that. How would he leave? Draculian looked at his fading hand without regret. Yes, should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again, soon, but first, I have to go to hell and be punished. Draculian smiled bitterly in the rain that was fading. As the clouds cleared, the clear sky opened, and Draculian tried to touch his son's face one last time. Teeps tried to watch the death silently without any sympathy, but it was hard to do so. Teeps' distressed expression was palpable, but Draculian smiled until the last minute to say goodbye to his son with the most gentle face. I'm sorry, son. Teeps didn't cry but frowned slightly in response to him. Goodbye, father. Draculian completely dissolved into ashes flying in the air, and the feeling of emptiness on Teeps's hands made him destitute for a moment. After that, the hands that had touched his father for the last time finally let go, and all his burdens and sufferings were removed. Of course, no matter how much Teeps hated his father, the love for his father was still in his heart. Mikhail did not expect that he would give up that very ordinary human affection. Because if he gave up all human affection, he would truly turn into a monster, and soon, Teeps stood up as if he had never felt sorry for his father, and he regained his spirits with a strong squeeze towards the future. Mikhail then returned to the dungeon and told Nephthys what had happened, that it was over. Nephthys closed his eyes sadly, and it all happened like this in the end, unfortunately. Regardless of whether Nephthys was upset or not, Mikhail was still bluntly critical of her. If you had done what you should have done in the first place, it probably wouldn't have turned out like this. To be honest, I have to try to restrain myself a lot when I think about the victims. Nephthys bowed his head timidly, his shoulders drooping as if he knew his mistake. So, the reason you came back here is, Mikhail didn't hesitate to say it directly, there are many things I want to criticize you, but there is another more important matter. Mikhail took out the gem he had received from Draculian and showed it to Nephthys, which was the artifact that Draculian had given me. How can I awaken this thing? Mikhail waited for Nephthys' answer because without her support, he possessed this artifact as useless as Draculian did. At first glance it seemed that it had healing powers, but he didn't know the details. Nephthys smiled bitterly and began to explain. It is called Abundance, it has healing and regenerative powers, but I have to activate it directly. It is obvious that you have passed the test, you are qualified, there is no question. I'll do it, she said as she slowly began to concentrate her strength on Mikhail's hand holding the jewel, and immediately afterwards, the light reflected through the jewel in the form of blooming flowers. After a while, the light emitted like a flower branch wrapped around Mikhail's arm, it absorbed into his body like Seth's storm artifact. A feeling of excitement surged in the depths of Mikhail's heart, like putting together a puzzle. The feeling of finding the right piece was great, and at that moment, his right hand burned and a new mark appeared. Mikhail raised his hand to shine in the sunlight, this time his right hand. As he moved his hand slowly, it felt as if something in the shape of a green trunk would also climb up with his hand. After receiving the blessing, Mikhail turned his back and left immediately, which made Nephthys feel a little regretful. Are you going to leave? Mikhail replied coldly, it's time for me to go, there's nothing more to do here. He was going to go straight, but he suddenly thought of something and stopped. Nephthys' kindness, that one-sided kindness contained a cruel truth. After looking Nephthys in the eye, Mikhail asked, what do you think of what happened? She said with a rather sad expression, it's my fault, everything, that kid said he would use that holy artifact for good deeds. Mikhail turned his back again, his tone still as cold as before. Okay, I guess you didn't think much of giving him that either. Nephthys' expression grew even darker when he heard Mikhail speak, but no matter how she reacted, he still had to do what he had to do. You will have plenty of time to think about this. I will not close the catacombs. Because there will be others who will come, perhaps, like Draculian, who carry with them the pain of loss will come. I will also come back here. I will wait, see what you will do. Obviously Mikhail is giving Nephthys a chance to ease her psychological burden. But he didn't say it directly, but made such a rude statement and turned away. Although he didn't like Nephthys' kindness, he had no reason to trample on it. Many days have passed since Draculian was defeated. Nothing special happened. The village chief Davlos, whose soul was manipulated by demons, was the last person to be purified by Mikhail with the force. He had been brainwashed so hard that Mikhail had to be especially careful to remove even the slightest germs of harmful thoughts, and everyone waited nervously until Mikhail spoke, and it was done. He was the last one. The villagers would no longer be confused. Davlos breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Mikhail, thanking him. How could a fool who didn't even know about the appearance of a hero like me be able to repay your favor? What Mikhail wanted was not a material reward at all, so he immediately refused. No need, village chief. Unexpectedly, Davlos, who was called so respectfully, became agitated and slammed his head to the ground. I am not the village chief. I'm just a puppet created by the devil. Mikhail was a little surprised by this agitation and couldn't help but feel sorry for Davlos, who had lost faith in himself. He immediately chose words of comfort and encouragement to the village chief. I don't think so. It is his ability to maintain the village all this time. Engaging and managing the villagers was his competence and role, and Davlos couldn't help but be amazed to receive encouragement from a hero. He raised his head, looking at Mikhail with trembling eyes, not believing his eyes. It was easy to hold the village chief responsible for what had happened, but Mikhail didn't. From the beginning, the chief and the villagers were the protectors of this land from monsters, so Mikhail really appreciated that. He smiled at Davlos. I don't underestimate his ability. The village chief's shoulders trembled to say something, but Mikhail spoke up before he could say anything more. And we can't go on like this forever. We need someone who has the talent to lead people forward. Davlos tilted his head worriedly. Someone, you mean a lord? Mikhail nodded his tongue. He could see things that way. Davlos's face darkened slightly when he glanced at the people. I was sorry to say this, but we are all people who have suffered at the hands of the Lord. The hero's words were right, but I wonder if the people can accept a warlord. Thinking of Draculian's wrath that had been terrible before, Mikhail did not deny the village chief's words, but also agreed with him. Of course, what he said was not wrong. I understand that. But even so, it was inevitable that a manager would be needed. The monsters would soon return to this land, and the village chief's face was immediately tinged with worry. The problem that everyone knew was that at this time, Draculian's poisonous gas still had prevented countless monsters from entering this land, but it couldn't last forever after Draculian was destroyed. Mikhail was forced to speak out about this terrible reality even though he knew that it would make people nervous. The less filthy it became, and the more frequent monsters invaded. Davlos asked Mikhail eagerly in a desperate voice. Yes, is there any way? Mikhail said in a serious voice. Instead of a specific method, I am going to take responsibility for this. I can't tell you which method to use right now, but trust me. Davlos opened his eyes wide in surprise and shook his head in disbelief as if it were a dream. He hesitated to ask Mikhail, why, to you, we are just strangers. Why are you doing these things for us? Mikhail is a little surprised that the person who receives the help needs to know a reason for this. He pondered while everyone was staring at him with curious eyes, not because Mikhail was particularly kind, generous or anything. His goal was both high and wide, a goal that could only be achieved when many pieces of the puzzle fit together. It's easy to throw away a village, however, who knows what a skewed piece of the puzzle will lead to. If he has to play the ideal hero, he can do better than anyone else. Mikhail never thought of himself as a fairy tale hero, but he was more than talented to pretend to be a fairy tale hero and tell people, is there a reason to help others? If you feel indebted to me, it's enough to help others who are in need. Afterwards, Mikhail had to do a trip to cleanse the environment around the villages, the force flowing from his hands seeping into the ground. After a round of hard work, he stood up and looked around. The pollution level had not decreased, but it was much better than before anyway. Mikhail sighed with satisfaction. Okay, then the land will soon be washed away by the force, because the force works like a seed, and the divine power sown in this way will purify the soil little by little and sprout brilliant flower buds. Set was also satisfied with Mikhail's achievements. Well, at this rate, surely the pollution in this area would be solved in about a year. Mikhail just nodded while looking around. That's right. Not happy for long, Set became worried again. The problem was that you couldn't stay here forever, you couldn't take on the role of a guard. Mikhail laughed mischievously. Then I have to do something so that it doesn't matter if I don't protect it. Set tilted his head curiously. How? Hearing this, Mikhail laughed even more. Set, have you forgotten what kind of heir to the clan I am? Walpurgis, one of the 4 great clans of the empire and led by the greatest and most powerful magician in the empire. Although it sounds arrogant, but the Walpurgis clan is not an ordinary noble family. I am the rightful heir of the Walpurgis. What does that mean? I have excess money and manpower. The rest I plan to solve based on the situation that happened later. Set was both surprised and curious and continued to ask, what happened later? Before Mikhail could answer Set's question, a familiar voice sounded from the entrance of the barrier. Hey, Mikhail. Mikhail tilted his head to look at Leon. Something suddenly called me. Leon rushed over with a gasping sound that could be heard clearly. Unlike usual, he had a rather excited expression and said to Mikhail, there was a high-ranking figure here, that extremely powerful person. As far as Mikhail remembered, Leon's reaction like this was not uncommon, and he quickly knew who the person was looking for. I knew there would be someone from the capital. I thought it was Mr. Duke, right? Leon looked at Mikhail with his eyes wide open. How do you know? Mikhail laughed teasingly. Haha. He turned to look behind him and looked. At this time, Duke was standing right behind Leon without him knowing. Duke also laughed and teased Leon. Leon, you are not a little mature, you should be more confident. Hearing that voice, Leon glanced back with a stunned look. Then the corners of his mouth trembled in confusion. Sir, since when? Duke smiled happily and explained, well, I've been following you in the first place, which means that all of Leon's agitated reactions have been clearly seen by Duke. Hearing those words, Leon's shoulders sagged. He tried not to show his embarrassment in the face of a high-status figure, but the result was so embarrassing that he ran away with a pitiful scream. Afterwards, Mikhail and Duke go to a private place in the village where they can drink tea and chat. Duke sat across from Mikhail, smiling leisurely as if he was watching something interesting. Mikhail opened the conversation frankly. What brought him to this remote place? Duke put down the cup of tea and replied casually, you must already know the rough idea. As the king sent me here. This should have been taken over by a viscount, but I went instead of looking quite interesting. Haha. Mikhail was dumbfounded by Duke's childish behavior. In other words, he had come a long way here just to change the wind to relieve boredom. Duke continued to say in a joking voice, times have changed, now you are a hero recognized by the gods, I have to behave more respectfully. Mikhail replied coldly, don't do that. What does respect mean in appearance? Duke chuckled, that's right. After exchanging some trivial matters, Duke's expression changed. Now that the gossip is over, let's move on to the main topic. After that, the mood of the two of them changed, the atmosphere became more serious, and Duke asked Mikhail directly, if you have any requests, just tell me. Mikhail guessed, is this what your majesty meant? Duke nodded and explained, he had solved the danger for the kingdom, so it was normal to receive a worthy reward. Mikhail reacted as if it was unexpected, but he had actually anticipated it and had no intention of being dominated by the emperor, so he cleverly refused, I have no intention of getting involved in His Majesty's power games. The Duke was still trying to convince Mikhail, I understand, because he was a hero, but if you refused, His Majesty would be disappointed. Mikhail pretended to think, if he didn't accept the reward right away, the emperor would see that he was not greedy and was a good tool to use. The reason the emperor gave him the right to choose his own reward was because it had not yet been decided exactly what kind of existence he was. This is the first time Mikhail has achieved success as a hero. Depending on how he receives the reward, the direction of his future work will also change. In order to make the best choice, Mikhail decided to ask Duke, Sir, what do you think of this matter? Duke immediately praised him, it was a great feat, in my opinion, you are a desirable talent, I think your majesty feels the same way. Mikhail knew very well that what Duke said was true, even in his memory in his previous life, the emperor was always hungry for talents. In fact, the empire before the appearance of the demon lord had so many talented people that could only be counted on the fingertips in history. If the emperor had given Mikhail a choice, it was part of the ordeal, so he pretended to think seriously about what to ask for. Of course, since everything had already been decided, it was only a matter of formality. After a moment of contemplative silence, Mikhail reluctantly said to Duke, okay. Duke excitedly lit up his eyes and waited to hear his request. Oh, you've decided, quickly. Mikhail smiled secretly at his acting level and continued to say solemnly, in front of you, I don't need to do anything. As a hero, I want my holy land. Duke couldn't help but ask Mikhail in amazement, Holy Land, so suddenly. Mikhail continued in a firm voice, yes, this land. Duke realized what Mikhail wanted to say and opened his eyes wider, wait, maybe you, don't tell me. Mikhail smiled mischievously at Duke's surprised expression, yes, I want to rule it, as an autonomous mecha. In general, the entire territory of the empire is under the complete control of the emperor, the laws of the empire are applied equally across the entire territory, and the will of the emperor is given absolute priority, but in the Holy Land of self-government, it is different, it belongs to the empire, but autonomy was recognized. So it could be said that this request of Mikhail was too much for his age and experience, so Duke immediately showed a firm expression of opposition. Even if the head of the Walpurgis family had made this request, it was unlikely that it had been granted, let alone his son, who, in some cases, could be seen as a threat to the emperor's power, so Duke was stunned by this bold idea. He glared at Mikhail with deep suspicion. Did he realize what he had just said? An indescribably strong pressure immediately pressed on Mikhail's shoulders. It was Duke's majesty, a completely different level from when they met at his home. But Mikhail was able to withstand that pressure for quite a long time, and he looked at Duke calmly without changing his smiling expression. Of course I knew. Seeing that Mikhail was not shaken by the fierce aura, Duke had to retract his power with a crowish expression, and yet he still dared to ask for it. Mikhail replied resolutely with a confident look, if it had been a normal land in the first place, I wouldn't have bothered to do this. Duke's eyes lit up with curiosity, and said let me listen. Mikhail replied without thinking, Sir, I want to ask you one more question. How many troops do you think it will take to defend this Draculian territory? Duke pondered for a moment and then replied, I'm not sure, however, we will probably need a defensive force equal to that of a baron. Mikhail smiled bitterly at Duke's words. There were some people who had said the same things but he knew it was not true and flatly denied, no, sir, if not prepared in advance. We will need the same number of soldiers as the army of a duke or marquis. Duke opened his eyes in disbelief. He was even so agitated that he slammed the table and stood up to argue with Mikhail, no matter how dangerous the demons were. Duke, like many people, had overlooked one of the most important truths, and Mikhail immediately seriously reminded him, no, it doesn't matter how dangerous they are. But remember that they are demons, they are stubborn and sinister, because they are demons so we can't judge them normally. Mikhail's words make Duke seem to break many things. It's been a long time since the devil destroyed the world and was chased away by the hand of the hero. People have forgotten what kind of creatures demons are, they have begun to judge demons according to their standards. Not only was it a matter of size, chi level, or amount of mana, demons were fundamentally different from humans. Of course, the way to deal with them was also different from humans, and without preparation, it definitely couldn't last. Duke finally calmed down and sat down. Okay, I understand. Investing a lot in building an army dedicated to fighting demons will also be a huge burden for the empire. But I still don't know what it has to do with autonomy, and Duke squeezes his fingers on the table in confusion while thinking about the cause. Mikhail smiled and suggested, I plan to train my strength to deal with demons right here in this land, those who are no longer humans, those who are hurt by black magic and demons, demon hunters. In short, it refers to people like Teeps. Duke knew that demon hunters were skilled in most hated demons, and that they would not do anything to destroy them, so he nodded and began to agree with Mikhail. If that was the case, the empire could fight the demons by allowing autonomy. Finally, Duke smiled gently and said to Mikhail, I don't think it's a bad idea, but as you know, it all depends on your majesty's decision. Mikhail smiled casually, I know. Mikhail stood up calmly with confidence surging in his heart. I was sure, if it were the emperor I knew, he would surely accept my offer. Mikhail ended the conversation with eyes shining with faith and expectation. He would accept my request, just wait and see. Duke left immediately to report the incident to the emperor. Mikhail saw him off and then went to Draculian's mansion, in the family garden, where Teeps was sitting in front of his parents' graves. As soon as he sensed Mikhail's presence, Teeps slowly opened his eyes and stopped praying. He had been here since the day Draculian disappeared, staring at the sky and the tombs and praying. Draculian dropped his shoulders and greeted Mikhail sullenly, You're here. Mikhail asked Han sincerely, if he felt better. Teeps still couldn't figure out the direction, what to do in the future, and how to live when he would have to live an immortal life even though he didn't want to, so his answer was very vague, yes, a little, but there was still a lot of work to be done. Mikhail gently encouraged Teeps. He didn't need to worry about his body, the immortal curse was complicated, but nothing was unsolvable. Teeps suddenly smiled bitterly, as if he had deliberated for a long time before coming to this decision. About that, I will postpone it. Mikhail asked Teeps a little surprised, don't you want to be freed from the immortal curse? Teeps shook his head thoughtfully, I want to be free, but if I do that, I will become a normal human, and the fact that the gods send a hero means that many demons will appear, and when I say this and look up at the sky, Teeps' eyes become sharper. That gaze was very similar to that of demon hunters, so Mikhail directly proposed, do you want to become a demon hunter? Teeps lowered his head and looked at his parents' graves with a sour look, if that was the only way I could take revenge on the demons, then I had to. There is no competition for the top spot among the demon hunters, they are people who cannot become human because of the devil, there is only one motivation that motivates them, and that is revenge. At least Mikhail did not consider their revenge to be a bad thing. If that revenge was only limited to not letting hatred swallow the mind, then it could also become someone's meaning of life, as it is for Teeps now. Mikhail's task is to make sure that things don't cross that line, not only for Teeps but also for the other demon hunters. Mikhail laughed as he thought about Teeps' past life, perhaps becoming a demon hunter was the destiny of his life. Mikhail excitedly said, then, I will help you get your revenge. Teeps couldn't help but turn to look at Mikhail in amazement, will you help me? Mikhail nodded decisively with a confident expression on his face. Mikhail then tells Teeps what he has planned. That he will turn this land into a refuge for demon hunters and prepare to deal with the invasion of evil demons. That he was in the process of making a deal with the Emperor for that purpose, and unfortunately, if he succeeded in convincing the Emperor, then the leadership seat remained vacant. Teeps' eyes lit up with surprise, he trusted me to be the leader of the Star Hunters. Mikhail smiled and nodded, there will be a lot of work to be done, he will have to gather the hunters and manage the lands here. Hearing Mikhail's words, Teeps' fingertips trembling with emotion, Mikhail quietly waited for Teeps' answer, and after a while, Teeps shook his head, but I am a member of the Draculian family, and Teeps rolled his eyes at the family graves with a melancholy expression. Then he continued to say in a choked voice, I am your son. Having caused disaster to this place, Teeps said as he looked down at his father's grave that had been built not long before. Mikhail approached the graves decisively and knelt down with sincerity. Then he puts the prepared flowers next to the flowers in the jar and responds to Teeps firmly, which is not a problem for me. I made a decision based on what I saw. Mikhail paused for a moment to say his prayer in front of the two graves. Then he told Teeps that his courage and determination had proven his worth at that time, but why he had not forgiven himself yet. Mikhail stood up slowly, giving Teeps time to think. He needed his strength, his cruelty, and even his hatred. Before Mikhail returned, Teeps fought the demons without fear of death, his spear tore apart countless demons, and he reigned like the terror of the demons on the front line of the battlefield. Because of the foundation of his past life, Mikhail continues to motivate Teeps, I trust him. Straightening his back, Teeps, he was more suited to this position than anyone. In Mikhail's words there were many implications, but the most important thing was to strengthen Teeps' faith. After thinking it through, Teeps knelt down on one leg and bowed to pay his respects to Mikhail. After that, he said in a boiling voice, as you said, I will prove myself with my actions, I will take this responsibility. Mikhail smiled with satisfaction when Teeps finally became the leader of the group of hunters who resolutely protected the front line, a reliable person who would gather many talented demon hunters. Teeps' death, as Mikhail had heard in his previous life, was tragic and terrible, but Mikhail told himself that this time would definitely be different. Seeing Teeps kneeling in front of him as if to show his loyalty, Mikhail also complied with the situation and tapped him on the shoulder with a magic staff in response. Mikhail really hopes and believes that this time Teeps will survive to the end and prove the meaning of his existence. While the magic light flashed at the tip of the staff, Mikhail seemed to see the future, a future that was sure that everyone was alive. A few days later, in the imperial palace, a person was sitting on the most powerful chair of the empire. It was a middle-aged man, with a blonde beard, a red robe on his shoulders, and was sitting contemplating something. It was King Theseus Riffle Alexandro, who was immersed in the thought of the pieces in his hand, which was awkward. Theseus picked up a flag, which represented a hero with a sword, and next to another flag representing a magician with a staff. He grumbled, and these two things had to be handled separately. But now that they merged into one, even I could not foresee this. Theseus kept staring at the heroic chess with intent. Then he muttered to himself, moreover, it was not easy to predict the direction of this piece, its behavior was unpredictable, for a person like me, these variables were quite troublesome. Suddenly Theseus raised his head to chat. What do you think about this? It turns out that he is not alone in the room. Facing Theseus, Mikhail's father, Marquis Idon Walpurgis, who was kneeling respectfully before the emperor. Of course he had been summoned because of his son's affairs. Idon bowed his head to Theseus with a shyness. This is no longer in the hands of the gods, your majesty. Theseus asked in a sarcastic voice. Isn't he your son? Idon replied bitterly. He's a troublesome boy, I can't control him. Haha, aren't the children like that now? Now it's not who will become the hero, your majesty. In the face of Idon's justifications, Theseus just nodded and continued to think. Idon began to redirect the conversation, the important fact that a hero had been chosen, which meant that the half-hearted peace that had been going on for a long time, was coming to an end. Theseus smiled bitterly. Half-hearted peace. Was this a time of chaos, the rise of demons, monsters craving flesh and blood, and the demon lord was growing right in the imperial capital, as you said, wasn't it? Theseus frowned. He had never been a stupid leader, an emperor, and the fact that that big demon was squirming right in front of his nose made him feel disgusted. It was really annoying. Idon candidly expressed his opinion tactfully. Trying to predict the hero's actions is pointless. So far, all heroes are. A hero cannot be controlled by anyone, and it is not pointless to be a hero who just fights. Your majesty, Idon's words are correct, but they are still a challenge to the authority of the emperor, so he can't help but tap his hand on the side of the chair uncomfortably. Theseus was cold. He had to be out of control to become a hero. Idon didn't bother to answer that question, just waiting for Theseus' next words. After a while, Theseus opened his mouth. I'm not stupid, Marquis. I mean, even if it's a little uncomfortable, it's not beyond the limit. I understand too well that no one can control a hero, but if I can't control it, don't let anyone else do it. Idon looked up at Theseus with a sigh of relief, because it seemed that he had passed the first door. After putting away the pieces, Theseus quietly stood up and declared, so I left a warning sign so that no one would interfere with the hero's affairs. Idon was keenly aware of what Theseus meant. His Majesty was talking about the autonomous region. Theseus just smiled as he stepped off the throne, silently confirming Idon's speculation. The autonomous territory was not entirely under the emperor's control, but it was also not unrelated. Theseus continued to speak in a vague voice. Now you understand, Marquis Walpurgis, your role as a father is very important. Theseus was suggesting a tacit agreement. Idon didn't want his son to be dominated by the emperor. There was no way the emperor didn't know about it and he accepted. Then Idon also needed to take a few steps back. Please tell me what your majesty wants me to do. Idon's head whirled in tension as Theseus slowly walked around the hall without saying a word. The emperor could ask for anything. It mattered how Idon had to respond if it was a request beyond his ability to meet. A moment later, Theseus stopped, smiling sly at Idon as if he had read the Marquis's thoughts, and in the emperor's eyes flashed a damning curiosity that Idon could recognize as soon as he looked at it. And then a few days later, Teeps arrived in front of the family mansion as usual. For no reason, he was simply waiting. He was waiting for a decision that could affect his future. Of course, even if the emperor did not approve and Mikhail's plan fell apart, Teeps would still become a demon hunter, only in a different position. At this moment, Mikhail also came to the Draculian mansion in an excited mood. I knew he would be here. Teeps couldn't help but be surprised when he saw a scroll in Mikhail's hand, what he was holding in his hand presumably. Mikhail smiled happily and replied, yes, it was what he was thinking about. Mikhail held up the letter and proudly declared, Your Majesty has given the order. From now on, this territory will belong to me, Mikhail Walpurgis. This was the holy land of autonomy. Although Teeps knew it, Mikhail couldn't help but be excited to reaffirm it again. Seeing that Teeps was excited but insignificant, Mikhail reiterated his purpose. So, like I said, I intend to make this place a place for demon hunters. So I would like to invite you to take on the position of the hunter's leader, and at the same time become the lord of this land. Mikhail hurriedly stepped forward and thrust a necklace into Teeps's hand. It was an enchanted necklace that Mikhail had specially made for Teeps, because he was worried that he would feel guilty about his status. Seeing Teeps staring blankly at the necklace, Mikhail briefly explained its use. This was a magic weapon I had created to hide his true identity. When he put it on, he didn't need to be afraid that people would find out that he was the son of Draculian. I think he would be more comfortable with it. Teeps couldn't help but look at the necklace with appreciative eyes. But in addition to appreciation, there was also a hint of skepticism. The hand holding the pendant trembled slightly. had you made this yourself? Mikhail wondered not to answer immediately because he felt that Teeps seemed to think that he was not really a lord but just a henchman of his. Mikhail thought about it carefully and then laughed. Even though the king has entrusted this land to me, the memories related to this mansion and this land still need to be respected. So I don't intend to take ownership of this place or claim ownership at all, and Teeps feels a little more relaxed when he hears that. Moreover, basically, demon hunters often destroy themselves in revenge, but Mikhail didn't want that. For him, hunters have to be a force that can operate for a long time, so he firmly affirmed to Teeps, I want this place to be a home, a base for hunters. Teeps was even more surprised. Did he really want to do that? Mikhail knelt down on one leg in front of Teeps without hesitation. He solemnly expressed his sincere respect for him as a lord of the land. In order to make this place a home, a suitable base for hunters, I will temporarily stay here for a while to take care of the land. In the meantime, I hope you can search for the whereabouts of the hunters who have lived in the shadows all this time, and Mikhail looked into Teeps' eyes expectantly. Teeps' eyes also sparkled when he understood that he would indeed become the leader of a hunter's legion. Searching, he meant. Mikhail just smiled and nodded without further explanation. The news of the autonomous Holy Land was also quickly communicated to Butler Murim and Leon, but Leon immediately complained irritably, why, we're going to stay here for 3 or 4 months. Butler Murim also agrees with Leon, so isn't it too long? Mikhail casually leaned back in his chair. I had to stabilize the foundation of the domain to some extent. I had already shortened my time so it was only 3 or 4 months. Thinking for a moment, Mikhail suddenly narrowed his eyes towards the butler Mordin and Leon. The two of them should also practice a little seriously. Butler Mordin and Leon had only remembered that they hadn't practiced for a long time. In fact, without Mikhail's urging, they didn't think about it at all. Butler Mordin was lazy, and Leon didn't know what to do to increase his strength further. Mikhail's gaze became sharp like a difficult coach, things that the two of them had absorbed during their time wandering in this place. The two of them also needed time to digest them, right? Leon didn't say anything, but just looked at his hand. Perhaps he knew that Mikhail was right, and even looked helpless in his eyes when he thought about what happened when he confronted Draculian. Mikhail aimed at Leon first because he was much less experienced than the butler Mordin. Mikhail just called Leon and suggested, tell me what I need to do. Mikhail smiled with satisfaction at Leon's positive attitude. Compared to the first time we met, his strength had increased so quickly. Now he was much stronger. But he still felt that it wasn't enough, didn't he? Leon nodded quietly, admitting that he still felt quite precarious, desperate, and blamed himself for his shortcomings in the face of a strong enemy. Mikhail understood that Leon was not a lazy genius, so he continued to encourage him. I wouldn't tell you not to rush, because the fact that you can get stronger and you have to do it. Leon immediately understood, so you want me to use the opportunity here to train myself thoroughly. Mikhail smiled contentedly and replied, for those who can develop themselves, I have nothing to worry about, and I don't care what you will do. He just went strong and rose like a weed out there, Mikhail said openly, simply because he didn't want the mechanical Leon to train in a certain way. He knew he was more than capable of devising ways to improve himself. At this time, Leon also smiled. He had realized that he had been relying on practicing in his dreams and relying on Mikhail too much, so he didn't know what to do for a while. Leon clenched his sword while giggling. Are you prepared? Mikhail clicked his tongue and looked out the window. There were monsters everywhere around, just treat them as training objects. Leon was full of energy and squeezed his sword on his shoulder. Okay, then. I will become stronger as a grass, don't worry about me. He has a bright smile when he can choose his opponent for himself. He will not only have an opponent that cannot be defeated as the essence of that dream. After Leon left excitedly, Mikhail smiled mischievously, thinking of the scene where he killed his future self in a dream. It would be nice if it could be so. Butler Murim looked at Mikhail with a worried expression, sweating profusely. Mikhail would of course also be interested in him. Next, now it was his turn, Butler. Although the butler Mordin was very lazy, he had to bow to Mikhail, inviting him to speak. I would like to lean over to listen as a learner. Seeing that the butler Mordin was no longer trying to argue with him as usual, Mikhail laughed teasingly. What's the matter? Why did you agree so quickly? Mikhail replied quietly, well, in terms of pure magic circles, it's true that I'm better than you, but you can already use up to 8 circles when needed, right? At first glance, it seems that you have no intention of hiding. I was curious, but thinking that you are a monster is a kind of monster there is no need to understand. Even after bowing to Mikhail, the butler Mordin still has a sharp tongue. Mikhail naturally didn't take it lightly. It was a bit too much to say that he was a monster. even if it was the highest praise among magicians. Immediately afterwards, he walked towards the door of the room and opened it. Before the butler Mordin could react, Mikhail grinned and pointed to the dark space outside the door, and started running. Butler Mordin, who had a strong will to learn, immediately turned into petrification. Right. Mikhail was only then responding to the butler Mordin's earlier rebuke. It had been said since ancient times that a healthy soul is in a healthy body. Yes, first of all, his body must be healthy, he is old. So, let's run your feet, let's start lightly with 10 laps. Mikhail smiled brightly at butler Mordin, but he turned his face away to say no. Well, young master, I'm old, so this is a bit too much. Mikhail shook his head firmly. No, you can do it, you're old so you have to do more than you want. I saw your potential when you used magic last time. He jogged very seriously while carrying a horse on his back. Didn't Mikhail come over and grab the butler Mordin by the shoulder so that he has no chance to escape? He grabbed the nape of his neck and dragged him away in spite of his pitiful screams. No, you told me to run like that, so I ran, young master. Mikhail still forcibly dragged the butler Mordin away like a sandbag. I know, he did what I said, I appreciate it. So, if I tell you to jog again, you will, right? Looking at the housekeeper with a sad and pathetic expression, Mikhail smiled brightly and kindly. It was the beginning of the butler Mordin's physical training project that lasted for months. While Leon could grow as strong as a weed, the old butler couldn't, because age was important, so he needed physical training to live a little longer. The next day, Teeps had already prepared his luggage and was ready to set off in search of the demon-slaying talent. So, see you in a few months, hero. After speaking, he immediately left without delay. Just in case, Mikhail asked if Teeps needed any more assistance, but he refused. Mikhail was also comfortable saying goodbye to Teeps without feeling the need to worry about him. Wasn't the immortality that best suited a hunter the power that others craved? Furthermore, Mikhail recalled what had happened before his return. Teeps was the illustrious leader of the demon hunt and, importantly, how he got to that position. Quite simply, he beheaded every demon he came across and made himself famous. A hunter's talent and a strong spirit of revenge, he had both. The housework for the butlers Mordin and Leon was done, and there was no need to worry about Teeps' business, and now Mikhail had only one thing left. Mikhail looked down at the ground under his feet was dry and cracked and had no life, not even grass, let alone crops. But Mikhail still smiled brightly at the land that was no different from a desert and muttered, let's just farm. Set looked at the devastated scene in front of him and asked innocently, is this really possible? Mikhail laughed vigorously. She was asking a useless question. Set's eyes lit up with curiosity. Oh, so you have a plan? Mikhail immediately replied with a sober face, of course not. Set glanced at Mikhail with a puzzled expression. It didn't matter if he was in the rank of the 9th circle or the 8th circle, he wouldn't be able to turn these ruins into fields in just a few months, and yet he could still be like that. She grumbled with a frowning expression. So, what are you going to do now? Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, first, I will ensure living space for the people first. According to Mikhail's plan, just concentrate the people in one area to develop first and at the same time reduce the number of monsters in the vicinity. He would then prepare defensive spells around the protected area, the plan sounding reasonable. However, Set felt overwhelmed and wondered, didn't he say that he didn't want to give up this place? If he followed that plan, then this place would be turned back into a state of neglect. Mikhail chuckled and looked down at the ground. Who said I'd neglect this place? Even if no one lives here, there are still many ways to manage the land. After that, Mikhail drew a few lines of jujitsu in the air and summoned something. The green light emitted so brightly that Set also felt dazzled, and she immediately covered her face reflexively. As the light gradually subsided, Set couldn't help but be amazed to see clearly what Mikhail had just summoned. That is the seed of the Star World Tree. In Mikhail's hand was a handful of seeds, each of which was sparkling bright green, and each one was uniform and small, as big as a thumb knuckle. Set became panicked when he looked at the seeds. The World Tree was fine, so why did you have this? The World Tree is the only special tree in this world. Mikhail chuckled at Set's reaction, and then reassured her, this was not the real thing, it was just a copy, it was a mass-produced secondary product. Mikhail waved his hand. The seeds had been thrown all around him. Naturally, since they were clones, they also had innate vitality and a part of the divine power like the World Tree. The divine seeds were shining as they fell to the ground. They did not gather in one place, but rolled all over the place, as if they knew how to distance themselves from each other. Mikhail is full of expectation staring at the rolling seeds. It is not very effective, but it grows fast and spreads. Seeds begin to grow rapidly from the moment they lie dormant on the ground without any other catalyst, no watering, and no fertilization. The buds sprouted and quickly grew into palm trees that took root deep into the ground in a moment, although insignificant, but the energy of the world tree was flowing from the sprout. Set couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Why did he grow up so fast? When did he find it? Mikhail lied without blinking. I did some research when we found the world tree. In fact, this is the work he studied before regression to save a land, but it can't take root in a land full of monsters and demons that are raging. Fortunately, the situation in this place is different. The seeds suspended in the air continue to spread widely in all directions like dandelion seeds. However, there is also a limit to the number of plants that can be planted. When it reaches a certain number, it will naturally begin to wilt and die, but that number is just enough to fill this area. Although the tree can last for as little as 1 year, it is still useful because it will ward off demons in a year. Set wondered again, doesn't this thing need to be taken care of? What are you going to do when you're away? Mikhail immediately replied, Nephthys will help me. She said she would help a little. With the power of abundance, Nephthys is very suitable for plants with vitality like the world tree, so Set also nodded in agreement with Mikhail's decision. If it was Nephthys, I am sure she would do well. Set continued to have another question. Had he named the trees? Mikhail hadn't thought about it yet, so it took some time to think. The name? I don't know. What about the dream? Set thought about the name he said for a while and clicked his tongue. It wasn't a difficult name to hear. A few days later, the demonic energy of the contaminated land had been greatly suppressed thanks to a copy of the world tree, and Mikhail was now free to contact Idan. Mikhail opened the conversation in an arrogant voice, Father, it's time. Idan on the other end of the glass globe heard this tone, and he just wanted to smash his lame son. But he doesn't throw his usual rage, he just lets go of sarcasm. You're begging arrogantly, hero. If you weren't my son, would have broken your leg, although I couldn't meet him in person, but Mikhail guessed that in 9 out of 10 cases, Idan was carrying a mace or some kind of staff, and I don't know why a magician uses a stick so much. Mikhail was still grinning. Don't be like that, I said I would support you as much as I could. Idan replied firmly, I will. But if you're going to create an autonomous territory, you'll have to at least discuss it with your father. I'm here, this bastard, and with his rage erupting, tendons instantly sprouted from Idan's forehead. Mikhail replied brazenly, I should have gotten used to this by now, right, Dad? Idan let out a breath. Through the crystal ball, Mikhail could feel his arm trembling with anger. After regaining his composure for a while, Idan began to talk about the matter. Okay, I can't feed you because you're too far away. I've been under pressure from the king. Mikhail asked curiously, what did His Majesty say? Idan replied verbally, the Empire will not put pressure on you. Your Majesty has also realized the importance of heroes. It wasn't a bad answer, but Idan sighed with a serious expression. Mikhail couldn't help but be curious and nervous, wondering what could make his father so stressed. Idan sighed and sighed. He also said Theseus's request. He wanted to see you in the capital, talk face to face. Mikhail immediately felt stunned. It wasn't that Mikhail hadn't met Theseus, but it was because he had met that he felt a headache. Theseus was also the kind of emperor who knew how to attack fiercely with his sharp words. However, Mikhail also had no intention of hiding, since his current position was different from his previous life, so it wouldn't be a big problem to go to see the emperor. Mikhail said to himself and ended the conversation with Idan, after which he went to find the butler Mordin. The old housekeeper was focusing on the strength training that Mikhail instructed, push-ups while wearing a stone weighing 12 pounds on his back. As soon as he saw Mikhail walk in, the butler let go of the joke again. Young master, what kind of wind brought him here? Mikhail ignored him this time and told me, I'm going to visit the capital for a while, not for long, but I want to ask you to do some things for me, said the butler Mordin, panting and continuing to push diligently. Why did you, come to the capital? Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, nothing, the king wants to talk to me. Butler Mordin nodded as if he understood at a glance. I understand, your majesty, your majesty. After thinking for a while, the butler Mordin was shocked to understand the problem and immediately stopped moving with a worried look. Your majesty, but at this time Mikhail only considered meeting Theseus as a no big deal. As soon as he was ready, Mikhail boarded the carriage and headed straight for the capital, and Idan hastened to send him a carriage, and the carriage arrived faster than the number of men he had promised to dispatch for him the previous week. Set looked around the carriage with interest. We will take the carriage to the capital, so this time we can travel comfortably. Set began to ask Mikhail again, thinking that he would never have to go anywhere on his own. Mikhail replied, because there was no need to do so. His stuttering answer didn't have the slightest hint of the next topic of conversation that made Set a little bored. But very soon she regained her joy and applauded excitedly. Well, that's right. Recently, your divine power has increased, so I have also changed a little. Seeing Set speaking in a voice that seems to be very excited, Mikhail is also a little curious. Has changed. Set smiled full of life. Right. He wanted to see if she wanted to see. She chirped in front of Mikhail like a young bird that had just learned to fly and couldn't help but be excited. Seeing that Mikhail's eyes seemed to be expecting, and regardless of whether he was expecting it or not, Set had made his own decision. Let me show you. After speaking, Set flew low, closed his eyes and focused, and then, suddenly, a short flash of light surrounded her. In the blink of an eye, Set had changed shape exactly like the first time Mikhail saw her in the dungeon. She was eagerly swinging while looking at him. How do you feel? I look like a human now, don't you? Mikhail couldn't help but be amazed to see that Set was the same size as an ordinary person, which was a bit of a surprise. Set seemed quite satisfied with the body he had regained after a long time. When he absorbed the divine power into his body, I thought that I myself had recovered some of the divine power. Mikhail tilted his head curiously. How long could she maintain this appearance? Set pondered for a moment and then said, well, now is about 30 minutes a day, depending on the number of artifacts he collects in the future, it may change a little more. Mikhail continued to wonder if there was any other effect. Set immediately held out his hand. Then she clenched her hands vigorously towards the carriage window, and a small breeze began to blow in her hand and then quickly flew out. At that moment, Mikhail was startled to feel something sharp sweeping around him. When Mikhail scanned the surroundings, about half of the energy emitted by the monsters around the area had decreased, meaning that half of the monsters were dead. He couldn't help but ask Set in surprise, what did she do just now? Set lowered his head as if he was not satisfied with this result, and I tried to use the brute force to attack the monsters around here. But only halfway. The effect was quite a bit less than my ability in my heyday, but it also helped a little. Mikhail continued to ask as if he had just remembered, recalling, I had never heard her tell me about her heyday. Immediately, Set's face became sad. My glory days. It was a time when I had no problem at all, a time when I was in a golden age, like in the legend of the Age of the Gods or similar times, Set recounted in a sad and nostalgic voice. She seemed to have a lot of sorrow in her voice. I didn't say that I was a god or anything, but compared to the humans of this era, I must have been a much stronger person before. Mikhail thought to himself, it could be said that she was a person like a god. Whether it was a master, a nine-ring magician, or similar forces, such things meant nothing in front of the gods. That's why humans struggle to collect artifacts. If the power of the artifact can help them reach the rank of the gods, then they believe that it can also destroy demon lords. Thinking of this, Mikhail couldn't help but wonder. I couldn't help but wonder how a civilization made up of such powerful creatures could collapse. Set was just silent. Mikhail knew she wouldn't answer that question, he just couldn't understand it, so he just asked. Anyway, he had a theory in his head. Perhaps there was something that made it possible for the demon lord to defeat the great Asar. For example, it could have been due to a traitor. Of course, it was just speculation that Set would not reveal the answer to Mikhail. At this moment, an air hole appeared on Set's head. She quickly shrunk like a deflated ball, startling Mikhail with wide eyes. Looking at Set's body as weak as a limb and then shrinking back to the size of a spirit, Mikhail couldn't help but look skeptical. She said it was 30 minutes. Set suddenly became smaller, and he stiffened, shyly sitting on the chair with his legs curled up. After that, she giggled and tapped herself on the head in a lovely way. I was a little excited, so I used energy on too many things, so the amount of time was reduced. Then she laughed hee and climbed back on Mikhail's shoulder, and he laughed in his heart. I know. I'm used to this, and although Set doesn't understand why Mikhail is laughing, she naturally laughs at him. Since there was still a lot of time before he arrived in the capital, Mikhail decided to check everything he had received so far. Unfortunately, the things he had received recently were all divine powers. It wasn't that the divine power was bad, but the problem was that the divine power had nothing to do with magicians who used mana. Fortunately, in Mikhail's case, mana and the force did not conflict with each other. Thinking about this, he suddenly realized that it was not the two abilities that had been combined, but that a third form of energy had been created. Mikhail could clearly sense the small changes that were slowly happening in his body as the third form of energy was formed. It was just that he couldn't decide what to call the new form of energy that was swaying in his body right now. To be sure of his speculation, Mikhail immediately came up with a thought: should I try something to check it? Mikhail slowly moved the flow of energy to experiment, at the boundary between the force and mana, the divine power of the world tree, the power of the storm artifact and the abundance artifact, in addition to the holy mark of Heikao. At that moment, along with the itching sensation that spread throughout his body, the flow of energy began to circulate rapidly inside Mikhail, in which there were three types of divine power that were silently mixed, making it difficult for him to feel it without really concentrating. Among the energy sources, the world tree and the abundance were almost one, and when they gathered, the smell of the grass filled Mikhail's nose, and at the same time, vitality flowed throughout his body. Just as Mikhail's body was a budding tree, the divine power of the world tree and the power of abundance began to blend, little by little, continuing to rise as if it had endless vitality. It was natural for them to be blended together, as they were so close to each other in nature. As soon as he realized it, Mikhail smiled unconsciously, and then, the power of abundance and the tree of the world began to circulate throughout his body, as if there was a vine running through his entire body, an indescribable feeling of freshness. As soon as Mikhail opened his eyes to see Set looking at him with a puzzled expression, he raised his eyebrows suspiciously, wondering why did she naturally look at me like that? Set muttered, "It's crazy." He had become a monk, and before Mikhail knew it, the carriage was full of grass as if they were in a green forest. In the forest, there were even tree spirits flying around with bright smiles. Mikhail looked up at the surrounding scenery with a bewildered gaze, seemingly unable to absorb this new ability. Oh, a cultivator. Although they are the same in using magic, there is a huge difference between cultivators and magicians. Cultivators do not use mana but use the power of nature. They can get help from plants and animals. Cultivators are the innate abilities of people who are able to communicate with all kinds of species, but Mikhail has never had them before. Anyway, the important thing is that now he has received a new power by combining the two types of divine powers. Mikhail smiled happily in his heart, thinking that he would be able to unlock many other skills in the future, which was interesting. Set still couldn't believe what was happening and began to wonder, how could this happen? How could the power of the world tree and abundance be mixed? How could a human being be able to do this? Mikhail just smiled and asked her back, "But this is also possible, isn't it?" Set confused Jomo, arguing, "It's possible, but it's very absurd. Divine power is not a kind of power that can be easily controlled by humans." Mikhail immediately retorted, "I know that Heikao's divine power is widely used by priests." Set still shook his head in disbelief. Her divine power was just a normal type. It was a kind of divine power that had been modified for humans to use, and even the saints, who skillfully used the divine power, couldn't control the real divine power, but he has combined the two together. Mikhail was still very relaxed about the success of this. It was difficult to do, but it was not impossible. Set strongly objected, so it was unreasonable. It meant that a human had understood the nature of the force and found another way to use it. Thus, it was not in line with common sense. Hearing Set say that this was not in line with common sense, Mikhail suddenly had a hunch. This is beyond Mikhail's comprehension, but there are some conjectures that can be made, as Heikao once referred to herself as a demigod and said that she could not interfere in human life beyond a certain limit for that reason. Maybe these things were related to that, but Mikhail decided not to think about it anymore. If there was no clear basis, then there was no need to worry about this and that and speculate about what to do. Anyway, the important thing was that he was able to combine the two types of divine power together. At this moment, a small figure about the size of Set suddenly came forward in front of Mikhail and asked innocently, "Who are you?" A round spirit appeared behind the green vegetation. She had big sparkling eyes and lovely puffy cheeks, and more importantly, Mikhail could immediately understand the language of the spirit, as if the power of the cultivator was flowing through his veins. Although he understood the words of the little spirit according to the instinct of the cultivator, Mikhail didn't expect the language of nature to flow out of his mouth so easily. What are you?" The little spirit pointed at himself in a daze. "I don't know." After tilting his head for a moment, the little spirit pointed at Mikhail again, but he, very friendly, wanting to be friends with him. Tin Lin smiled brightly, while tilting her round face, as big as her body. Soon after, the baby spirit flew around Mikhail like a glowing firefly and suddenly jumped towards a bush. The little spirit was busy moving his short hands and diligently digging around the young grass, which looked very messy, but he dug up the young tree without damaging any roots. Set, who was staring at the little spirit, suddenly laughed and muttered, like a mole, wondering why this little spirit seemed so like a mole. After a while, the little spirit cleverly picked up something and ran towards Mikhail in amazement, and his eyes widened. Wait, maybe it was. In the hand of the little spirit holding an object that emitted light, it was a pale yellow leaf, the holy herb of Thessis, the kind of magic material that alchemists all over the world were looking for. Moreover, it was of the highest quality. Mikhail held the leaf with an unbelievable look. Even if he possessed the talent of a cultivator, it was still unimaginable. Thessis's holy herb would never appear randomly among the grass and flowers that naturally grew up like this. It is what is needed to create the alchemist's secret elixir. Seeing that Mikhail was wondering about the petiole between his fingers, the little spirit immediately urged him to accept it. Don't worry, it was a gift. Mikhail glanced at the little spirit with suspicion, and he eagerly explained, that's right, it's not a bribe, it's a gift. Mikhail, however, let go of a sentence to see what the spirit baby's reaction would be. What if I refused? The spirit baby immediately uttered an oral effect sound that showed that he was shocked, and his face became pale. Set couldn't sit still when he saw the little spirit collapse. She immediately grabbed Mikhail's hair and tugged hard and criticized, don't joke anymore, it's obvious that it was created during the process of awakening this ability, so you should know how to accept that child's bribe. Mikhail closed his eyes as if reluctant to listen to Set's words, and then, there he knew. Actually, Mikhail didn't intend to refuse from the beginning. In addition to the valuable benefits of the Thessis sacred herb, he also wanted to have a good relationship with the spirits, or it could be called a fairy. After all, if he had awakened the abilities of a cultivator, he will need the help of a tree fairy in the future. Then Mikhail said to the moody little spirit, okay, I'll take it, and the little fairy immediately lit up with a bright smile. To get acquainted, Mikhail asked the little spirit again, what was his name? The little spirit proudly replied, he didn't know. Mikhail clicked his tongue and said, if you don't have a name, can I give you a name? I need a name to call you. The little spirit chirped, okay, I want a name. Mikhail immediately began to ponder, which name is good. His experience in naming is quite small, so it takes a while to think about it. At that moment, the image of the little spirit enthusiastically digging the ground appeared in his mind, like a mole. Mikhail laughed mischievously and spat out a short word, mole. As soon as he said that, Set's eyes widened in disbelief, and she immediately recognized the origin of this name. Set approached Mikhail's face with a bullet-shaped gaze, don't tell me, it's the mole in the mole. Mikhail nodded casually, that's right. Set screamed in displeasure on behalf of the little elf, it must have a little heart to name it, but the little elf opened his round eyes and muttered the name that Mikhail had just given, mole. After that, the baby smiled brightly with a bright face, shouting his name with excitement, mole, mole. Mikhail immediately took mole's positive reaction to refute Set's criticism, look, that kid likes it. Set can only sigh helplessly. Over the next few days, the carriage carrying Mikhail continued his journey across thousands of miles to reach the capital without any problems. A few days later, the carriage arrived in the capital, which was full of vitality, symbolizing the prosperity of the empire. Looking at the capital differently from the ruined scene in his previous life, Mikhail suddenly felt relieved. The atmosphere here was still so good. Set began to wonder about Mikhail's schedule again. Are you going to see the king? Replied Mikhail, clicked his tongue, no, I didn't intend to do that. I couldn't go to him empty-handed, and hearing the nuances of Mikhail's words made Set shudder for a moment, and I could guess that he was going to risk giving the emperor toffee. With that thought, Mikhail's footsteps seemed to fly up on the way to the cathedral located in the center of the capital. Archbishop Ali, who had just met Mikhail, shook hands with him, smiled softly, heroically, and invited him in. Unlike the first time Mikhail saw Archbishop Ali, the gloomy shadow on his face had disappeared, and he remarked intimately, his face was much brighter. Archbishop Ali continued to smile brightly, yes, because the hero solved the trouble for me. After greeting him excitedly, Archbishop Ali asked Mikhail with a puzzled expression, why did you suddenly come here? Mikhail replied bluntly, I got to see your majesty, so I wanted to visit you for a while beforehand. Archbishop Ali opened his eyes wide in surprise, and his face changed slightly to become worried. Your majesty, all I can do is wish you good luck. Mikhail immediately seriously mentioned his wishes, not that he couldn't do anything else, in fact, there was something he could help me with. I heard that you know some very valuable news. Archbishop Ali tilted his head to show that he didn't understand. is the information valuable, you mean? Mikhail knew that when Archbishop Ali met the Emperor was only 15 years old and that it was a rather bad time for the Emperor, so his request was to know the king's dark past. Archbishop Ali couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise because he knew that there was nothing worse than the Emperor's dark history. However, Archbishop Ali still did not understand Mikhail's purpose in exploiting this information, so naturally, Mikhail immediately said, "I am a hero, Archbishop." Archbishop Ali dimly understood that Mikhail wanted to use this information so as not to be intimidated by the Emperor's power. Although this was a very reckless act, Mikhail was full of excitement and said implicitly to Archbishop Ali, "I prefer to eat soft candy instead of toffee." Meanwhile, in a splendid mansion, a nobleman who had heard the news about Mikhail was annoyed and grumbled, "Well, the Walpurgis boy has arrived in the capital." Damn, that murmur of cursing was not enough to show the nobleman's discomfort at this time. He looked up at the sun as if to ask why the gods had made Mikhail a hero. His mouth continued to let go of contempt, not expecting that fool to become a hero. Ridiculous. This noble man was the Marquis of Kelebos, who had the same status as Idan and had always had a fierce competition for power with the Walpurgis family. Marquis Kelebos frowned and asked his subordinates, "What do you think about this?" His subordinates immediately replied, "I don't think we can ignore the possibility that there may have been a tacit agreement." Marquis Kelebos replied calmly, "I think so. What they suspected was perfectly justified, because according to common sense, a famous fool could not attain the ability to become a hero in such a short period of time, less than a year." Marquis Kelebos's faith was further strengthened when he thought that Mikhail had been such a fool that he was rejected by the Duchess of Lindell, but now he was making such an impact. Marquis Kelebos snorted and muttered firmly, it was impossible. He had heard rumors about the cases that Mikhail had solved, but had not heard any convincing testimony that proved that he had indeed solved them himself. His heart told him that the fool was chosen as a hero by luck or an implicit agreement. Marquis Kelebos also believed that the status of the cathedral was now in decline. It had rotted from the inside, even though it was declared to be a thing of the past, but the Holy Kingdom had never been a credible faction in the eyes of Marquis Kelebos. After a while, Marquis Kelebos' subordinates asked, "What should we do, sir?" Marquis Kelebos still felt that there was a lack of information to conclude, so he gave the order, "First, we have to go to the capital. That brat suddenly came to the capital, there must be only one reason." Marquis Kelebos's subordinates immediately guessed that it was perhaps, because of the king's order. That Marquis Kelebos nodded firmly, "Precisely, there was only one reason. The emperor's greed for talent is well known. Marquis Kelebos fears that if the emperor favors Walpurgis, the balance of power in the empire will collapse. Being the head of one of the 4 largest clans in the empire, Marquis Kelebos has no intention of leaving this to chance. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. It was all just that idiot. No, maybe it was just an excuse, because I didn't like the Walpurgis. I hate both the Walpurgis wizard clan and the head of that damn house. And with a flood of rage, Marquis Kelebos' face wrinkled like a monkey's ass. He remembered a woman, a long time ago. Indeed, the memory of the girl apologizing to him was still as vivid as it had just happened yesterday. Marquis Kelebos clenched his intertwined hands and finally revealed his true feelings. "Walpurgis, bastard, I can't wait to see how well you will do." Meanwhile, Mikhail, after extracting valuable information, greeted Archbishop Ali with a satisfied smile. Shortly after stepping out of the cathedral, Mikhail began to sink into contemplation of life. It is said that people are always faced with unexpected situations in life. Yes, that's life. It won't be interesting if the expected situations continue, no matter how difficult it is. When you overcome it, the precious days will be even brighter in the future. Mikhail may understand those life ethics, but seeing someone's footsteps approaching him, he thinks the unexpected situation doesn't have to happen right now. However, it was too late for Mikhail to run away from the unexpected situation that was pounce on him. Idan grabbed the noble boy by the neck and lifted him up, his eyes filled with anger and his other hand holding a mace the size of a human head. A few minutes ago, Mikhail was wandering outside the cathedral after chatting with Archbishop Ali and calculating his next steps. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Set, "Phew, the first step is done." Set asked curiously, "What are you planning to do now?" Mikhail leisurely strode on the main road of the capital without knowing that danger was imminent. "Well, let's see, should we take a walk around the capital for a while?" At this moment, a familiar deep voice sounded in the ears of Mikhail, the son, a voice that made his footsteps petrify. Idan suddenly appeared, like a mighty warrior, aggressively carrying a mace on his shoulders. an 8th circle Archmage who was afraid that his image looked too weak to carry such an unusual weapon. Looking at Idon's burning loving eyes, Mikhail stammered, "Father." Of course, his earnest call didn't save the situation, and when Idon shook his neck high, Mikhail still tried to smile calmly, "Father, drop the mace and let's talk, okay?" Idon smiled brightly and clenched the mace in his hand. "This is my way of talking, why should I let it go? Besides, come to think of it, there is a great magician in this world who can smash his son's legs with a stick. This father is very proud that he has opened a new horizon." Even though Idon is laughing, his teeth keep clenching into a terrible sound. Mikhail tried to get to the heart of the story to distract Idon. Father, didn't you come here to talk? Come to think of it, I haven't had any kind conversation with my father lately, and when I heard that, there was a clear look of embarrassment on Idon's face, and the mace he was holding was also sagging. Immediately afterwards, Idon slowly let Mikhail stand on the ground with a slightly confused voice. "Well, you are right." Seeing Idon's eyes filled with deep love that he didn't seem to know how to express in a gentle way, Mikhail involuntarily smiled bitterly. "Well, is this what it is? I didn't realize this before I returned." For a moment, Mikhail felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. In his previous life, every time he faced his father, Mikhail always felt that he was an unpleasant person and never tried to understand him. So according to the reflex of a mischievous child, he did not hesitate to run away from his father. Their communication is getting less and less, the distance between them is getting farther and farther, and the father-son relationship is fading because it has not been properly expressed and received. Moreover, in Mikhail's eyes in his previous life, Idon was a great 8-ring Archmage that he could never reach his level. Mikhail realized now that perhaps the source of the separation was his inability to reach Idon, but he thought he would not be able to understand him because he was a proud person. In the end, it turned out that it was not because of Idon's pride, but because of Mikhail's inferiority complex. Going back to the past, he never thought he could notice these things as he does now. Mikhail suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart, for he now understood his father's love and had the opportunity to get to know him more deeply. Mikhail also realizes that Idon is a clumsy person in fatherhood, although he is a great magician, but as a father he feels very awkward. Of course, it wasn't clumsy in a bad sense, perhaps because Idon had thought too much about how to approach his son, wanted to praise him, but didn't know what to do and decided to act cool. After looking at each other in silence for a while, Mikhail decided to speak. "I have a lot to say to you." After that, father and son Mikhail went to a luxury hotel room in the capital. This time Idon took away his father's big mace. Seeing Mikhail's calm look, he couldn't help but be worried. "I'm about to see the emperor but I'm still too calm," Mikhail replied with his tongue. "If you don't calm down, nothing will change." Hearing that seemingly lifelong answer, Idon sighed with joy and worry. It felt like my clinging to Miss Lindell had only happened yesterday, but now I've grown up like this." Mikhail continued to respond in a young voice. "Now is not the time for you to not grow up." Idon couldn't help frowning when he understood what Mikhail meant. "Are you referring to the demons?" Mikhail sighed in frustration and replied, "Yes, we have enemies in common, but humanity still doesn't want to unite. To be honest, I'm not worried about meeting the emperor." Idon frowned with a complicated face. "So what are you worried about? After all, your Majesty's authority in the current empire is supreme." Mikhail also understood it in his heart. The emperor was a wise man, he believed in that judgment, and he also believed that the emperor would be wise enough not to make stupid choices. After silently sipping tea to absorb his voice, Mikhail frankly mentioned the 4 great families. Noble families were so powerful that they were even considered an emirate. Idon just listened silently but seemed to have imagined the problem. The 4 great families include the Duke of Mischupal, the Duke of Lindell, the Marquis of Kelebos, and the Marquis of Walpurgis. Mikhail frankly expressed his opinion. Among them, only the Lindell family was trustworthy. At least at this time, Duke Lindell was basically an honest person. Idon would naturally understand what Mikhail meant by removing Lindell from danger. "Do you mean that the other 2 families are the problem here?" Mikhail knew that sooner or later, a big problem would arise with these 2 clans, and he also told Idon directly that the clan with the biggest problem was the Kelebos clan. For a moment, Idon's expression darkened at the mention of the name Marquis Kelebos, which was a natural reaction. Mikhail also knew that his father had a bad relationship with the Marquis of Kelebos. After that, Idon asked Mikhail curiously, "They're tough, what are you going to do?" "Please do me a favor." Idon blinked and looked at Mikhail's cunning smile suspiciously. "What's the matter?" Mikhail returned with a confident and serious expression and declared, "I've come up with an effective way to stop Kelebos." After discussing the plan with Idan, Mikhail and his father immediately separated without any further fighting. On the way, Set honestly commented, "The two of you are even more unusual than I thought. Is the genealogy of the family you were born with such an eccentric temperament?" Mikhail clicked his tongue and shrugged his shoulders. "I see that we are normal, but it is true that my father is quite an unusual magician." Set glanced at Mikhail with a look of deep skepticism about whether his character was capable enough to discuss the normality or abnormality of others. "No, I didn't mean that." After that, Set said something more, but Mikhail just listened indifferently. Anyway, he had plenty of time, so he leisurely walked on the streets of the capital and looked at everything. The scenery and people were peaceful. It had been a while since Mikhail had seen such a capital, children running and jumping, shoppers with smiles on their faces. Remembering the capital before Mikhail's return, this landscape was gone, only death and blood everywhere. All he saw in the capital back then was people desperate and worried about an uncertain future. In the blink of an eye, everything happened like a dream, and at times like this, Mikhail still felt unbelievable that he had been given the opportunity to do it all over again. Set said just now that a question had caught Mikhail's ears. "So, where are you going now?" Mikhail replied, "I should see the emperor." Set nodded in agreement. "Of course, but you don't plan to do anything else after that?" Just as he was about to answer her, he suddenly stopped. Mikhail felt something itching in the back of his neck. Set also noticed and warned, "Hey, Mikhail." Mikhail quickly glanced around. "I know. We are being followed." Then, he looks around pretending not to notice, as if a person who is coming to the capital for the first time cannot keep his mind calm at the magnificence of this place, but in fact he is determining the location of those stalkers. After feeling that he was being followed, Mikhail looked around pretending not to notice and continued to stroll around admiring the magnificence of the capital. He glanced around as he walked, not even needing to spend mana to discover that the number of people following him was 3 or 2 on the right side. And 1 on the left. Although these guys seem to be very experienced in spying on others while pretending to be passers-by in a normal way, but to Mikhail their actions are clumsy. Mikhail didn't expect the tails to be attached to his back so soon. He wondered if they were from the Dark Guild. But no matter what organization they came from, with only these stalkers and their abilities were even lower than he thought, it seemed that their leader had underestimated the abilities of this new hero too much. However, Mikhail had no intention of exposing them right now because their abilities alone would not make any drums and cutting off their tails was just a simple matter in a note. So he was silent to avoid hitting the grass snakes, then used mana to expand his senses a little more to see if any fish had slipped out of the net. This time, Mikhail had indeed caught one more, a more stealthy move than the other 3, and it seemed that his stealth ability was also quite good. In terms of momentum, this guy was the main problem. Mikhail didn't even need to guess to know exactly that the person whose eyes were watching him was not him as a Walpurgis mage, but in the name of a hero, he must have known that the hero had arrived in the capital. Seeing that Mikhail was just observing without acting, Set asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Mikhail clicked his tongue and replied, "I don't know anymore." Mikhail had many solutions to solve this problem in a moderate way, but whenever something encroached on him that bothered him, it was highly likely that these followers were from underground groups, maybe entrusted by some noble family, or they advocated it themselves. Regardless of this situation, there were natural thoughts that came to Mikhail's mind. The mouse, his purification of the rat in the past was definitely an event that changed the future that he remembered in his previous life. There are many things that have changed since then, among them, the removal of the devil's seed is undoubtedly the greatest benefit for him, but what happened to the underworld after that, how it will change, Mikhail can't help but think about it. After that rat was removed, someone else must have taken over the vacant leader's chair. Mikhail thought it would be a good idea to check it anyway. Because it was very likely that some fool who was sitting in the position of the leader of the underworld would be manipulated by the great devil like the abominable monarch, Beelzebub. It was not unlikely, so Mikhail decided that he would have to recheck to make sure nothing got out of control. After that, Mikhail moved slowly, feeling very clearly that sharp eyes were watching him from behind an alley. Meanwhile, there was a girl who was plucking her long and pointed spirit ears, silently looking at him with sharp eyes. Is that a hero? The female spirit naturally blended in with the passers-by and erased her presence. Just in case, she tried to observe Mikhail from as far away as possible and was sure in her heart, at this distance, there was definitely no way he could detect her. In the eyes of this female spirit, information related to the hero is very valuable, especially at this time. because there is a lot of information about Mikhail Walpurgis, but there is no information about the hero at all. Even the rare information shared until now is not reliable, perhaps they have been exaggerated to some extent. The rumors about this hero are too great. Even before becoming a hero, he purified a great demon in the capital. He then stabilized the situation of the temple and destroyed Draculian. When she looked at the very ordinary boy she was watching, the female spirit couldn't help but purse her lips. So he was the one who had purified a great demon in the capital and even Draculian. It was an exaggeration. The female spirit thinks that even if Mikhail qualifies as a hero, he will only become a hero, and even if he is an outstanding talent from the womb, before becoming famous as a hero, Mikhail is nothing more than an idiot that everyone recognizes. The female spirit focused on observing and licking her lips. I will consider every detail, to see what this hero's true face is. Anyway, this will definitely be quite valuable information. But then, Mikhail suddenly disappeared as if he had never existed, and when the female spirit realized it, he was nowhere to be seen. Cold sweat immediately spilled out on her face. What the hell? In an instant, it was just a very fleeting thought, at most a little more than a second. In the blink of an eye, I had lost track of him, and the shocked female spirit turned her head to determine Mikhail's location belatedly. She quickly looked around and began to blame herself. Fate, how could she make such a silly mistake? The female elf couldn't understand what had just happened. She was very confident that she wouldn't miss Mikhail's footsteps, but now was not the time to think about it. She eagerly looked at the flow of people walking on the road. She needed to find him immediately. At that moment, a hand patted the female elf on the shoulder, and at the same time, a cold voice sounded from behind her. What was she looking for? If anyone on the street saw this scene, they would think it was just a simple pat on the shoulder, but for the female elf, it was not. Her eyes immediately trembled and she didn't even dare to look back at Mikhail, who was catching his stalker with a friendly smile on his face. However, his voice and even his eyes looking at the female spirit were as cold as ice. Which guild did she belong to? Instead of answering Mikhail's questions, the female spirit only swallowed in confusion. How? Why? But she knew she shouldn't think about those things so much. Now wasn't the right time to think, so her body moved before deeper thoughts took over her mind. In the blink of an eye, the female elf immediately rushed into the hidden corners near her, and at the same time fused into the shadow of the passerby. She tried to widen the distance with Mikhail. In fact, he recognized the female elf's technique but just casually tilted her head and seemed to not notice. Her specialty is stealth. Even if there is an opponent right in front of her, she can still assimilate with the darkness, even if it is just someone else's shadow, and move neatly. The female spirit quickly relied on the shadows and darkness on the road to run towards her guild base. Even though she had left Mikhail behind, her heart was still trembling. What should I do now? What should I do now? After that, the female spirit gradually reassured herself. It's okay, it's not that there is no harvest, the hero's ability is real. At least, I can know to some extent that the image of the hero in the rumors is not a lie at all. The fact that he was able to see through his invisibility technique was a proof. Even the master could hardly see through. The female spirit decided to report to the guild immediately. When it came to information, updated as soon as possible. After being caught once, trying to continue to follow that person was tantamount to suicide. In preparation for another unexpected situation, the female spirit was even busy turning and moving around for a while before reaching the guild's base, and only after moving into the darkness of a damp alley did she give up hiding and take a deep breath. Fatigue came afterwards. She gasped and tried her best to stay calm. So it must be fine. Now she can't feel Mikhail's presence anymore, so she must have been careful. With that in mind, the female elf was about to enter the base, but Mikhail's voice suddenly rang out. Ah, it's here. Just like last time, at the same time and in an unexpected form, Mikhail slowly walked out of the shade with a relaxed expression that made the female elf panic so much that she couldn't utter a word. It was crazy. Only then did she realize, in the first place, heroes are this kind of existence. Her eyes shook violently and cold sweat began to flow down her back. How can you? Mikhail still looked at her blankly and then came to a conclusion. Dark stealth technique, you are a black spirit. Mikhail recognized the race of female elves because black spirits were especially rare. Even before he returned, the number of black spirits he knew did not exceed 10, of course. He also didn't expect to see the black spirits in the capital, and a name flashed in his mind. Talia, Mikhail asked the female spirit directly after thinking for a while. If Talia was the guild that took over the territory of the other rat after it was destroyed. The female spirit was stunned for a moment and then asked Mikhail in return, how do you know that I belong to Talia? Mikhail clicked her tongue and said forcefully, she is a black spirit in a dark society, you don't need to think about it. After that, Mikhail's request was made quickly without any hesitation. Now, showing me the way, the female elf's eyes immediately twitched because of that unbelievable request. What? Mikhail casually repeated, coming to her guild. She didn't think she could hide it when her guild name had already been discovered. Hearing that, the female spirit hesitated slightly. Then she carefully opened her mouth and spoke in a reserved and polite voice that was completely different from before. Well, this hero. The female elf looked around as if to see if anyone was watching her, and then she touched her index fingers cutely. Although she was in a cold sweat behind her back, she didn't know what to say, but she still tried to beg Mikhail with an embarrassed expression, can't we go our own way? Actually, I'm also a high-ranking member of the underground guild, it would be a little bad if they let them see me caught by you, so, it should be, the more the female spirit blushes with a very cute look of apprehension. But Mikhail just looked at her silently and was not swayed by that face. The current female spirit was no different from a weak slug, because by the time the black spirit, who lived by invisibility, was caught by others, not only did they lose their honor, but their abilities also became completely useless. Mikhail understood that but had no intention of paying attention to this girl's nose. He casually made a judgment, no, I didn't intend to. After that, Mikhail quietly recited the sleep spell while looking at the female spirit who was sighing depressedly. When the female spirit realized that what he was doing, it was too late, she could only scream bitterly. Wait, when the black spirit was no longer able to hide, it would become so weak that it would not be easy to resist such a simple lullaby spell. Just like that, the body of the female spirit was soft, and she fell down in a helpless curse, the bitch. Mikhail just smiled casually while picking up the fallen female spirit. Well, I have to return her to my place. Set couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. Yes, but to tell the truth, the expression on her face just now looked very pitiful. He should have been more considerate. Mikhail still just looked at the female spirit with indifferent eyes. There was no need to do that to the people of the Dark Guild. Even if I cared about something, the way I solved the problem wouldn't change significantly. Besides, if I bring her back there, they won't treat her coldly. Set tilted his head curiously. How can you be sure? Mikhail continued to stare at the female spirit with a look of no sympathy. Yes, I'm sure, because she was the adopted daughter of the leader of the Talia Guild. At this time, the name of the female spirit was also revealed, the Black Spirit Mia of the Talia Guild. At this moment, inside the headquarters of the Talia Society, a group of tall and muscular people were chatting. This place operated like a bar of the underworld and only those who knew the Talia Guild came to visit. Suddenly, Mikhail opened the door and walked into the shop with a leisurely look with Mia squeezed on his shoulder like a sack of rice. At that moment, all eyes in the room immediately fell on Mikhail, and he smiled when he saw them. Was this Talia? A fierce-looking guy sitting near the door glared at Mikhail. What the hell are you doing? Who are you? Mikhail ignored his question and clicked his tongue. It looks like I've come to the right place. After that, Mikhail directly threw Mia who was carrying it on his shoulder in front of him and added in a long voice, here, it's delivered. As soon as Mia's face was exposed, the faces of the members of the guild all turned blue, and they shouted, you, Miss Mia, but Mia is still asleep like death. Perhaps the members of the guild had dimly guessed Mikhail's identity so their gaze on him had become more reserved. No, it was impossible. Mikhail also saw the obvious change in the expressions of these people, but he didn't react harshly, but just raised his hand gently. Now you realize who I am, right? At that moment, all the members of the guild were ready to rush at Mikhail in an instant, the huge bodies moving as fast as lightning despite their heavy appearance. Mikhail still stood still with a haughty smile and disdain for the other group's rash actions. Well, calm down. Immediately afterwards, Mikhail snapped his fingers with a simple, motionless incantation. The atmosphere around him changed in the blink of an eye. Magic circles instantly appeared in the air and emitted a colorful aura, and soon the light from the magic rings filled the space of the room. The members of the guild tried to struggle to resist somehow, but even the most elite members could not cope with Mikhail's magic. They quickly turned into stiff stone statues. Of course, they really had no intention of doing anything to Mikhail, but they were investigating him anyway so he couldn't ignore it easily. As everyone fell down one after another, Mikhail walked straight past the people lying on the floor and asked, is there anyone here who has been dragged into this for no reason? The members of the guild who were completely powerless to speak were unable to speak. Mikhail naturally smiled slyly. Well, there was no one, Set glanced at Mikhail and then revealed his absurdity. They were in a state of not being able to talk normally because they were being controlled by magic. Mikhail still shrugged his shoulders calmly. I know. Set looked at him with a ridiculous look that mocked this person sinisterly, but it didn't matter. Mikhail had confirmed that there were no unrelated people in this house anyway. Then Mikhail walked over to a chair and pulled it out to the middle of the room in front of everyone. After shaking his thighs for a moment and looking around the shop, Mikhail opened his mouth to complain while still sitting on the chair. Why don't you come out? It's very uncomfortable to just sit and wait like this. The answer that didn't appear immediately made Mikhail a little annoyed, and he continued to grumble. Well, if you don't show up, then. Mikhail began to increase his mana slowly, strong enough to easily destroy a bar like this. The floor and pillars began to shake dangerously violently. Mikhail wanted to see how long the leader of the Talia guild could hide his face, and as he expected, it only took a few seconds for the person to show up. A voice rang out, so mysterious that people didn't even know where it was coming from. Please stop. But of course Mikhail still knew that the other party was standing right behind him. Although the other party suddenly appeared like a ghost, Mikhail still glanced at it casually as if it was not surprising. Oh, finally appeared. This man looked normal on the outside, except for the longitudinal scar on his mouth. There was nothing remarkable. His eyes were only slightly open, but he could see the blue eyes looking at Mia. Mikhail continued to ask, "Are you the president here?" The man bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, I am Hitos. It seems that my daughter has caused trouble for you. It's entirely my fault, I'm sorry." Hitos was very humble from the beginning. He must have realized at a glance that even if he faced the hero, he couldn't win. Mikhail muttered in a sarcastic voice, "Bothersome." Then, his indifferent gaze also looked at Mia, who had been lying still on the floor just now. Knowing that Mia was just pretending to be asleep, Mikhail bluntly peeled off. "I know you're awake, why haven't you gotten up now?" Mia was caught in action and was startled again. She was finally forced to open her eyes and sit up, puffing out her cheeks and grumbling, I'm really embarrassed. You can't hear me say a little, it's too much." Seeing Mia pretending to be insane and showing warmth, Mikhail was even more intolerant and criticized, "That you are excessive, when you go to spy on others like that, in an era where privacy is valued, of course there will be a price to pay for trying to infringe on that right." Mia still stubbornly reasoned, if he was a true great hero, he should know how to generously provide his personal information. Hitos also couldn't see his daughter's bluntness, so he immediately spoke up, "Stop, Mia." At Hitos' reminder, Mia quietly closed her mouth reluctantly. "Yes." After making his daughter silent for a while, Hitos politely bowed to Mikhail. "It is my order, from the point of view of a guild specializing in information processing, information about heroes is information that must be prioritized, so I sent it." Mikhail still looked at Hitos with indifferent eyes. "That's his story." Hitos bowed his head even deeper to the point of bending over at Mikhail's reprimand. "I know, so I sincerely apologize to you." Seeing that his father had to humble himself to this extent, Mia intervened again. "Brother, hero, I will do anything, so don't be harsh with my father, he is a very nervous person." Mikhail just looked at Hitos silently. This was the first time he had seen Talia's leader, and he immediately recalled the memories before he returned. Hitos is the leader of Talia, a large gang in the underworld in the capital. At the same time, he is also a master of assassination, a person who has a title that only a few assassins can achieve, an existence that no one can beat in the realm of assassination and stealth. Of course, assassins cannot be on a par with mages and knights. Being awarded the title of master only means that he has reached the pinnacle of that field. In his previous life, Hitos should have suffered a tragic end by that rat. However, when Mikhail purged that rat, the future he once knew changed. Instead of facing the end of being destroyed, Hitos gained greater and greater power. Mikhail couldn't help but wonder what he should do. It was definitely different from the future he once knew. Talia would continue to grow if nothing special happened. It could be said that Talia would not collapse unless faced with a demon of the same level as Beelzebub. And that's not all. Despite being caught by Mikhail, Mia is also a competent person that needs to be considered. In general, Talia is a variable, and with Mikhail's goal, it is not what he wants. He decided to keep the organization in his sights. After thinking for a moment, Mikhail opened his mouth again in a tolerant voice. "To be honest, I didn't come here to blame him." Hitos tilted his head as if he didn't know what Mikhail was thinking. "Really?" Mikhail shrugged his shoulders tolerantly. "In addition to being in a bad mood, this was not enough to punish you, and it was not difficult to overcome this." After pausing for a moment, Mikhail interrupted what Hitos was about to say and looked at him. "However, rat." He was a heretic and a monster who sold his soul to the devil, and you took over his entire territory, right? Hearing those words, Hito's face became heavy. He took over not only the territory but also the Rats Juniors. Although the power of the church was weaker than before, it still could not be taken lightly, and this was the words of a hero. It was no different from the death sentence for Talia. Mikhail quietly waited for Hito's reaction, but he was not the one who reacted. Instead of Mia, wait, are you trying to say we're heretics, even though I'm a little rude to follow you? Mikhail still didn't care about Mia's warmth and continued to blame. What the problem is, I've already told you, because I'm the one who has to clean up the remnants of those rats. Although they were called rats, they were not as good as his name, and Hito's couldn't help but know that. However, he didn't react much even after hearing Mikhail's criticism. On the contrary, Mia was the one who reacted more harshly, but it is not uncommon to take over unclaimed lands. Mikhail agreed with Mia's argument this time, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Yes, no wonder. Then, he suddenly pulled out the shirt of a thug to reveal the tattoo on his shoulder, the trace of the mouse. In other words, it was proof that the people under Talia were related to the mouse. Occupying the territory of the other mouse was not a big problem. Everything that is ominous there has been cleansed, but heresy is a form of sinful due to solidarity. Moreover, it is not just an ordinary demon but a great demon. What it leaves behind is like a plague. If it persists in receiving its remnants, the result will be that madness, especially when they are not a simple group of people, but members of a society that has committed the crime of child trafficking. Mikhail's accusation became even more hardened when he grasped the important evidence. It would be nothing if you didn't collect his manpower. Mia's face turned pale. She didn't seem to have the slightest talent for keeping her composure. Mikhail knew they would need someone to manage the area, and those under the rat must be useful. While Mia was confused, Hito slowly opened his mouth. He was about to declare that we are heretics. Hero, Mikhail replied bluntly, there is that possibility. Hito's eyes instantly opened slightly, the possibility of stars. Soon after, a pair of sharp eyes appeared, that alone changed the atmosphere around Mikhail. Mikhail felt goosebumps all over his body, as if sharp blades were pressed into his throat. After all, Hito's was a master assassin, even if he seemed weaker than other mages and knights of similar rank. If it was before, it would have been troublesome to face someone like Hito's, but now Mikhail is a hero with all kinds of divine powers beyond the simple sixth magic circle. No matter how great the sense of threat from the master assassin is, it is not a red alert for him. Mikhail didn't hesitate to ask directly, is it done? Hito's eyes widened as if surprised that Mikhail was able to resist his intimidation with ease, and then he quickly retracted his killing chi. Okay. Hito's bowed his head a little confused, apologized. Mikhail smiled and said to him, unexpectedly, I didn't expect to meet such a rare assassination master in a place like this. Hito's gaze deepened. He was very astute. Mikhail pretended to observe him for a moment and then said, I know because I can see a lot of small details, for example, his heart. Then Mikhail suddenly pointed his finger at Hito's chest. Hearing those words, Hito's shoulders twitched. Even his normally closed eyes opened wide at Mikhail in surprise, feeling unbelievable. But Mikhail pretended not to see Hito's reaction and continued to speak slowly, something very strange. I think you seem to be cursed, and yet you're still alive. Just that one word completely changed the atmosphere between them. Even Hito's, who had always kept his composure, began to tremble a little in the bottom of his eyes. Oh, how do you know? Mikhail smiled and pointed upwards. I'm a hero, thank you. Indeed, the gods were a convenient excuse for Mikhail to see the world around him in many ways. No matter how absurd it was, if a hero said it was the word of the gods, others would naturally believe it, and Mia's father and son were no exception. Mikhail continued to look at Hito's chest and said, this is the shackle that harsh lords usually impose on their subordinates. Mia hesitated for a moment and then asked Mikhail cautiously, so, that means, if he knew the curse, he would also know how to solve it, right? Hito's, who had a resigned face, also became nervous in anticipation of Mikhail's answer. Mikhail smiled sly and crossed his arms arrogantly and declared, yes, of course I know. Hearing this, Mia immediately opened her eyes, jumped up, and approached Mikhail. Then she trembled and grabbed his collar and shouted urgently, what, how, tell me, if you need ingredients, I will bring them at any cost. Mia's point of view is even more extreme than Hito's. In the end, Hito's is just one of many people who have been destroyed by the devil. Looking at the way Hito's didn't even think about stopping his daughter, Mikhail knew that he was also desperate. If that was the case, it would be easy to handle. Mikhail replied slowly despite Mia's impatience, but I'm not the kind of person who has ever suffered, so. How much information have you learned about me? Mikhail said that to both Mia and Hidos with a friendly smile, but both father and son could feel the fear in that smile. Not long after, the contracts were quickly created and Hidos was forced to stamp them in exchange for Mikhail breaking his curse. Mikhail kept pointing here and there on the papers. Okay, now let's stamp here, and there too. Hidos kept stamping the contract with a puzzled expression. Not only him, Mia also had a distraught expression like ghosts. The contract that took effect immediately made Set look at the father and son with pity. It was like being haunted. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in the blink of an eye? In fact, the signing of this agreement is a matter of course. The thinking of both sides has been agreed, so there is no need to delay any longer. The first was to break the curse of Hidos, which alone would have done him no damage. The fact that a professional assassin who has reached the master level will soon fully recover his operational ability cannot be underestimated. Looking at Hidos, Mikhail briefly thought of Talia before returning. The guild was pushed to the brink of rapid destruction after Hidos was cursed by the other rat. The contract was obviously signed quickly, but Mikhail did not unilaterally sign a contract in his favor. He was trying to steer Talia to a brighter destination. Mikhail also frankly spoke his thoughts to Hidos. Talia's limits were very clear. No matter how strong he was, he could not escape the shackles of the underworld and the name of the Dark Guild. Hidos sighed and lifted the seal after stamping the last one. He also agreed with Mikhail's judgment, which is a truth that I cannot deny. So, hero. Mikhail looked at the contract on the table with a hidden look. Yes, I said I would help you, in return. The Talia Guild must also wholeheartedly help us gather information. If anyone does not comply with this contract, Hidos then reviews the contents of the written contract and reads the next paragraph, then he will have to pay the price of his life. This is the clause of the agreement. That's right. Mikhail nodded with satisfaction and continued, Talia needs to be innocent. I'm sure you understand the meaning of this word innocence, isn't it? That's the premise for their cooperation, and Hidos nodded with a heavy expression. I understand. I'm going to get rid of all the rat's men. It won't be easy, but I'll try to do it with Talia's strength. Mikhail heard that, so he took back a copy of the contract and prepared to leave. He walked straight to the door without making any further requests. Okay, that's about it for the time being. But Hidos spoke in a worried voice. Even if we did, I still found it difficult for our guild to step out of the darkness. Most of the groups that operate in the shadows have their own reasons. Leaving the underworld cannot be so simple, but Mikhail anticipated that difficulty and only asked Hidos one simple thing. Have you forgotten which clan you are from? Hidos immediately shouted. Mikhail's background was from one of the four most prestigious large families in the empire, the Marquis of Walpurgis. Moreover, as a hero, he also received comprehensive support from the church. Taking an underground group to the next level and giving a clear justification was nothing. Mikhail laughed mischievously and turned to tell Hidos, my father is still in the capital, so come and hear from him for details. Hidos broke out in a cold sweat for a moment when he heard Mikhail say that, because the person in question was the Marquis of Walpurgis in a completely different rank from them. Then Hidos asked cautiously, by the way, if the Marquis had a personality similar to his hero. In his heart, Mikhail immediately imagined the image of his beloved father. I couldn't even touch his toes. No matter how talented I was, I didn't run around with a cane. After that, Mikhail tried to talk less. To be honest, my father is on a different level. Not everyone is as calm and polite as me. Hidos swallowed in confusion when he heard that. He still looked at Mikhail with sad eyes like a cow taken to the slaughterhouse, and he comforted, don't worry, my father won't eat you anyway. Hidos muttered as he looked up at the ceiling with his distant eyes, everything must be very good. Oh my goodness, he looked really sad and tired like he was 10 years old. Watching the shadow of Mikhail's back leave, Hidos had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He had thought that the hero might not be an ordinary person, but he never thought he would be so unusual. Hidos couldn't help but feel like he was being manipulated in the hands of this damn hero from beginning to end. When Mikhail learned of Hidos' weakness, it also decided who was the winner. The fact that Hidos is cursed is a fact that no one knows except his adopted daughter, but Mikhail knows. Hidos can't guess how much he really knows, for example why he has to accept this curse and why as a human being, he again adopts Mia, a black spirit, as his son. Mikhail only reveals what he needs to do to make Hidos truly bewildered. Mia also seemed to feel that this hero was very scary in a certain way, so she involuntarily called out to her father. Hidos replied to her daughter with an old expression, why daughter? Mia didn't know exactly what kind of relationship Mikhail was trying to build with them, so she clung to her Hito's shirt with a worried look. Could we trust him? Hitos listened to the sound of his heart beating in his head and said to Mia, "You have a good premonition about this, daughter, although there are still many things you don't understand, but he still trusts Mikhail because his heart is more comfortable and less burdened by the first aid he took with his magic right away on the spot. The fact that he knew the solution to break the curse was not a lie." Mia tilted her head in wonder at her adoptive father's reaction, and Hitos explained, "I still live by my intuition until now, and it was because of this feeling that I met my child and made a choice that day. The feeling that has saved me until now is telling me to keep this deal. To be free from the curse is a good thing, but more importantly, the hero has made a promise," and Hitos looks up at the sun. Mia tilted her head to look at her father. What a promise. At this moment, they were standing in a place that was mostly dark, just like their own human status in the underworld now. In general, noble people like heroes often hate dark guilds, a relationship that is difficult to connect between them psychologically. It can be said that this is a prejudice, natural, but Mikhail has promised to pull Talia out of the shadows. Remembering the time to say goodbye to Mikhail, Hitos said to Mia thoughtfully, there was no prejudice in his eyes. So he was very sincere, thoughtful and respectful enough to be able to make a deal together. Mia also remembered the look in Mikhail's eyes when he looked at her, although he seemed cold, but there was no alienation. There was a glimmer of hope in Hito's eyes. It wasn't easy to get help from the hero, daughter. He had always wanted to get out of the darkness, however, his surroundings prevented that. The past, the evil that had stuck in their feet prevented them from stepping into the light. But if the helper is a hero, it will be different. The hero has been recognized by the gods and there will be a way to save them. Moreover, if they want to maintain their position in this matter, both sides must go all out to support each other. If they only go halfway and falter, there will be no room for them. Mia nodded slightly as she looked at Mikhail who had left. I see. At this point, Mia's figure was no longer visible, and Mia tilted her head again with her eyes wide open, wondering, but was he really a hero? For someone who has been awarded the title of hero, he seems a little too pragmatic. I think he is too tired of this world. Hearing those words, Hitos looked up at the sky with an indescribable expression. I think so too. When Mikhail left the headquarters of the Talia Society, which was also the end of a day in the peaceful capital, it was time to meet the emperor, so he went straight to the royal palace. Unashamedly known as the capital, the most prosperous place of the empire, the royal palace feels like another world. Although the Church of the Holy Kingdom is already quite large and splendid, but the royal palace is much more than that. Looking at the royal palace in this way gave Mikhail a new feeling. The royal palace he had seen in his previous life was half destroyed. They didn't even think about rebuilding it. After it collapsed, the scale of the palace naturally shrank. Finally, it became extremely simple and the splendor was no longer visible. But now it was different. That future had not come, and the royal palace still stood firm in its prestige and glory. Mikhail was determined to protect it. At least for now, an empire was necessary to unite humanity against the devil. To meet the emperor, Mikhail was frankly reluctant, but he couldn't call it a crisis because he knew he wouldn't be in any danger. But there was one thing that bothered Mikhail, and that was the existence of a person who, at this time, was probably already in the palace as a royal knight. With that person's presence, Mikhail had thought it would be better to leave that person alone, but he didn't have the heart to say to himself, maybe he should create a bond. As Mikhail approached the main gate of the palace, two knights blocked his path, stopping. Please stop. The image of the knight guarding the front gate blocking strangers is not unusual. They are at least intermediate swordsmen. The guards were following the correct procedure of declaring to Mikhail. Behind this was the royal palace, the residence of the great Emperor Alexandro, but he replied succinctly with one word, hero. The guards stopped in surprise. Well, did I hear it wrong? Mikhail repeated and took the hero symbol out of his chest to show them, I am a hero. An aura radiated from the heroic symbol that made the knights guarding the front gate all have to keep their eyes glued to it and gasp in disbelief. A man dressed without any of the same abilities as a hero but a hero who confused the knights. They looked at each other and then at Mikhail before exclaiming, what's wrong? As soon as the two knights confirmed the symbol that Mikhail showed them, they immediately hurriedly moved. I will check again. We have indeed received a report, but please cooperate with us to verify our identity according to the necessary procedures. Mikhail shrugged his shoulders. It's okay, just take it slowly. After a short time, the knight of the gatekeeper came back with a bright smile, confirmed, hello hero, Mikhail Walpurgis, the knight of your escort will come here soon. please wait a moment. The palace door slowly opened with a heavy noise. Mikhail still calmly replied, okay, I get it. Mikhail said that and waited. Of course, he had already guessed in advance who would come out to greet him. In this situation, there was only one new recruit entering the palace and also the only one who dared to lead the way for the hero. Immediately afterwards, a knight hurriedly approached Mikhail. As soon as the knight stood in front of him, he immediately bowed his head and shouted, saluting the hero, I am. Mikhail smiled slyly and glanced at the enthusiastic young knight, just as he had predicted and expected. Then, before the young knight could introduce his name, Mikhail took the initiative to speak. Mr. Myron, that's right. Myron nodded with a puzzled expression. Ah, that's right, but you know me. Mikhail replied calmly as if it were a matter of course, aren't we both of noble lineage? I'm from the Walpurgis clan, and I'm from the Kelebos clan. Myron's eyes immediately lit up in astonishment when he heard those words, even though they were both high-ranking nobles, so it wasn't strange to know each other's faces, but Myron didn't expect that a hero would know him. After that, Mikhail solemnly stretched out his hand to shake Myron's hand. It was a pleasure to meet him. At this moment, he began to create the bond as intended. Myron, whose full name is Myron Kelebos, is the second son of the Marquis of Kelebos. The moment he shook hands with him, Mikhail suddenly remembered what had happened to Myron and the Kelebos before he returned. It reminded Mikhail of the sight of Myron frantically rubbing his hands with black blood that could not be washed away in the rain. It didn't help, it couldn't be clean. Myron in his previous life was a sinner who killed his own biological father, the Marquis of Kelebos, aka a hero who prevented the fall of an aggressive clan. In the future, Myron will be associated with two such contradictory words, sinner and hero, and eventually combine to become the hero of doom. Sometimes Mikhail thinks about that time. It was just one of many tragedies he had witnessed, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a tragedy. Even if Mikhail witnessed many tragedies, it didn't change the fact that Myron's scene at that time was miserable and sad. The blood had turned black and clung to his body, like an obsession that haunted him until the end of his life.